Good morning, everybody, and a warm welcome to TalkSport 2's live and exclusive coverage of the first one-day international between India and England over in Pune. We're with the Times and the Sunday Times. We're waiting here tight because we know that the captains are about to toss, but they haven't made it to the middle as yet, so we're just going to look out over the view here in central London, which is a whole lot nicer than when I was last here. It was icy cold and grey and miserly. Snow had just melted from the rooftops beneath us. We're 17 floors up next door to the Shard here at the News UK building, and it's a far more pleasant scene. Won't be like it is in Pune, where it'll be very hot today, I imagine. We had a great team alongside us. Guy Swindles, Andrew McKenna, Darren Goff, Matt Pryor, Kate Cross are all with me today, and that, I think, is the moment we can turn to Pune and to Murali Kartik, who's hosting that toss.
To this white ball leg, imagine what this ODI series is going to provide. We are here in Pune for this first one-day international. I've got the captains alongside me, Virat Kohli, Owen Morgan, the match referee Javagal Srinath, and as always, Virat has got the coin. Heads is the call from Owen Morgan. Heads it is. Hey, people are going to think it's because of me that India is not winning the toss, Mogi, but what have you decided to do and why?
I don't think it's because of you. It's a double-headed coin. Been calling heads the whole time. No, it looks a good wicket. There's a lot of grass on it, more than probably we expected. It's a lovely ground, this. And again, change of format. So we're really looking forward to it. Again, the challenge of playing against India in India is one that is a really challenging one, and one that we'll look forward to. So today's no different.
Change of attire for you, but you've always maintained right through this series that there's one eye to the T20 World Cup when it came to the T20s. What about the ODIs for you?
Yeah, there's a bit of a long-term view strategically when it's involved, so that presents opportunities for the guys. Obviously, the World Cup is a little further out than the T20s, so for the last year or so, we've been giving guys opportunities to stake their claim and grow our squad as well. It's been a huge benefit, both of COVID and prioritising one format in white ball cricket over the other. So it's great to see guys getting an opportunity today. Guys like Sam Billings, Tom Curran comes back in, Moeen Ali comes in for his first game on the tour as well. So exciting days for them.
Just for the sake of everyone, Owen, you have to reiterate what you're doing today.
Yeah, sorry, we're going to have a ball.
Cheers. And what's your squad for today?
The team for today, our attack are Mark Wood, the two Currans, Ben Stokes, Moeen Ali and Adil Rashid.
So you're going to miss Jofra Archer big time?
Yeah, Joff is unfortunately injured at the moment. His elbow got progressively worse throughout the T20 series, so he's unfit.
Looking forward to a great series. Thanks, Owen.
Thank you. Good luck, buddy.
Lost the toss again. Virat, you're going to be batting. Happy with it?
Very happy, to be honest. Slightly different plans today for us. The weather's going to drastically change in the second half. The outfield is very soft, so we actually wanted to put the opposition into the field first, and it's a beautiful wicket as well to bat on. It's very hard, nice covering of grass on it, so I think it's a great opportunity for us to put some runs on the board. And then again, we have defended well in the T20 series twice, and we can carry that same confidence forward into this game as well.
Memories of chasing down a mammoth target here with you and Kedar Jadhav when you chased down 350. Do you have, the memories are still fresh?
Wow, that's about 4 years back. It's surreal how time passes by, but yeah, it's definitely a memorable game, chasing 350 odd, and then Kedar played that blinder on debut. It wasn't his debut, but he had played only 2-3 games before that. But an outstanding night for us to remember. Slightly different now. There are no people here. The atmosphere then was electric, but the same opposition, probably even better in terms of quality to what the bowling attack then was, and we'll have to be at the best of our abilities and skills to be able to come up.
Change of format, but still the number one and the number two sides. You've made it a habit of coming back from behind, and also it is immaterial whether you lose the toss or win the toss. That's the quality of the side. Is that what you would say?
It is, and we want to get into that mindset. If we really believe ourselves to be a top side in the world, we should be able to do anything that either we decide to do or the opposition asks us to do. So that's the mindset we carried forward in the T20 series as well. There's something briefly we spoke about, that we want to set the intensity right in this series from first game onwards, and hopefully continue it rather than being one down and then finding motivation to come back into the series again and again, which is a great sign. But as professional cricket teams, you also need to be able to start well and put pressure on the opposition, and really be clinical with your performances on the field. So that's something that we're really looking forward to do.
Your team news?
I can tell you the guys who are playing because we got a big squad and the few guys missing out. KL's gonna bat at 5 and keep. The top 4 are Rohit, Shikhar, myself, and Shreyas. Hardik bats at 6, Krunal Pandya at 7, Shardul Thakur at 8, Bhuvi at 9. Prasidh Krishna makes his debut as well along with Krunal Pandya. He's at 10, and then Kuldeep Yadav at 11.
Thanks for your time, Virat, and looking forward to a great series as
Thank you
well.
very much.
Cheers.
Thank you.
So that's what we have from here in Pune, is that England have won the toss and will field first.
Yeah, I found that fascinating, actually, from both captains. 1 or 2 surprises. I'm also very interested in the toss. Matt Pryor and Darren Goff are first up with me. Owen wants to bowl first, as a general rule in one-day cricket. He thinks they're a stronger side chasing. He's worried about the dew in the evening. He thinks that is more likely to help batting than bowling. Virat either played a great hand in poker with his comments there about the fact he would have liked to bat first, or he truly thinks that actually the advantage swings around with the change in conditions. So what do you think, boys? Do you think Owen is just a little too guided towards chasing or not?
What I like about Virat Kohli is, but he said, listen, whether we win the toss or lose the toss, when it comes down to a World Cup, you've got to, whatever you're doing first, you have to do it well. So I think he looked upon that T20 series, Mark, saying, okay, if we end up batting first, we're still going to try and win the game, because coming in a World Cup format, that's what we might have to do, unless you're lucky enough to win the toss in every single game. And I think England had their heart set on winning that series by chasing. I think Owen came out, didn't he, in the first one and said, we know statistically chasing is easier to do. You're more likely to win a T20 international by chasing, and it looks like he's taking it into the longer
Well, I was
format.
going to say, I don't necessarily argue with him in the shortest
I
format,
agree as well.
actually, but I think it's different over 50 overs. Matt, hello.
Morning. Yeah, I think what we're seeing is 2 very different captaincy styles as well, which is fascinating, because you've got Owen Morgan, who I think genuinely believes, and we're talking, the 2020s, it's a completely different series now, one-day cricket, but Owen believes that winning is a habit and it breeds confidence, and he wants to win. So every opportunity he gets, he's going to try and put his team in a position to win. Virat Kohli, on the other hand, has shown obviously that he wants to find out about his squad. He wants to find out as much about however many players he can. They're handing out debuts every single game at the moment. New players coming in, checking them out, and then putting them in prime positions, batting at 3, opening the bowling, whatever it may be. So they're finding out as much as they can. And I think Virat said there, if we want to be the best team in the world, we've got to win in any situation, in any position. You can't just win when things are going well. And so you have to respect that mentality. But I don't think one is right or wrong. They're just different.
As I said a moment ago, Virat mentioned the changing weather. I don't think by that he means that it's going to rain or snow. I think what he means is the dew issue. And he thinks the outfield's a little softer than it might be otherwise now, and that will remain through the evening. And then if there's dew, it could get even softer, if you see what I mean. So I think it's a good thing to bat first, actually. I think for India, with their powerful batting, I think they can play a little more freely. And I think it'll be a really tough ask for England to chase. This is the ground of the 351 chase, of course. You just heard Murali Kartik ask Virat Kohli about the hundreds that he and Kedar made, or going back to 2017. He was, I love the way Virat, it's a long time ago, I can barely remember, 4 years, he said.
He knew exactly where to go.
Exactly.
Every cricketer knows where to get runs and where to get wickets. I mean, that's just the way we're all made up, isn't it? I mean, you have grounds where you go to, and you've got the better of it before you get there, and it does help.
Yeah, people say, where was your best innings? Oh, well, I can't remember when.
How many 50s did you get?
Go on, you were about to say something, Matt.
No, it's just, what's interesting for me is how quickly it's now changed around, where if you won the toss in India in a one-day international with the wicket looking like that, you're batting straight away. We'll have a bat, and you're just going, let's get as many scoreboard pressure. Let's get big first innings, put the pressure on them. It's just not the way anymore, I think. And is that a lack of confidence in, setting a total or?
Okay, it could be a couple of things here, couldn't it? It could be Kohli. It could be that he's made them the best chasing side perhaps ever. Okay, that's one. Two, it could be that the pitches are better, that they've learned how to prepare specific services for one-day matches that hold on longer than the ones we were used to in the past, and they do so because India bats so long. They don't want to be playing on a difficult pitch later in a run chase. And the other is that every game, as far as I can see now, is played at night, so dew comes into it, and generally if you've got a very dry surface, as there's some dew about, that moisture settles and the ball skids onto the bat a bit better. So it's probably a combination of those three, isn't it?
I would say as well, guys, but when you watch the IPL, a T20 competition, and you see them chasing down 210, 220, they believe whatever anybody posts batting first, chasing, they can get. There's no ground big enough. And because they've got so much depth, and same as England, England have got a fantastic batting lineup. They've got guys who can clear the boundary ropes all the way down, right up to down to Sam Curran, Tom Curran, Jofra Archer. He's not playing today, Joffrey's back home now, but get players like that can haul all its sixes, and you're never safe for whatever total you get.
So that's the point, I think, Goffey. Exactly right, that you don't actually know what you're setting. Whereas before, you'd go out and say, oh, well, we got 250. We're right in the game here, lads. Whereas now you can get 350, as we just discussed, and think we might not have enough. So actually trying to work out what a pass score is really, really difficult, and that's where you can put yourself under pressure by going too hard too early, losing wickets, and actually you can lose the game in the first innings by not knowing what a pass score is.
Can you remember when we all started playing T20 and Leicester won the title, I think, throughout the first 3 years by getting an average score of 150? Can you imagine now? I'm trying to say, right, we get 150 here, guys, we're winning the game. They're not, because it just wouldn't happen now.
No,
the way
true.
Teams chase and the way they hit the boundaries and the way they hit sixes, it's no longer going to happen. I remember Adam Olliott when he captained the one-day side. It's not about who hits most fours and sixes, it's who gets the most twos. Well, it's not now. It's about who hits the most fours and sixes.
Fours and sixes, and I think it's that power hitting, which has been a product of 2020 and franchise cricket. It's the power hitting at the death. Some of these balls that are going for six, I mean, good Yorkers, just getting smacked for six and picked up for six. So what is a good total defend? I don't think anyone really knows.
Goffey's wearing a staggering jacket today, isn't he? This is the real deal. It's like a blue and black wallpaper. No, it's a knockout. It's a
Penguin.
bomber.
It's Penguin.
Right. Okay.
It's brilliant. It's one of my favourite brands. I do love it.
I'm trying to paint the picture. It's sort of got a flower pattern. Is that fair?
Yeah, well, it's summery, isn't it? The sun's been out the last couple of days.
No, I didn't say it wasn't a good jacket. I said it was a staggering jacket.
It is.
Staggeringly good. It's a lot of courage, that, I would say. You probably had a driver here this morning. I bet you didn't come on the train.
No. Driver this morning. That's why I wore it today, and I won't wear it tomorrow when I'm back on the train tomorrow, so it'll be a plain jacket.
Did you buy it?
I've got a question for you. I've got a question for you now about England. Let's focus on England. There's no doubt, right, that at 2-1 up in the 2020 series, England would have thought maybe they have the measure of India in India. They are a fantastic side with a lot of options. But India came at them very hard and actually, in the end, sort of steamrolled them a bit.
Well, they walked it that last game. Absolutely walked it.
So what's the effect of that defeat to go down with those last two games, particularly, pretty convincingly, as you say, on the attitude today?
Well, what I will say is that India went into that series a little bit of arrogance, I think, because they did give debuts to quite a few players. They have brought some players into the squad, and he brought them in. He wasn't afraid to give them a chance. England went into it desperate to win that series. That's where I thought they were just going to win the series and then perhaps try a couple of the other players. It didn't work that way. Now, with this one, it looks like the 50 overs, because we haven't got a World Cup coming up, it looks like he's going to be give some players some game time. He's already talked about Billings coming in, Tom Curran getting another run out, and Moeen Ali, he's going to get a run out. We've all been desperate for Moeen Ali to get into the side. I think he should have been in the T20 side. He didn't play, not one game, but he's going to be in the 50 over side.
Yeah, I just think what would be very disappointing from an England perspective is that as the series went on, England got progressively worse, I thought, and India got progressively better. So let's make no mistake, India are in prime position right now going into this one-day series.
Yeah.
And I wonder if that has also led to Owen's, right, let's bring in some fresh faces, and because they'll be hungry and want to, make a mark.
To a degree, I think there's some cause and effect there, isn't there? India playing better and more competitively, and therefore England are held back a bit. Anyway, let's get a different view on this because it's time for the latest odds from 888 Sport.
Form focus on TalkSport 2 with 888 Sport. Predict the wins and draws in our free football predictor game. Up for 8, and you could win £8,000. Make your picks now at 888sport.com. Terms and conditions apply. 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org.
Sandra Di Michele is our man at 888 Sport. Sandra, good morning.
Good morning, Mark. How are you?
I'm really well, thank you. Excited to be here. I've always been a great proponent of one-day cricket, so I'm very glad that we've got the full 50 overs per side ahead of us today. Okay, first up, who are you making favourites?
Yeah, look, we do make India favourites for this, but very similar to the T20 series. It's pretty close between the two sides. We make India 8-13 to win this first ODI. England the 6-5 outsiders, and those prices haven't really moved at all off the back of England winning the toss. We did see big market movement in the T20 series. Every time the side won the toss, the market moved significantly. That hasn't been the case so far, but I suppose we'll learn a lot more at the end of this ODI as to the conditions and the benefits of winning the toss and either bowling or batting first.
And how much attention do you pay to Virat Kohli's view that actually conditions won't necessarily affect things later in the day?
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? The market seems to be agreeing with what Virat Kohli has to say, but I suppose we'll find out a lot more, won't we? Probably 15 or 20 overs in to this India innings. But it is fascinating that how little the market has moved off the back of England winning the toss.
Yeah, and on the subject of Kohli for a second, who's the market suggesting will be the leading run scorer?
Yeah, it is that man, Virat Kohli. He is the 5-2 favourite to be India's top run scorer, but plenty of talent in behind him in the batting. Rohit Sharma is 3-1 to be India's top run scorer. Shikhar Dhawan is a 4-1 chance. You've then got KL Rahul, who's an 11-2 chance, and Shreyas Iyer is a 13-2 shot. Okay,
and let's turn to the bowlers. Most wickets?
Yeah, look, it's pretty evenly matched across this England bowling attack at the moment. Adil Rashid 3-1, Tom Curran is also a 3-1 chance. Mark Wood 7-2, Moeen Ali is also 7-2, and then Sam Curran the 9-2 outsider of the 5.
In general, would you say there's less unpredictability than perhaps on previous tours of India, primarily perhaps because of the pitches?
Yeah, I think probably arguably because of the pitches. I think also because of the quality of the two sides, Mark. You know, we're talking about the two best sides in the world here in T20 format, in 50 over format as well, and as a result, the markets are pretty solid and we're seeing pretty competitive games between the two sides, slightly different from the Test series.
Sandro, brilliant, thank you. Nice to chat to you. Let's we'll keep an eye on it and see just how close you are to what happens at the end of the day. Those are the very latest odds with the 888 Sport. Gamble responsibly. 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org.
Sport 2 with 888 Sport. Call 8 results from 8 games and win £8,000 in our free weekly football predictor. Up for 8. Fall short and we'll still give you a £1 free bet for each correct pick. Terms and conditions apply. 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org.
Exclusive ball-by-ball commentary of the first one-day international, live from Pune.
Only on TalkSport 2.
If the thought of selling your car feels like, why not sell your car like a pro at motorway.co.uk? Motorway finds your best offer from a nationwide network of verified dealers. You can get up to £1,000 more than part exchange. Sell your car hassle-free without the drama. Go to motorway.co.uk and sell your car like a pro.
Motorway.co.uk.
Avoid the corridor of uncertainty with the best writers in cricket. As England take on India, the Times and the Sunday Times bring you all the ins and outs and the not outs. Catch in-depth analysis from our experts, including Mike Atherton and Sir Alastair Cook. Cricket, get the edge with the Times and the Sunday Times. For your 1 month free trial, visit thetimes.co.uk/cricket offer. T's and C's apply. Subscription automatically renews unless cancelled.
Responsibly sourced Arabica beans.
freshly ground to order, with organic milk. A McCafe white coffee, just 99p. And with the My McDonald's app, order 5 hot drinks and enjoy your 6th on us. Simple. Price and participation may vary. Terms apply. Free hot drink must be regular size. Ends 31st of December 2021.
We're here in Barry's garden. He looks to be on his betting app.
I think he's chasing his losses, Morrow.
What?
Barry!
He's tapped out! Barry's tapped out!
Before placing a bet, tap out. Take a moment. Avoid bet regret. Be gamble aware.
Philip Schofield here. Thinking of part exchanging your car? Hold your horses. Why not keep it simple instead? Buying without part exchanging could get you a bigger discount on your next car. No funny horseplay. To find out how much your car's worth in 60 seconds, enter your reg number now at WeBuyAnyCar.com.
Admin fee may apply. For more information, see WeBuyAnyCar.com/info.
This is TalkSport 2.
When your tenants have a burst pipe, superheroes crashing through the wall isn't going to help anyone. With Direct Line Landlord Emergency added to your policy, we're on it to send a rather super plumber in 4 hours and guarantee they'll use the doorbell. We can also assemble locksmiths, glaziers, electricians and drainage engineers. Search Direct Line Landlord Emergency. We're on it. Direct Line.
Residential properties. Optional add-on up to $1,500 per call-out. Extreme weather conditions may extend response time. Underwritten by UK Insurance Limited.
On DAB+.
Online,
On your smart speaker.
and via the TalkSport app.
That's what the crowd wants to see.
Exclusive ball-by-ball commentary of the first one-day international, live from Pune.
Only on TalkSport 2.
There's a bit of a long-term view strategically when it's involved, so that presents opportunities for the guys. Obviously the World Cup is a little further out than the T20s, so for the last year or so we've been giving guys opportunities to stake their claim and grow our squad as well. It's been a huge benefit both of COVID and prioritising one format in white ball cricket over the other. So it's great to see guys getting an opportunity today. Guys like Sam Billings, Tom Curran comes back in, Moeen Ali comes in for his first game in the tour as well. So exciting days for them.
Very happy, to be honest. Slightly different plans today for us. The weather's going to drastically change in the second half. The outfield is very, very soft, so we actually wanted to put the opposition into the field first. And it's a beautiful wicket as well to bat on. It's very hard, nice covering of grass on it, so I think it's a great opportunity for us to put some runs on the board. And then again, we have defended well in the T20 series twice, and we can carry that same confidence forward into this game as well.
Thoughts from the two captains there after Owen Morgan won the toss and put India into bat. We've heard a couple of comments that these are the best two one-day sides in the world, and Jared Kimber has more evidence to suggest so.
Yeah, Mark. Over the last 5 years, these two teams just stand out massively when you look at one-day cricket. England has been batting at a strike rate of 6.24 runs per over in the last 5 years. So they're the only team ever to have a pass score over 300, or an average score over 300. And their bowling has been going at 5.68. So every over they play in a one-day international, they are almost half a run better than their opposition, which is an incredible rate. And India's not far behind. They strike a little bit slower at 5.8 runs and over, but their bowling is even better than England's at 5.37, so they're worth 0.43 runs and over better than anyone else. So again, almost half a run and over. And just to compare that to Australia is one of the other best teams in the world. They're down at 0.1 run and over. But I've got some other good stuff for you here too, Mark. Since the 18th of December, India have now used 39 different players. If that was New Zealand, that would be most of the South Island, I think. I've never seen a team use so many international players. India have now used 39 players since the 18th of December. And just a little bit on their two debutants. Krunal Pandya, if you've ever followed TalkSport's coverage of the IPL, you'll be used to him playing for Mumbai. He is obviously Hardik Pandya's brother, and he likes to give it a big bash, and he bowls little sliders. And the other guy is not very well known, Prasith Krishna. who in 48 games in domestic white ball cricket has 81 wickets. And I remember talking to some people, some scouts in India not that long ago, and they thought he was one of the best wicket takers. He's just a right-arm seamer, but he takes a lot of wickets, so he's a huge strike bowler. And I would say that's why he's going to get his chance today to be the 39th player for India over the last couple of months.
And do you have a comparison with England? Say, how many used since the World Cup?
Oh, since the World Cup would be very, very interesting. Yeah, no, I can go in and have a look. But
but I'd be very interested, because I would say that even though England have chopped and changed a bit since the World Cup, it wouldn't be anything like 39.
No, that's across all formats for India, of course. But 39 international cricketers since the 18th of December is that would have to be unprecedented. I can't imagine anyone has ever done that before.
What would you have England at? 25?
Yeah, probably maybe 27, 28. But we'll have a good look at that.
There's no doubt that with sort of COVID and the split teams, there's more of a reason for it. But generally, I just want one more point, actually, to make to you that those who really know their stats will be listening to us and saying, but hang on, both India and England have lost their most recent series to Australia. So how can they be the best two sides in the world?
Yeah, well, I'm talking over the last 5 years. It's consistent.
Right.
Those were shorter series as well. But to be fair, Australia has a couple of decent players in their one-day team as well. But I think these are consistently, and by a long distance, the best ODI sides over the last 5 years.
Okay, Kate Cross joins us for the first time this morning. Kate, good morning.
Morning, how are you?
Yeah, very good.
Good.
It's great to see you. How much does the chop and changing affect a player? Do you think, arguably, in the modern era, when players are more used to it, it's less important?
Yeah, I think so. I think there's so much cricket around the world as well now that there's opportunity everywhere. If you're only playing 1 or 2 games in an international series, you've got the likes of the Curran brothers going over to the IPL, who will probably get 20 games on the bounce now. So yeah, I think it's for me, international cricket is all about stepping up to the mark when you're called upon, and that's ultimately your duty is to do that, and your duty to the team, and these guys are good enough to be able to do that.
And how much do players react to the toss? So would India players be surprised that, for example, that they're not taking the chance to bowl first because of this perception about the due, or would they listen closely to their captain and back his thinking, and vice versa the England players?
I think they all listen very carefully to Virat Kohli and pretty much hang on every word he says. So yeah, I think that the Indian team's a confident one coming out of the 2 series that they've had against England in the past couple of months. And we talked a lot about the toss in the 2020 series, but it kind of eventually got reduced. We didn't talk about that as much because the cricket did the talking. So yeah, I think it's just going to be hopefully a good game of cricket.
All right, thanks, Kate. We're right on the brink of the anthems. even without a full stadium, fairly emotive stuff out in the middle with the anthems. The television screen had close-ups of the players' faces. Owen Morgan quite enjoyed the fact that the audio at the ground gave a roar of approval after the national anthems. Anyway, much to talk about this morning. The news is that the toss was won by Owen Morgan, and he's put India into bat. Virat Kohli was pretty pleased with that decision, saying he actually would have chosen to bat first anyway. One or two surprises, one or two relatively unheard of names. Prasidh Krishna perhaps foremost amongst those, a quick bowler for India. Both the current players are in the side for England. I like Sam Billings in the middle order. Interesting if he can develop into the sort of finisher that England have talked about, and Ben Stokes will bat at 3, so there's no place for Liam Livingstone. Okay, we're ready to go, as is his wont, standing and ready to fire. Maximum impact is Andrew McKenna, and Kate Cross and Darren Gough will be with him.
Thank you very much, Mark. Yes, we're up and ready, and we're about to go for the first of 3 one-day internationals. The caravan has moved on to Pune, and India win the toss and will bowl in the first of these 3 games. Very interesting what Virat Kohli was saying at the toss, as the conditions will change later. As we're starting, it is 1:30 Indian time, and the temperature is in the low 30s, with the humidity that feels about 32, 33. In 3 or 4 hours time though, that drops pretty quickly. It gets down to a far more manageable mid-20s apparently, so maybe that's what Virat was referring to. The teams, let's quickly recap those. For India, it's going to be Rohit Sharma and Shikhar Dhawan opening the batting. Virat Kohli, Shreyas Iyer, KL Rahul is batting at 5 and keeping wicket. Hardik Pandya, Krunal Pandya, Shardul Thakur, Bhuvaneshwar Kumar, Kuldeep Yadav and Prasidh Krishna on debut, the same as Krunal Pandya for England. Jason Roy, Johnny Bairstow, Ben Stokes. You might remember Stokes' last one-day international. Yes, it was the World Cup final back in May of 2019. He's not played a 50-over international since then. Owen Morgan, Jos Buttler, Sam Billings, Moeen Ali, Sam Curran, Tom Curran, Adil Rashid and Mark Wood. So we're going to be underway, and as Mark said, no crowd in for this one. There will be no crowd for any of these 3 matches, sadly. So it's going to be self-generated atmosphere, I'm afraid. And it's going to be Mark Wood to come in for England and tear in first up. He did that so well during the T20 series. He has ball in hand, white ball in hand for this 50-over series. And England have made another change. They've reverted from their red T20 kit to the blue 50-over kit. So we've got both teams in blue. It's 2 slips. A point cover mid-off on the offside. Mid-on. Oh, I forgot we've got to wait for the 10-second countdown. Can't do anything before the 10-second countdown's happened. And we get 3, 2, 1 and 0, and Mark Wood is allowed out of the traps, and here he comes, right arm over the wicket, and there's some shape on that as he goes through to Jos Buttler. It was wide of off stump, and Rohit Sharma it was facing the first ball, allows it through. Goffey, nice start that one.
Yeah, a little bit of swing from Mark Wood. He bowled beautifully in the T20s, bowled with terrific heat, over 90, 95 miles an hour on quite a few occasions. He thinks he can get up to the 100 mark. I'm not quite so sure. If he's going to do it, it's going to be T20s, the longer form, 50 overs, where he'll have to bowl possibly 10 overs, where he hasn't got as good a record, has he, in the longer form. He tends to be a little bit expensive, and he doesn't pick up the wickets you'd like him to do.
Here he comes for ball number 2, right arm over. Again, just slightly back of a good length. Rohit's playing that round about rib cage height, dropping it into the onside. Kate Cross with Goffey and myself, and more of the same from Mark Wood from what we saw in the T20s then, Kate.
Yeah, just jumping on what Goffey was saying then, I think Mark Wood's got a really good opportunity this series to be England's strike bowler, to lead that attack. He's comfortably the most experienced out there, and obviously with Joffrey missing out then, I think he's got a lot to learn this series.
England in the blue kit then, and as Mark Wood comes in for the 3rd ball of the over. That's a good one. That's a play and a miss from Rohit Sharma, and there's very good wheels on that as it goes through to Jos Buttler. 143 kilometres an hour, pace and swing. That's a great combination.
Yeah, it's a good delivery, isn't it, from Mark Wood? Good rhythm. I say he got up some good speed in those T20s, and now he's got an opportunity. Kate's right. I mean, he's now got an opportunity where his record and the wickets he takes, you'd expect from a strike bowler to have more wickets in his wicket column with the games he's played. He's bowled everywhere from first change to second change, but now he's taking the new ball. First up.
And in he comes tearing in again. It's slightly straighter, this one. It's turned into the onside by Rohit Sharma. England can't prevent the single being taken. Sam Curran is the man stationed at mid-wicket. And India are underway. The fourth ball of the first over. Rohit with the single, which will bring Shikhar Dhawan down on strike. Had a bit of a go in the T20s, but not much of a look in. And he is now back in a form of the game that this is his 140th one-day international. 1700s, 30 50s with a best of 143. 143 sounds good as a best score until you compare it with his opening partner, Rohit Sharma's best 264. 2900s and 43 50s.
Well, there's definitely a battle for a batting to get in that batting lineup of India, isn't there? They've got some fantastic talent.
Oh, indeed. The left-hander is on strike then. Mark Wood stays over the wicket. Oh, that's an absolute snorter first up. It looked like it was a little bit of shape back in and then seamed away as well. Shikhar Dhawan makes the signal to Rohit. That internationally accepted single thought nipped away off the seam, down the pitch to the non-striker, and another beauty. This is a great start from Mark Wood.
Yeah, beautiful start from Mark Wood there, and that as an opening bowler, when you've got the new rock in your hand, you just want to make sure that you're challenging the batters early on, and especially against, you've just given those stats there, Macca, that you've got two world-class batters here, and England will be really keen to get one of them early.
Right, final ball of the over. We talked about it so many times during the T20. Finish well as well. Mark Wood goes in, takes Shikhar Dhawan on the thigh pad, will trickle out on the leg side. It's one from the first over. Cracking start from England. It's TalkSport 2, first of 3 one-day internationals. India put into bat by England, one without loss after one.
I'll tell you, we're going to give credit actually to England so far in the T20s, and obviously that first over there. Whoever he's had to bowl that first over, it's kind of delivered for him, hasn't he, Owen Morgan? Whether it be Rashid, whether it be Archer, whether it be Wood, we've been right on it from the first over, and that sometimes sets the tone. Well, it should set the tone, the responsibility of taking that first over. But Mark Wood there, pace was up, good shape, away from the right-hander, away from the left-hander. Good start from England.
So Mark Wood from the pavilion end is now going to be Sam Curran from the hill end. Just one thing, I did wonder whether Reece Topley might get a go in this side. Bearing in mind that the T20s was all about pace, pace, pace from England's point of view. They've got Mark Wood bowling pace, and I wondered if they might go for Reece Topley to sort of try and keep that pace going in this series, but he's not involved today.
Well, he didn't really get an opportunity, Sam Curran. He was bits and pieces, wasn't he, in the T20?
So here he comes. His first delivery over the wicket to the right-handed Rohit Sharma, who's played all around that one. Nitin Menon shakes his head for the LBW appeal. It was straight, but I think it might actually be high as well. England are actually going to get together and have a conversation about this. They've got 2 reviews in a 50-over international. Sam Curran shaking his head, and we get down to 0 without an England review, so there won't be one. But again, there or thereabouts first ball, which is all you can ask for, Goffey.
Well, yeah, there and thereabouts. Again, someone else who took the new ball, and it's a role that England's seen playing. I say when I were part of that coaching party over in New Zealand, it was very much a role they saw Sam Curran doing, taking that first over. We did it with Chennai Super Kings in the IPL, and now he's doing it with England.
He's in once again. That is the shape back into the right-handed road. That was a little bit too leg stump to start with, though, and it'll be flicked out to Tom Curran, who is doing duties out on the square leg boundary. So Rohit's got 2, and he has both of the runs that India have scored so far, and they're now just putting the mat down for the replay of the LBW shot, and it pitched outside leg and probably was going over the top. Other than that, good shout.
I think going back to the Reece Topley conversation, you'd have to substitute him for Sam Curran, and I feel like Sam's probably not done enough wrong or enough right at this stage to have lost his opportunity.
Spot on. He hasn't. He didn't really get that opportunity, did he? So I think they're going to give him a go. I think Reece Topley will get a run out in this series without a doubt. I think he'll play one of the games.
In goes Sam Curran once again. It's a shortish ball that Shikhar Dhawan will guide through the wide goalie position down to Adil Rashid at third man for a single, just angling the bat down to third man, and Shikhar is underway. India 3 without loss. I suppose Sam Curran's batting comes into it as well. What is it?
Well, he finished well, didn't he? In the last one, he had a few sixes right at the end when everybody was struggling against Thakur, but he seemed to tuck into him nicely, didn't he, in that last game? But like I say, I think this is an opportunity now for Sam Curran, because he's not really nailed down, has he, a place in this 50-over side. And I think it's the same with Tom Curran as well. I think both the Curran brothers, fantastic cricketers, and they've got an opportunity in these 3 matches to put their name on the starting 11.
Sam Curran in, and Rohit Sharma is turning this on the onside. It'll go past Owen Morgan at mid-wicket. In fact, it's Johnny Better, my apologies. He scoots off after this, and it's a single taken. A relatively quiet start. And in terms of what we've been watching in the T20s, Sam Curran's gone for 3 singles from 4 balls, India 4 without loss.
I think you could probably argue as well that Sam Curran's got a bit more to offer in the middle and the death overs, probably more than Reece Topley. I think Owen Morgan uses him in the T20 role to to bowl those overs as well, so I think that could have been a factor when it came into selection.
Curran is on his way, left arm over to bowl to the left-handed Shikhar Dhawan again, and Shikhar plays no shot of that one, allowing it through to Jos Buttler, and there is no run. India and England, should I say, have played before at Pune, 1 time in a 50-over international. Back in January of 2017, England batted first and made 350 for 7 and lost with 11 balls to spare, and they lost by 3 wickets. India knocked them off 7 down. Virat Kohli made 122, Kedar Yadav making 120 from just 76 balls. So a decent one there. Final ball of the over is no runs scored as Sam Curran comes in, so it's 2 overs gone here on TalkSport 2. India 4 without loss after England put them into bat. If you are just joining us, 8:10 this morning, this Tuesday morning, England have won the toss and put India in. Quick recap of the team for you. For England, it's Roy, Bairstow, Stokes, Morgan, Buttler, Billings, Moeen Ali, Sam Curran, Tom Curran, Adil Rashid and Mark Wood. For India, Rohit Sharma, Shikhar Dhawan opening up, then Virat Kohli, Shreyas Iyer, KL Rahul is down to number 5 and will keep wicket. Hardik Pandya, Krunal Pandya, Shardul Thakur, Bhuvaneshwar Kumar, Kuldeep Yadav and Prasidh Krishna. And here comes Mark Wood for the first ball of the 3rd, and Rohit Sharma's just standing at the crease and guiding it to 3rd man for a comfortable single. He goes to 4, India 5 without loss.
When do you reckon the last time that 2 brothers played in opposing teams in an international was?
Well, it's funny you should ask that, because Guy Swindles was asking that earlier on and has been doing some digging. So I am not going to steal Guy's glory. I'm going to let him answer that question when he comes onto commentary. And then I think Guy's on the 13th over. So don't go anywhere, folks, because that niche stat is on the way. Mark Wood in. Shikhar Dhawan allows this across his stumps and through to Jos Buttler, and there is no run.
What was the question?
When did the last time 2 sets of brothers play against each other? Sam Curran, Tom Curran against Hardik and Krunal.
Ooh, I might have played in it. Did I?
Why? Who are you thinking? Which sets?
Hollyoaks.
Okay.
And the Wars.
Hollyoaks and Wars. Good shout.
I've been looking up the Hussies and the McCullums. To see if they've ever done it, but I haven't found a game where they all played at the same time yet.
Mark Wood into Shikhar Dhawan. Oh my goodness, that's way too close to be cutting. It's actually gone right across the top of middle stump through to Jos Buttler. And, well, he's got himself in a tangle there. The best thing from Shikhar Dhawan's point of view is he's still there and he's not out. India 5 without loss.
My last guess, I'm going with the Flower brothers as well. They've got to have played against someone. Absolutely. Not sure, we might have played against them, the Hollyoaks against Zimbabwe, so that came in as well.
India had the Pathans as well.
Oh, yeah.
And there's the O'Briens. I mean, there's quite a few.
There is a few.
Yeah, but it's just trying to find all 4 in the same game at the moment.
Shikhar Dhawan has remarked his guard, taps his bat and now waits for Mark Wood. A little bit of wit from Mark Wood, and that will be hit away through points by Shikhar Dhawan. He's just guided it really rather than hit it. It arrived at 140 kilometres an hour, and Shikhar Dhawan moves to 5 not out. India 9 without loss.
Well, listen, it's been a good start by England. They've been pretty accurate, ball of good lines. But that's the first one, really, that Mark Wood's given a little bit of width to Dhawan. That we all know he's pretty good at that shot. We've seen it so many times around the world. He loves playing off the back foot, square of the wicket. And when you're bowling at 90 miles an hour, you get it slightly wrong, bat and ball, misses the field. Guess what? 4 runs.
It did go away. And
is it that hard? He's damaged the ball.
I was going to say, what the umpires, because it looks like, is that the quarter seam has just started coming away?
We'll keep that one.
Blimey.
Yeah, if I were Mark Wood, I'd say, I don't mind bowling with that one. We'll have that one for another 10 overs at least.
Yeah, it's just we're getting a close-up on the screen. There's a big old chunk of white leather has come away. So either it's hit the advertising hoarding on a join or something, or someone's trodden on it with a spike. I mean, it was quite unusual. But anyway, we are going to have to change the ball already. So from an England point of view then, Goffey, we've obviously had the T20s, lost that series, lost the Test match series. Owen Morgan's been talking about the fact this is not an after the Lord Mayor's show series, these 3 matches. It's important for England to come out of this winter with something positive.
It is. When you look at both sides, I think I say India in a more of an experimental mood. You look at the players they've left out in this game. I mean, Washington Sundar, Rishabh Pant, who's excited us all throughout the series. You've got Chahal, Siraj, who bowled really well in the Test match. Natarajan Rajan, who bowled brilliantly in Australia for them. And Yadav with a bat, who, what a fine debut he had, didn't he? And exciting. And then they've got Bumrah, Jadeja and Shami, who are not involved as yet, fitness-wise. And I think Jasprit Bumrah's got married, Andy, so they're giving her a bit of time off, personal space. And with England, they're missing Root, Archer and Wokes, who I think are 3 players that will get in the starting 11.
Wood goes in outside of Shikhar Dhawan's off stump. There's a full delivery, asking it to swing. It's 142 kilometres an hour, and the new nut didn't really do much. The first couple of deliveries have swung, but nothing on that one.
But I think England will want to go back, obviously, with a victory, a series victory, having lost the Test series after being 1-0 up. I think we all expected them to lose the Test series, but we all got excited, didn't we, when we were 1-0 up, as you always do.
Guilty, yeah.
The T20 series could have gone either way. I think, again, England got off to an absolute flyer, but just got caught, and India were the better team.
Mark Wood goes in. Shikhar Dhawan, I think, takes this one on the thigh pad. It goes down to short fine leg, and there is no single from the umpire, so Shikhar Dhawan gets the single. He goes to 6. India 10 without loss after 3 overs.
But realistically, this one could go either way as well. I think 2 very, very good teams. I think India would be slight favourites, even though they've made some changes. But it's a great opportunity for some of the England players in there. Sam Billings got an opportunity to nail down a place. Ben Stokes didn't really get going, did he, in the T20s or the Test series? He's now going to get an opportunity at 3, which we all know he's been desperate. He's desperate to open or bat 3, isn't he, in the T20s and the 1 days, and now he's going to have that opportunity.
I feel like everyone's desperate to open or bat 3 in white ball cricket.
Well, they are, aren't they? It's the only place to go. I mean, why would you want to bat at 6?
Sam Curran then for the 4th over. That's full. It's swinging away. Oh, Sam Billings
slipped on a fish.
It's Sam Billings at extra cover. The ball has just been hit to him at no real pace, and he's got his feet in a right old tangle, and he's ended up flat on his face on the floor. His feet have just gone out from underneath him, and well, fortunately he's all right, but he's going to be seeing that one on social media for a while.
Well, if you're going to wear them shoes, you're going to make sure you stay on your feet. He's the only one in the England team
with bright blue shoes as Sam Curran goes in outside of Shikhar Dhawan's off stump, and there is no run.
I could see you in a pair like that, Goffey.
There's no doubt I'd have probably had something like that.
Better match the top.
Match me top, yeah. Well, I've had everything. I used to have a green watch with suntan cream in it. Remember that one? I used to wear this watch. It wasn't a watch, it looked like a watch, but you lifted the top up and it had zinc in it. It was brilliant.
Sam Curran on his way. There's still 2 slips in place for England, and they're watching this one curve away outside of Shikhar Dhawan's off stump. Dhawan plays no shots, and it remains 10 without loss.
I once bowled in my sunglasses at Johannesburg. I'd just signed a deal with a sunglasses company, and I thought, I better wear glasses. I only wore them once to bowl in. I got a telling off from the coach because as I fell through, they fell off. He looked pretty clubby. He looked terrible. I've tried everything.
Shameless, absolutely shameless. Sam Curran in, that's full, straight. It's almost Yorker length actually as he gets to Shikhar Dhawan. He comes forward and pushes up to mid-off, and there is no run. So a nice tidy start from England so far. Of course, we all seem to be conditioned to T20, and you kind of expect it to be going at 9s, 10s and 11s. 2.7 and over at the moment is India, and that will do the job to set them up. Sam Curran is in. A little bit leg side as Shikhar Dhawan playing around his front pad, doesn't get anything on it, and it just bobbles out on the offside, and there is no run. The average first innings score, by the way, on this ground, to give you some idea, is 292 in 50 over cricket. Of course, it was the venue where the rising Pune Super Giants used to play, when there was still an IPL franchise, that is. They're not anymore.
Do you know what I always thought now about this game now is, but why don't they just try and bat like it's a test match, try not to lose a wicket, and then just slog the last 20?
Curran goes in, outside of off stump, and there is no run. It's 4 overs gone here on TalkSport 2. Commentary of the first one-day international of this 3-match series between India and England on TalkSport 2 with the Times and the Sunday Times cricket team. Of course, that includes Lizzie Ammon, Simon Wilde, and the former England captains Mike Atherton and Sir Alistair Cook.
See, what I mean by that is, but when you consider some of the scores that have been scored now in T20 matches, and this is 50 overs, it's almost like we're waiting, isn't it, for that final 20. But they play 50 over cricket now, especially England did, on good pitches, like it's a 20 over game anyway.
And to be honest, I'm glad they do. That way you don't end up with that horribly eggy middle bit that we used to get of push and prod around. Mark Wood's going to start the 5th over, and Rohit Sharma is solidly forward. A ball that's full, straight, quick and shaping away as well, and there's no run.
But I think with 50 over cricket, didn't we? We went through a period where people tried to attack those early overs. Obviously, when I started playing, 92 World Cup, 96 World Cup, and so on, so on. But now people are watching the first few overs. If there's a little bit of movement, they're not trying to go all guns blazing because they know they can play catch-up.
5th over of the innings, still 2 slips in place for Mark Wood as he goes in and bowls to Rohit Sharma, and that one is quick. There's some bounce and there's also a little bit of shape away. There's pretty much everything that you would want to see as a fast bowler, and that ball is just below 146 kilometres an hour. Jared Kimber is our analyst.
So last 5 years in the power play, Goffey, England have been striking at 5.8 runs and over, so they're going pretty quick. The next quickest is Sri Lanka, probably the Sanas Jayasuriya effect even now, 5.4 runs and over. Teams are just going slower and slower.
It's
the complete
changed,
opposite.
hasn't it? Is that because they know they can play catch-up and the way they play within T20 cricket?
I think India were one of the first teams I really noticed to do this. They moved down to about 4 runs and over at one stage.
Mark Wood in, and Rohit Sharma solidly in behind this, pushing out on the offside, no run.
And their idea was, if we've got gun batsmen and they're 20 after the power play, they're just going to keep getting quicker and quicker and quicker all the way through the innings. And it's, to be fair, been working for them. They're the second best scoring team in one-day cricket. So it's completely changed the way that teams think about the power play in one-day cricket.
Jared, when did we go to 2 white balls? Because would that have had an effect with that? Because you don't necessarily have to go as hard early, because if you've got a white ball at each end, each doing 25 overs, would that maybe be part of the thinking?
For 2015 World Cup, wasn't it?
So I'm just wondering about those last 5 years stats. Okay, well, maybe. Mark Wood, once again to Rohit Sharma. Oh, that's squared up. Rohit, he was looking onside then, and he's got himself in a tangle and has taken one, I think, on the back leg. There's no run anyway. It remains 10 without loss.
You could probably argue as well that the dynamic of team selections changed a little bit. You've got a lot more all-rounders coming in now who can hit at the death stages or the later middle overs. which again offers that kind of different approach to a 50 over game and how you tailor your innings based on the people that you've got batting 6, 7 and 8.
I think I did Rohit a disservice there. It's not taking him on the bat leg, it's taking him on the point of the elbow. It's actually come off the edge of the bat and then onto the back elbow and then onto the floor, and that is stinging. In fact, actually, it's drawn blood by the look of it. And the two bowlers on co-commentary at the moment both smile as if to say, yeah, like that.
It didn't hurt him till he saw blood. You never change from being a kid. You look, don't you? Oh, there's a bit of blood. It hurts.
In fairness, that one was the quickest that Mark Wood sent down this over at 148 kilometres an hour. So that is just shy of 90 miles an hour. That is going to smart a bit.
It's a bad place to get hit, that as well. I mean, that is a quick delivery. Flush. Just below the elbow, wasn't it? Just below the elbow.
I mean, in fairness, it wouldn't have made any difference to that, but it's interesting to note that Rohit Sharma doesn't bat with an arm guard. So many batsmen do, and particularly a guy as quick as Mark Wood. I mean, some of them have resorted to using those, they're like wristbands, aren't they? The old sweatbands with a bit of protection. He's got nothing at all. Both forearms completely bare, and the physio is currently stretching it out.
People go through stages in that. I mean, I went through not wearing any. Then I went through a stage where I wore one on both arms after I got hit non-stop after facing Alan Donald for a series. And then I went back to wearing nothing. No inside thigh, no arm guard, zip. Just an helmet and a thigh pad. And the same thigh pad for 15 years. Terrible. So you go in spells, and I think some people don't feel comfortable, do they, with an arm guard on?
To be fair, that wouldn't have hit his arm guard anyway. It was his,
no, exactly.
It was his back arm. Back arm?
Yeah.
Do you have a back arm when you're batting?
Well, if you side on, I mean, if you're Kim Barnett, you don't have a back arm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's your back arm.
His right hand, yeah.
Yeah, it's your back arm.
Well, I mean, what he will do, all the nerves and the sensors will be going. He's got the old Spidey sense going in the right arm at the moment. It's going to be tingling away like a good one. And he's still actually now got the hand out, stretching out the fingers. And it looks like there's a little bit of a shake on there.
Well, the best thing is, they've got Shahals out there doing the 13-man duties. He's brought an ice pack out, but instead of putting it on Rohit Sharma's back arm, bottom hand, he's putting it on his back of his neck.
He's just chilling out, isn't he? It's hilarious. He's just watching on and go, geez, this is nice. It's a bit hot out here.
Oh, did I bring this out for you? Sorry, mate.
It's there's 4 men round the bat at the moment, checking on the status of the Indian opening batsman. And well, good. I'm glad, after the T20s, we had some ridiculous hold-ups during the T20 series. I'm glad the 50 over series is going to carry on, because this has taken a good few minutes. We've been playing 26 minutes so far. We've managed 4 overs and 4 balls. Won't necessarily be a quick game, this one.
Also worth mentioning here that I spent so much time watching Indian cricket that I know their physio personally from the amount of time he's been in the middle. Far more than any of their players, since they've used so many players. That was a different physio. They've actually now tired out their physio. Maybe he's having a lay down in the other room.
Well, after the Australia series, it probably absolutely...
To be fair, they're rotating him. I think... what's the... Ravi Shastri. Ravi Shastri, I think, is having a break as well, isn't he? Yes, I think the bowling coach is in coaching duties. He's taken over.
Wouldn't want Ravi to be the physio.
Right, we're back underway, and where's Mark Wood putting this one? Full, straight, swinging away. Rohit well forward in that, covering it up. And there is no run. Mark Wood definitely getting some shape on this delivery for England. And he's bowling quickly as well. The slowest ball this over so far has been 141 kilometres an hour, and he's been up to 148.
Well, it's definitely a test of your ability to the longer form 50 overs, to try and bowl them speeds the whole 10 overs is going to be a big test for Mark Wood. That's been one of his problems, I think, over the years, when he's had to bowl more than 4 overs. He's found it quite difficult to play back-to-back games.
For the final time in his 3rd over, Mark Wood is in and beats Rohit with an absolute beauty. Through to Jos Buttler. The hands go up in the air for Mark Wood, thinking, how's he not nicked that one? But he hasn't. It's 5 overs gone for India. They're 10 without loss. You are listening to TalkSport 2.
We spoke in the T20 series about how canny Mark Wood can be. He might not necessarily have all the variations, but he uses his crease really well, and we just saw then he's just jumped wide of the crease and angled it into Rohit Sharma. Good start from him.
He does. It's a good point, actually. Mark Wood, I say he's not blessed with great slow balls, but the way he uses the crease, he has that jump out, doesn't he? It's
subtle.
He's like Bambi, isn't he, when he runs in, and then he just jumps out. But it does, when you're bowling at them sort of speeds and you jump out and bowl wide of the crease, especially when you've been swinging it away from the right-hander as well, it's a good option to have.
So Sam Curran to start the 6th over. Slightly short, slightly wide of off stump. Shikhar Dhawan for a moment was going to absolutely thrash that through the offside, but decided not to in the end, and it goes through to Jos Buttler, and there is no run. It's TalkSport 2, this 3-match series. Game number 2 is on Friday, and then Sunday to complete things. Now don't forget, of course, the clocks change on Sunday morning. We go to summertime. So it is a 9 o'clock first ball. Shikhar Dhawan is advancing down the pitch to this one from Sam Curran. Sam Curran digs it in short, and it's just dropped into the offside by Shikhar Dhawan, no run. So yeah, so 8 o'clock start, then 9 o'clock start UK time on Sunday. Although as far as India are concerned, it's exactly the same. So don't get caught out by the switch to summertime. Shikhar Dhawan just threatening to use his feet there. Is he going to try it again to Sam Curran, who's in? Pitching it up, taking on the pad. Big appeal from Sam Curran. He wants that one. Nitin Menon isn't having anything there either. But again, both England bowlers are getting some shape on this. Sam Curran is getting it to swing away from the left-handed Shikhar Dhawan. England have had a brief conversation. They're not interested in a review, but it's another good delivery from Sam Curran.
Top delivery. Probably a little bit high, wasn't it? Just from first look. Good shape, good length, good line. Yeah, a little bit high, wasn't it, I think. But great start from England. Absolutely. Fantastic. But you can see now the difference.
Curran goes in. Shikhar Dhawan uses his feet, gets a Yorker from Curran, so just squeezes it out on the onside. Tom Curran will do the fielding, and a single's taken. India go to 11 without loss.
But you can see what Jared was saying about how they're more watchful now, the Indian batsmen. If you can bowl well, get the ball in the right areas, bowl a good line and length, they'll be respectful and they'll watch it. It's not like we're talking 10, 12 years ago where they just used to run at that first 5 or 6 overs, try and get up to an absolute flyer, risk losing a couple of wickets. But now they want to keep all those wickets in hand because they know they can catch up as the innings progresses.
Rohit Sharma, the right-handers, down on strike for Sam Curran now. Curran is on his way. Rohit Sharma just allows this one to come to him. He drops it down into the, heading towards the slip region where Ben Stokes is the solitary slip now, but Jos Buttler will intercept, and there is no run. So Rohit has 4 from 15, Shikhar Dhawan 7 from 20, India 11 without loss.
You can just see Shikhar Dhawan just trying to use his feet and just put Sam Curran off his length a little bit, so he came down the track and Sam banged one into him, and then the next one that he came down the track to, he's just thrown him the Yorker, he's just thrown another slower ball in, so you can see Sam's reacting to how the Indian players are trying to negate his swing and seam.
In he comes once again. Rohit goes across his stumps and flicks him over fine leg, and it lands a yard inside the rope, and it goes away for 6. It's a ridiculous shot. It's a brilliant shot. It's 15 without loss.
Well, after being watchful and respectful of both these bowlers, Mark Wood and Sam Curran, who have bowled really good line and lengths, suddenly Rohit Sharma has had another block in it and decides to just do a little sweep to Sam Curran, who's been drifting the ball back into Rohit Sharma's legs, swinging back into him, so he just got that front leg down and just helped it on its way, overshot, fine leg, and away it ran for 4. 15 for none here on TalkSport 2.
That was a T20 shot. That was like a little lap paddle, but to be fair to him, fine leg was up inside the ring, so any bat on that, then it is going for 4.
The beautiful boundary 4 from Rohit Sharma. He goes to 8 from 16 balls faced, and that is his first boundary 4. And we'll start the new over with Mark Wood coming in over the wicket to Shikhar Dhawan. It's through to Jos Buttler. So I will move out the way as Mark Nicholas will take over the... Go on, quickly, go on, he's still got a mouthful of food. You got me.
I'm eating a banana and you've just done me. Kate, what do you do when they play just to describe that again, it's a fullish length, an off stump, and historically a very good delivery, and he's gone down on one knee and swept it for 6, or one bounce 4. What do you do? What do you think? How much pressure are you under for the next ball you bowl? It's a enormously demanding thing. Let's just watch this ball as Mark Wood steams in to Shikhar Dhawan. Oh, he bowls a good one, inside edge onto the pad. If he hadn't got inside edge, he'd have been in deep trouble there. Half forward was Shikhar Dhawan. Come back to Kate Cross. What do you do, Kate?
I think firstly you've got to be really clear with what you're trying to execute, and I think you've then got to be able to evaluate what you're doing as a bowler and kind of take the batter out of the equation. For me, Sam Curran was on top in that over, and that shot was forced. He's forced a boundary there, so I personally wouldn't be too displeased by seeing something like that, especially when you've got LBW in play. He gets that wrong. It doesn't look great if he's getting out playing like that in the 7th over.
Yeah, good answer. Sam did dominate the over, and therefore a risk was forced. Mind you, Rohit Sharma is a good risk taker. Here's Wood again. Looks nicely balanced on his approach today. Shikhar goes back and tries to part drive past cut off the back foot.
And I think so much in white ball cricket now, you as a bowler, you know your good balls are going for boundaries as well as more often than not your bad balls. So I think it's just being, like I said, being able to evaluate what you're trying to do, and if you're executing with your plan, then there's not much more that your captain can ask of you at that stage.
And therefore you need a strong mind, huh? You need to be able to cope with the moments where what you've done is exactly as you planned, but it goes wildly wrong.
Yeah, exactly, and I think we're more used to that now with the way that the game has moved on, and the way that the batters are playing. 10 years ago, you're not seeing a shot like that in the power play.
Welcome to all our TalkSport listeners as Mark Wood, a beautiful stroke from Shikhar Dhawan on the back foot with a great flourish in his follow through. He drives, cuts it, sort of what he was trying to do with the ball before but didn't get right, and it went for no run to cover. This time it just races to the boundary for 4 at square cover.
That looks like the shot he's waiting for from Mark Wood, the one that doesn't swing back in. He's bowled it a little bit shorter than the other deliveries that have swung back in to the left-hander, and it just creates a little bit of width for Dhawan to play that shot, which we all know he likes doing. He gives himself a little bit of room and cuts it through backward point. Fantastic shot.
Been no opportunities to drive today. In fact, the cut stroke has been the only offering. Twice now Mark Wood's been cut for 4. Now it is a drive. And the commentator's curse. Overpitched and hit not completely convincingly through wide mid-off because the bat face closed a bit, but pretty good from Shikhar Dhawan.
That was classic. A little bit too short and wide, and next ball you're pitching it up, aren't you? And again, goes back to that evaluation that I was just talking about. I think if Mark Wood had recognised he was just a little bit too wide on his line with the ball before, then you want to be challenging the batter a little bit more, and then he's just offered him that full ball to drive, which is batter's paradise, isn't it? So I've heard.
It was probably just that hint of width actually that allowed the shot as much as the length of the ball. Anyway, that's a good length and really well played by Shikhar, who's right back on his stumps, drops it down with lovely soft grip on the bat, drops it down and sprints through for the single. Rohit Sharma was alert to it. 7 gone, 24 for no wicket. We're saying goodbye to our TalkSport listeners, but we're with you on TalkSport 2, and we hope that you're enjoying our coverage of this, the first of 3 one-day internationals between India and England in Pune. All 3 of them in Pune, as indeed the T20s were in Ahmedabad. Great stadium, and as Virat Kohli pointed out at the toss, of course, when this is one of the stadiums that really rocks. You can't always put your finger on why a stadium has more atmosphere than another, but Pune is a fantastic, vibrant venue, and it's a shame there are no spectators in today.
Yeah, fantastic ground actually. Really pretty. Wouldn't mind playing there. Never got to play in Pune, but looks a nice ground.
It's got that sort of walkway. It's not a boardwalk, it's a concrete walk, but it's around the top of the seating, and so you get all the spectators in their seats, and then you get a lot standing up, walking around and watching the play, which adds to the bowl effect of the ground. It's not as attractive as the Aegeus Bowl, but that's the setup. The seats are blue, not white. That's the other point to make. We've got a little delay here as there's more treatment for Rohit Sharma's elbow. He got one that just bounced on him from back of a length a bit more than he thought. Now he's got a plaster over it. It drew a little bit of blood, but wow, there's only one place I can think of more painful than the elbow.
What's that?
This is all about imagination. We're creating pictures and trying to draw imagination from the listeners.
No, I agree with you. Elbow is the worst place. When you have an injury, which I've had in the past, Mark, and similar to what Jofra Archer's had done, and when you have to have an injection in that elbow, it's the worst place. I've had them in the knee, the elbows, the shoulder. I've had them everywhere.
Ouch.
But the worst place, without a doubt, was the elbow. There is no give there whatsoever. It's a shocker.
Oh, Matt's had a few jabs in his time. Matt's taking over from Kate. Thank you, Kate. Over to you, Matt. Tell us about pain and injections and all that.
I'll just throw one more in the mix. Achilles.
Oh, you would. Because you got so. How many injections do you have in your Achilles?
9 in my right and 8 in my left.
Oh, can you imagine, folks? A mere 17 Achilles injections.
Bear in mind, you only meant to have 2 in any one tendon. I think it was, a bit overkill, but.
And you still cycle? No problem with your cycling?
It actually helps, to be honest. It's running is a challenge, that's for sure.
But you've long given up running. That would be childish of you to run.
It would be. That's my excuse anyway. Write that one off. Can't run.
Oh, Maddie. Okay, we're ready to go. It's Shikhar Dhawan who'll be on strike. We're into the 8th over of the innings. Here's Sam Curran. And that's well stopped. Nice diving half stopped and a parry, and actually a throw from the guy at cover, who is Jason Roy, because he spotted Rohit out of his ground at the non-striker's end. The throw missed the stumps, but it was a good bit of alert thinking from Jason Roy.
Was this a catch?
Oh,
it was.
It was too.
It was. That one on the back foot cut shot, and it carries to Roy at backward point. Just parries it round the corner.
Almost 2 wickets off the same ball. Diving fielder at backward point. That's left alone as it swings away from Shikhar Dhawan. Shikhar hasn't had much cricket of late. Played very well in the IPL in the UAE. Yeah, look at this. Well, you can't look at it. I can, because I've got a screen here. But a parry at backward point by... Who's it by?
Jason Roy.
And so it was Jason who picked it up and threw as well, was it?
Oh, no. He parried it to, I think it must be, Owen Morgan, maybe?
Yeah.
It'd be an extra
Okay,
cover.
I've got it now.
Billings.
Apologies, but we're working off the TV pictures here, and Shikhar Dhawan goes back to a length ball and works it to square leg for a single. He looks very comfortable on the back foot, so England might look to get it a little fuller to him, perhaps with that swing, but yeah, we're working off the pictures we get, and the diving Roy was the one who ended up parrying. He dived to his left side with both hands getting to the ball, but he parried it, didn't grab it, so the chance went down, and it was Morgan who flung it at the non-striker's end and had a crack at running out Rohit Sharma, but neither attempt to take a wicket worked, so it's 25 for no wicket. We're halfway through the 8th over at Pune as Sam Curran, with the top part of his hair dyed blonde, he steams in now and bowls pretty good ball that swung back at Rohit Sharma and Iota, and Rohit sort of punched it to mid-on, but for no run. Yeah, Sam's had a real good die job there. He's cut it short at the sides and then got a strong, not quite a platinum blonde, but a strong blonde effect on the top. Wipes his brow. England back into their pale blue, the powder blue, the baby blue, whatever you want to call it. Sky blue perhaps would be best of the lot. Into the colours that won them the World Cup, of course, at Lord's in 2019. One of the most extraordinary days of cricket any of us have ever seen. Curran bowls again and beats Rohit outside off stump. Feeling for the ball was the batsman, uncharacteristically. No definition in the shot, and almost, I think, a bit frustrated by Curran, who's bowled extremely well at him.
He has. He's just got a bit of movement. That was a little leg cutter, rolling the fingers across the seam. Actually gripped a little bit in the surface. There's been the odd little bit of movement. Bit of swing early on from Mark Wood. As I say, that cutter's just gripped into the surface.
Yes, I don't think at the moment it is the easiest pitch to drive the ball on.
I agree.
And that's why you don't want to bang it in short, because it sits up more. And it's a good stop at mid-on. Another punch drive from Rohit Sharma. Owen Morgan dives at mid-on and does the fielding. He's got this habit, does Owen Morgan, of wearing two hats. So he takes the bowler's hat and he puts it on his own hat, the baseball hat. And then he's also got two pairs of shades on at the moment, because he had his own shades and then presumably Curran shades, I suppose. Curran now has his own shades and hat.
Is that not due to COVID and the umpires not being allowed
That's
to
right,
hold the
they're
caps?
not allowed to, so that it's got, and they don't put it in the hole in the ground either, so someone else has got to take it. On a lot of grounds, well actually on most grounds I'd say now, Matt, there's at one end, both ends behind the wicket keeper, there's a hole dug, isn't there, then covered by AstroTurf where the helmets go. But I've never seen them used for hats and sunglasses.
No.
26 for no wicket. Rohit Sharma has 9. Shikhar Dhawan has 17 here in Pune, the first of the 3 one-day internationals. You're listening to commentary with TalkSport 2, the Times and the Sunday Times. Lizzie Ammon, Simon Wilde, Michael Atherton, Alistair Cook, all part of that Times and Sunday Times team. Rohit Sharma, one of the great natural talents in the world game. Not been at his most fluent yet today, but I dread to bring that curse upon him. 9 from 19 balls are unusual stats for Rohit. As Wood comes in again and bowls a beautiful Yorker, dug out by Rohit Sharma, comes off the outside edge, flies to slip, and nothing comes of it for England from a ball that on another day might well have knocked him over.
Yep, and it looks like, I mean, it's flown off the outside edge, not catchable, sort of just along the ground, and it looks like it's hit Ben Stokes right in the shin. He's gone down now. Obviously very funny to everyone else. Bairstow and Butler having a good laugh. Not so funny for Ben Stokes though.
Yes, through his fingertips, as he just took his eye off the ball probably, and through his fingertips and smashing into his shin. He's down ready again, and that's nicely played, but not with any timing. Lovely forward position, Rohit Sharma, to a full ball that swung an iota from Wood, and he really sort of crouched and leant into the stroke but didn't get his timing, and so it went to extra cover for no run.
I mean, Sharma obviously got that bad knock on the back elbow from a very fast Mark Wood delivery, and pain aside, the one issue you do have as a batsman with that back elbow, obviously your bottom hand comes into play. For some reason your hand goes numb and you really struggle to feel the hand on the bat. You saw him sometimes actually punching the ground a little bit to just try and get some feeling back into his hand. So if he looks a bit of out of rhythm, that might be one of the reasons.
Wide of the crease comes Mark Wood, really wide of the crease, almost to the return crease. He bowls a ball that fires in on the angle to Rohit, who defends it half forward. It's a good point you make. You know, the top hand controls the stroke and the bottom hand provides the power. So it might be difficult for Rohit if that pain sort of is coursing through his arm and down into his hand, as you point out. England with a pretty orthodox field, a couple of slips, 3 in the cover ring, 2 on the leg side, long leg third man. Woods bowled fast and well with a bit of swing today. Here he is again, and that's just over pitched, and lovely fielding. Oh, brilliant fielding. A throw from the ground. I'm thinking Tom Curran, I don't know, but I'm thinking Tom Curran. A dive to his right to make the stop, and then while on the ground, a direct hit. England have asked the umpire to have a look, which he does, as there's a little appeal. They don't think he's run out, but the third umpire's going to check it.
Stand back.
It is Tom Curran, and it is brilliant. The batsman isn't out. He's in by, well, a foot and a half, I suppose. So no problem for Shikhar Dhawan, but a real sign of fielders who are concentrating, athletic. Very good from Tom Curran. Here's Wood again. And this time he drives over extra cover. Well, he just threw caution to the wind. Literally, I think, threw the bat at the ball there.
Yeah,
4 runs.
No sign of that elbow injury on that shot. Rohit Sharma as Mark Nicholas says, throwing caution to the wind on the up. It wasn't a full delivery by any stretch. Sharma stands and delivers. So he picks the ball up on the up, check drive over extra cover, away for a boundary.
Do you think he just opened the blade of the bat on purpose, or do you think because of the length of the ball it opened? Because he could have easily picked out extra cover all mid off there, couldn't he? It was a lovely catching height, sort of stomach height. Anyway, he gets 4 for it. I think the blade just sort of opened as he played. He came up and out of the shot a tad, actually. Here's Mark Wood again. And that's a beautiful straight drive. There's no stopping that. That's just over-pitched, half-volley length, and Rohit Sharma is a master of that stroke.
Yeah, if the first shot was slightly belligerent, this was all class. Absolute class that you expect from Rohit Sharma. Along the floor the whole way. Just a classic on drive. Full delivery. Uses Mark Wood's pace. Punches it straight back past the stumps. Another boundary.
And a thrilled Indian dressing room. The camera went straight to Kohli and the rest of the boys, and their animation is clear to see. Oh, England will be worried about Rohit now. I wonder if no, I don't suppose Owen Morgan will be kicking himself, because it's not what he does, but he probably gave Mark Wood one more, didn't he, because he'd seen the threat with the swing, but that was his least good over, and indeed his most costly. 34 for no wicket from 9. A rate of just a tad below 4 and over. Mark Wood had bowled 4 for, I think it was 14, and he's ended up with 5. Well, I imagine he's ended up in his first spell with 5 for 24. Here's Sam Curran then. Balls to Shikhar Dhawan. It's a good ball, nice and straight. Shikhar works it leg side, just sort of drops his wrists on it actually, and it goes out into that vast space, because square leg had gone back to the boundary for that ball. Whether that was a double bluff for the bouncer or not, I don't know. Game's just sort of simmering, yet to really come alive, as the two sides are just sort of like an early joust.
Yeah, you sense the Indian batsmen have assessed the conditions and thought, you know what, actually, let's not lose wickets. Let's just not lose wickets needlessly, try and attack too much. There's a little bit of movement, maybe a little bit of inconsistent bounce or pace of bounce.
And now Rohit Sharma goes to pull a short ball. It gets an under edge down to long leg, and there's a single in it for him. Yeah, I mean, that was a conversation that Macca and Kate were having a bit earlier about Macca made a really good point about the 2 white balls and whether that had changed the way people played at the beginning of the innings. A, because there was a bit more movement, and B, because it was easier to hit that white ball. You could see it better, and it had remained harder a little later in the innings. When you only had 1 white ball, it tended to go soft and grey and was harder to hit in the last 10, partly because you couldn't see it and partly because it was soft. Now, with 2 new white balls, they only have 25 overs of use, as Dhawan nudges that to mid-on for another single, mid-on a bit deep, and so it's suddenly looking a tad easier for India than it did even 10 minutes ago. But I suppose equally on flat decks, Matt, the 2 new white balls are easier to hit early on. If there's no movement, they come onto the bat better in the subcontinent.
Yeah, they certainly do. But as you say, if there is any movement or any swing, you're getting it at both ends. So sometimes, and that's the ability and the skill of the batsman to assess the conditions.
Another single off a length ball, work to leg side. England have put people back, and there are singles available everywhere, and so therefore there's a sense of the batsman cruising a bit more than the bowlers at this stage. And cricket games have this a lot, these ebbs and flows. The waves roll in and they roll out again, and sometimes they're in favour of one team and sometimes the other. And it's one of the reasons you have to be patient with cricket, because you might get 4 or 5 overs of this and then suddenly a burst of activity. Here's Curran again, and Shikhar goes back to try to play a late cut, a back cut if you like, but the ball gets a bit big on him, and so he doesn't get much on it. Third man is up, so he's liking that gap between Gully and third man. Gully's back on the edge of the circle, so there are opportunities to score there, so Curran will have to be very careful of bowling a little too short and allowing that cut stroke. It's rather an odd field actually, with so many people up on the offside. In fact, the only one back is is sweeping, but there's 4 saving a single and a slip on the offside. Here's Curran again, and now he pulls to the man out at deep square leg, and there's a single for it. Moeen Ali does the fielding. Nice to see Moeen Ali back in England colours. 39 for no wicket from the first 10 overs of the first one-day international between India and England in Pune. Matt Pryor is alongside me, and do you look wistfully on your tours to the subcontinent? It's a fantastic place. I know there's no crowd in there today, so it's nothing like the atmosphere. Well, it just isn't the atmosphere, but it's a fabulous country to tour. Well, they all are, all the subcontinental countries.
Yeah, an incredible place to play cricket. They just love it, don't they? They absolutely love it. From the minute you land in India, the beaming smiles of people just so excited to watch India, their beloved team, take on, whether it is in England or in Australia or whoever it is. They just love watching cricket, and you can't help but be absorbed by that and sort of carried along. I mean, it's the only place in the world we would have 20,000 people just camped outside the hotel waiting for Virat Kohli to open his curtains and wave or something. It was almost like pop star culture, and that's really, certainly in England where football's considerably the main sport. You go to India and it's completely different. I mean, cricket is the number one by a country mile, and it takes a bit of getting used to as well. I mean, the noise in the ground, usually when the crowds are in, and it's the only place I played where you were literally having to scream at first slip just to get a conversation or orders or anything else, because the noise from the crowd was just so loud, particularly when certain players, Sachin Tendulkar, walks out to bat. I mean, it was deafening, absolutely deafening, but fantastic experience.
And that's the case, of course, now with Virat and to some extent Rohit. Tom Curran, after more treatment, by the way, for Rohit Sharma's elbow, Tom Curran with a black bandana around his head, he could be Captain Jack Sparrow's sidekick. In he comes now to bowl, and he beats Shikhar with a beauty, right on a length, angling across him. Not a perfect start, of course not, because it didn't hit off stump, but it didn't miss off stump by much. Lovely start from Tom Curran, with his hair grown quite a lot longer from his recent stars. The Currans go through some hairstyles.
Yeah, not my strong topic.
No, but
he's gone the opposite to his brothers, and his Sam's gone short and bleached, and
you can't
Tom's
play
gone
with
long
what you
dark.
haven't got, can you, Matt?
Quite.
Simple as that. Here's Curran again, pumping those arms. He's got that distinctive approach. Lowers his upper body, bent at the waist, pumps his arms, bowls on a length, and to that ball Darwin went back and got that easy single out to the square leg sweeper. 40 for no wicket now. And yeah, Tom is a really, when Tom's at his best as a medium fast bowler in one-day international cricket, he offers you a lot. He moves the ball, he's accurate, he's got a great temperament, and he's very good at the death. Of course, all of those things are dependent on form. Bowling at the death isn't something that everybody nails every match throughout their career. They'll have good periods and bad periods. Tom again now, and a little, just a bit wider, and Rohit plays it down, half a cut shot to backward point, where Jason Roy falls to his right, does the fielding, and there's no run. And we discussed that thing about the two brothers. I think Kate brought it up. Have two sets of brothers ever played against each other? Hardik and Krunal Pandya for India, and Tom and Sam Curran for England today. Happy and proud parents, of course. Curran again. Nicely played by Rohit Sharma. Even though it looks as if it's an outside edge, he's actually in complete control of that stroke. Just drops the bat on it, doesn't go on through with a shot, gets a single from ball outside off stump.
The last game I've been able to find so far is the McCullums versus the O'Briens. So New Zealand versus India. New Zealand versus Ireland, in fact, in T20. I think there's some others. There was 3 pairs of brothers who played for, in one Zimbabwean game, apparently.
Right. There's another ball at leg stump, which is worked at square leg, this time off the back foot by Shikhar for a single. Yeah, the Zimbabwe has had a lot of family connections, hasn't it? Fathers and sons, like, He's Streak's dad, Dennis Streak, played, and the Flowers, and there's all sorts of family connections in Zimbabwean cricket.
Flowers, Strangs, I'm not sure what was the other one. Is it Williams of recent time? I think might have both played as well. There's quite a few
that rings
there.
a bell, yeah. Zimbabwe. Did you ever come across Kevin Curran, Matt? We'll come to that in a minute as Tom bowls a beauty, nips back. He appeals, but then withdraws the appeal as it beats Rohit Sharma, really zipped back off the seam. And I think the noise probably was clipping Rohit's thigh as it roared through to Jos Buttler.
Yeah, again, a bit of movement. There's a little bit in the surface, a little bit in this wicket. Kohli mentioned the outfield was soft. And if the pitch is a little bit soft, just a few indents. But yep, that's nipped back off the seam and just clipped the inside thigh pad and through to Buttler.
Good start by Tom Curran. Did you ever come across Kevin, his dad?
I didn't actually, no.
He bowled about. He was very good cricketer, very feisty and competitive guy, and he bowled about Tom's pace. Maybe could bowl a little quicker. Loved bouncers, loved the fight.
Yeah.
Used to bat very aggressively.
He was
brilliant fielder.
Northants.
Yes, and actually Gloucestershire for the main part of his early career, and then switched to go to Northants with Annan Lamb.
Graham Swan always used to speak very highly
fantastic.
of him as a person, certainly.
Yeah. Here's Sam, and well taken by Jos Buttler. The ball banged into the surface. Oh, I think that's a harsh wide. It ended up wide. The problem there was that Shikhar Dhawan had danced down the wicket at Curran, so he decided to bang it into the pitch to upset him, and then he gets wided for it. It's a judgment call, subjective by the umpire, and he's a very good umpire, this guy. Nishish Menon, he really is. He's had a terrific series, both test matches and short form. Curran again, and now a more typical Shikhar Dhawan cut stroke. Sweepers back, so England are controlling the boundaries. There were those back-to-back boundaries of the last two balls bowled by Mark Wood, hit by Rohit Sharma, but we've just seen the replay actually of that bouncer, and probably it was the right decision. I give the umpire full marks. It just sort of went a bit like a tennis ball.
It did, yeah, it flew through. Great take from Buttler as well, one-handed. Had to get up the ladder a little bit.
Keeping well, isn't he?
He is keeping
generally,
well. Yeah, he's gloving it very well.
Gloving it is Curran again. Number 58 in his back was a full ball. Rohit Sharma, who has to reach a little outside off stump to guide it to third man for a single. 45 for no wicket. We're into the 12th over of the first ODI between India and England, and it's I was going to say it's even Steven, but now I'd give it to India. I think no wickets down, having survived the movement of the new ball.
Yeah, I was just about to say, on one hand, England will be pleased that it's, the run rate's only 3.9 currently, but they definitely want a couple in the wicket column, I think.
England have been able to drop fielders back, of course, now that we're out of that first power play, and that's a lovely stroke by Shikhar Dhawan, who angles it down to third man, and he does it really late off the back foot, and he gets two for it, finding a space where there doesn't seem to have been one for a while. England's athleticism in the field is now being shown up by the cameras, but a catch has gone down, which is always frustrating. Actually, one I think Jason Wright would probably take a lot of the time, diving to his left.
Definitely. It's one of those that looks a tough chance, but really he'd be disappointed.
Yes, it's such a nice catching height, isn't it?
Yeah.
And again, Curran very straight, and again it's worked a square leg. That's a carbon copy. Shikhar Dhawan gets another single to square leg. It goes Curran, Dhawan, Moeen Ali, Buttler, and back to the bowler, and we've seen 5 or 6 of those already, haven't we? All in harmony with each other. 48 for no wicket now. Rohit 21, Dhawan 26. He bubbles, this guy, and Rohit Sharma is such a special player. Shikhar Dhawan's a very dangerous player, I've got to add. But Rohit can go big as he late cuts down to third man, another single. Rohit's made double hundreds. in one-day international cricket.
His one-day stats are they're ridiculous, quite frankly, and double hundreds in one-day cricket, and I think it shows. You watch him batting now, there's absolutely no panic. He goes to 22 off 32 balls, which you could argue in this day and age is a slow start, but he has so much belief in his ability to catch up later on in the innings. Just get through the tricky bit, and later on I know I'll cash in, catch up.
Forward goes Shikhar Dhawan, pushes it to point. There's no run, 12 gone, and India are 49 for no wicket. I think I'm done. And Guy Svendals is going to take over.
Thank you very much, Mark. Morning, everyone. Morning, Matt. Interesting start. Good to see a real battle. Bowlers have bowled well, but I think it's been mentioned several times, and quite rightly, that wicket column, as you mentioned in the last over. Where are England going to get the wickets from, you feel, at the moment? Is it the time to turn to spin?
Well, I was going to say, I think it's spin. I think you've got to just change the momentum slightly. I think Owen Morgan on one hand would be happy. He's kept control, which is crucial in the early stages, but how do you change the momentum? How do you change the rhythm? All the bowlers, Mark Wood, obviously, the fastest of the lot, but it's all been a bit samey.
Well, it's going to continue to be Tom Curran, right arm over, and that's guided into the covers, but a very fine stop means that there is no run. Jason Roy diving to his left, who has had plenty to do in the field so far today, Jason Roy, and done largely very well indeed. That's another good dive to his left.
Guy, come on, you've been keeping our listeners waiting now for, 12.1 overs. To the brothers.
The brothers are.
Do you have the answer for
I
us?
have Gary to thank for this. The Husses and the Akmals played in Sharjah 2012 in the ODI series. So there we go. That is officially, I think, the last time two sets of brothers played against each other.
Which Akmals?
I know there are umpteen Akmals, but
I'm assuming it was Umar and Cameron.
Yes, I think so.
Not the Trevor Akmal, if you will.
Currans have got movement all day from the surface. Well, I say all day. Tom's only into his second over, but he's hit his straps. Bowling a
good
great
bounce
area
too.
Good bounce, bit of nip, bit of movement off the seam.
Well, that's the kind of ball that puts a few question marks into the batsman's mind. And well bowled Tom Curran. Both Curran brothers bowling well. Oh, and that's pitched up a little more and traps Rowett in front. No LBW shout, but again, a moral victory as far as the bowler is concerned.
Yeah, started very well, and I think, one thing I'm sure the listeners will be aware of is that these two Indian batsmen will be assessing these conditions all the time. They'll be relaying back to the dressing room as well. Communication within teams is crucial. Right, what is a pass score? What's a good score? What's the target we're looking to get? So even though there's two out in the middle, the whole team knows what the plan is.
Then comes Tom Curran again, right arm over. That's tucked away to mid-on without any real power. Mid-on set on wide so far. So the 50 partnership coming off 78 deliveries. But the brother conversation got quite interesting because there have been brothers who have played for other different countries as well. Oh, and there's an edge, and it goes past Ben Stokes at slip. And in the end, it's third man who does the fielding. Stokes didn't have a chance, but another wonderful delivery as far as Tom Curran is concerned. Had the batsman in all sorts of trouble, but he gets away with it, does Shikhar Dhawan.
You're talking about the Pattinson brothers?
There was the Pattinsons, and I'm also going back to 1892 because you kind of need to do that sometimes. And in 1892, there were two brothers who played for England, the Alec and George Hearn, while their brother Frank played for South Africa.
Did you, Maddie, did you play in Darren Pattinson's test?
Oh,
I thought you were going to say, did you play in 1892?
That was Headingley, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that.
When Michael Vaughan wasn't sure who he was as he turned up to Sorry, who have we picked?
No, I didn't play in that one.
Was that must have been 08, must have been
yeah, it was sometime around then. It was Geraint still keeping them.
It was 08, Tim Ambrose, I think it would have been. Was it against South Africa?
Yeah, I
New
think it
Zealand?
was South Africa, wasn't it?
Yeah, I missed that series.
Ben Stokes into bowl, right arm over, tucks up the batsman. Shikhar, who just plays it back towards Stokes. No run. The score remains 51 without loss. Yes, the Pattinson brothers, one for England, one for Australia. Ben Stokes, is there pressure on Ben Stokes as a bowler? Possibly not as a batsman in this form of the game. We've seen him win matches single-handed, including World Cups, but he's in again. Just outside off stump, played out by Shikhar, no run. But England need his pace, you feel?
They do, and I think Ben Stokes is that person now for England that I think we've got to be slightly careful. You know, he is human, and he can't do it every single time he gets the ball, every single time he walks out to bat. You know, he's certainly got to perform. He's got a job to do for his team, absolutely. Is there pressure on him? Well, only the pressure that an expectation he would have.
Now this time the batsman actually comes down the wicket to Ben Stokes, flicks it away into the leg side, and they're able to trot back for a couple. So in the end, nicely played. Moeen Ali back in the side, and his throw nicely over the stumps, but can't stop the double, and India move to 53 without loss. Shikhar moves to 29 from 44 deliveries. Rohit Sharma 23 from 37.
I think the fact that Stokes has come on rather than a Moeen Ali or a Dil Rashid shows that Owen Morgan, the England captain, is actually pretty happy with how things are going. Feels that there is some movement in the wicket, and he's probably best option of getting a wicket is to keep the seamers going. You know, and England have kept control. You know, under 4 and over, you'd certainly take that, but they do want wickets.
Stokes in again, and that's short, and it's pulled away and does go for 4. It's played very fine indeed, and it's played very finely indeed. And Shikhar makes sure that he picks up his 4th boundary and moves to 33. India 57 without loss.
Yeah, nice shot this from Dhawan. Ben Stokes, there is bounce on the surface. Absolutely, there is bounce. Ben Stokes slamming it in, and the ball rises sharply, but Shikhar able to just ride it. Sort of paddle hooks it round the corner, beats fine leg on the inside. Away for another very well played boundary.
Stokes in again, and that's tucked away from round middle and leg. Not middle though. Jos Buttler trots out to pick the ball up as it goes to backward point. It's actually a leg bye, and India move on to 58 without loss.
Mark Nicholas mentioned it was sort of a consistent theme where whoever's bowling to Dhawan, it would almost go into his hip. He would knock it out to deep square leg, but that is the plan because Shikhar Dhawan is so strong on the offside. He loves staying leg side of it and playing his arms, hitting through cover, hitting through gully. So England's plan to him will be to keep him really tucked up.
Ben Stokes in again to Rohit Sharma, and he beats him outside off stump. It's through to Jos Buttler. A purse of the lips from Rohit Sharma and from Ben Stokes. Jared Kimber.
So Ben Stokes, he hasn't played any one day since the World Cup final, so let's not worry about his recent form, Guy. But in 2018 and 2019, he played 34 matches, he bowled in 31 of them, and his bowling average was 53. His problem really has been wickets. He's going at about 5.8 runs and over, which I think if you have an attacking all-rounder, you're kind of okay with him going for a little bit more runs. But he just, for whatever reason, just hasn't been able to find any one-day international wickets. And it's not just a very recent thing. It goes back quite a long way. And I think it's perhaps he doesn't play a lot of one-days because he gets rested so often and comes in and out the side. So it could have something to do with that. But he's just struggled to find wickets in the one-day format.
Thank you, Jared. Well, you're listening to commentary of the first of 3 one-day internationals between India and England on TalkSport 2 with the Times and the Sunday Times cricket team writing with an edge. Joining us now too, Kate Cross, with the match nicely poised at 58 without loss. Rohit Sharma 23 not out, Shikhar 33 not out. Kate, thoughts?
Morning, everyone. It's just not much happening, is it? It's just a nicely poised game at the minute. I think England have bowled all right. They've there's not been many wicket-taking opportunities, but I think they've bowled quite well in the circumstances, and you've got Rohit Sharma and Shikhar Dhawan just almost being quite cautious and looking to bat some time.
It's quite a strange feeling, though. You're almost waiting for the storm. You're thinking, when are they going to tee off? When are they going to go and really begin to start cranking it up? Because we've had 14 of the 50 overs now. We're well over a quarter of the innings completed. But I guess the way these two can do it, it could be any moment. But just when do you go?
Yeah, and I think that obviously the only thing we haven't seen so far is a bit of spin. So I think Matt touched on it earlier. When Owen Morgan looks to bring spin on, I think is going to be the point where he feels that England really need to take control of the innings.
Well, certainly it was good first up. Mark Wood's figures, 5 overs, 1 maiden, didn't take a wicket, but just 24 runs, and Sam Curran bowled 6 off the trot, and he also bowled a maiden, nothing for 22. Really good figures from Sam Curran.
Yeah, he's impressive, isn't he? He's for me, he's a real talent. He's going to be, I think I mentioned this in the T20 series, but he's going to be a real cemented part in this England team moving forward in the white ball series. The one thing I will mention, which spin will play a big part in, is that the over rate so far is not particularly great. We're having a drinks break at the minute, and I think there's only 14 overs gone so far. And Andrew McKenna came up to me very, very angry earlier and said 11 overs in the first hour.
Yeah. In you'd be crossing that in a test match, but in a 50 over game, this is not a clever run rate, over rate. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, and it's been spoken about as well, hasn't it? A lot of Virat Kohli and I'm pretty sure Owen Morgan had to take a bit of a pay cut because of the slow over rates in the T20 game, which is supposed to be the quickest format of the game. But yeah, we've not seen any of it so far.
No, you're right. We were having 4-hour games as eventually we do get going again, and it will be Tom Curran to bowl, and that is a dot ball to Shikhar Dhawan, who just plays it back to the bowler. No run. Yeah, the England team lost 20% of their match fee for a slow over rate in the 4th ODI, and India lost 40% of theirs in the 5th one. So yes, but it doesn't seem to be working as much of a deterrent currently.
And they've just had a drinks break, and then one ball after the drinks break, Shikhar Dhawan's asking the bench for something. He's just called for something on.
In fairness to England, yes, there was a lengthy injury delay as that's played nicely out into the covers. There will be no run. Shikhar Dhawan. There was a lengthy injury delay when Rohit Sharma was wrapped on the elbow by an express delivery from Mark Wood. So there was probably 4 or 5 minutes delay there, but that's only an over or so. England still not rotating that quickly. Curran none for 5 now, and he's into his 3rd over. Tom Curran, that is. India 58 without loss. In again, and that gets a thickish outside edge. It goes past slip. It's all along the ground. It's perfectly safe, but another good delivery from Tom Curran. Another grimace from Tom Curran, who feels that he's bowled well enough to get a little more reward than he has at the moment, and the ball goes up to third man, and they go through for an easy single. It will be Rohit Sharma to face. Tom Curran, who only made 1 appearance in the T20 series when he came in for Mark Wood, who had a bruised heel for one of the matches. Otherwise England were unchanged. That the only time anyone broke the 11, and that is shorter, and that is just swung away with a certain amount of disdain, it must be said, by Rohit Sharma. He came down, he clambered in, and he clubbed it away.
Yeah, the first real bit of aggression we've seen from India there. He's just come down the track, and Tom Curran, and he's just banged it in, but a bit of a nothing length for him, and just given Rohit Sharma his arms to hit that over mid-wicket, and real comfortable, powerful looking shot.
He does use his feet so well, Rohit Sharma, trying to put the bowler off their length and line, and that's exactly what he did to Tom Curran on that occasion. It's the first boundary off Tom Curran's bowling. He's in again, and this time Rohit Sharma goes back, up on his toes, thickish outside edge, goes out to point, no run.
Good response from Tom Curran there. I need to get my Currans right. Yeah, he's just gone back to hitting the splice of the bat, gone back to that simple cricket, best ball on this pitch.
So Tom Curran coming to the close now of this, his 3rd over. And he's kept the pressure on these two Indian batsmen. Rohit Sharma 27 not out, Shikhar Dhawan 34 not out as Curran comes in again. The final ball of the 15th over, and that's just played down in front of him. There's a shoulder barge between Shikhar Dhawan and Tom Curran that was run pretty easily, it must be said, by Shikhar Dhawan, and Tom Curran sort of bounced off him like a pea from a saucepan.
I think that just goes to show the power of Shikhar Dhawan. He's just not even flinched there as Tom Curran has absolutely belted into him and come off the worst for it.
Yeah, he did go for in football that is a fair shoulder barge, shoulder to shoulder, but there was only one winner, and Tom Curran jumped up, accepted he had lost that particular bout, but at the end of the 15th over, India did go through for a single. There's 64 without loss. Rohit Sharma is 28 not out from 41, and Shikhar Dhawan, after dumping Tom Curran on his backside, is 34 from 49. And it's Ben Stokes to continue as England do get the overs going. Go on, there's an edge, and it's gone through to Butler, and England have got the breakthrough. Guess who's done it? It's that man, Ben Stokes. Rohit Sharma goes for 28 from 41, and we were waiting for Rohit Sharma to really take charge. He's had a loosish dab at one from Stokes, and he's gone.
Arguably the loosest ball that England have bowled as well today. It was not particularly an impressive ball from Ben Stokes, wide outside off stump. Probably would have been a wide had Rohit not flashed his arms, and an easy catch for Jos Buttler.
Kate, you were talking about this in the T20s, that England have bowled beautifully so far. That is the worst ball, and suddenly they've made the breakthrough. That the bad ball almost shocked the batsman.
Yeah, sometimes that happens as well. I think, I can't talk as a batsman, but as a bowler, sometimes because you've bowled so well, then batters then want to cash in on your bad ball, and that is exactly what Rohit Sharma wanted to do there. And he has gone. Well,
Rohit Sharma, who had a high score of 264, an average of 49.27, and had scored 29 hundreds in one-day cricket, has been replaced by Virat Kohli, who has scored over 12,000 runs at an average of 59, with a high score of 183, a strike rate of 93, 43 hundreds and 60 50s. Just an extraordinary record of runs. Jared.
So we're just talking about Ben Stokes not getting any wickets, and I was talking to CricViz.
We were, or you were?
I was specifically,
yeah.
very specifically. And I was just talking to CricViz, and I offered them the question, why does he not usually get wickets? And they said he doesn't swing the ball a lot in the middle overs, which is generally where he bowls. And he has also been bowling quite slow. That ball wasn't good, as you both pointed out, but it did actually move quite a bit.
So Stokes is in again, and that is played beautifully by Virat Kohli. First ball, glorious cover drive, straight to the fieldsman, no run. But Virat Kohli looks as if he might be in a decent nick. He was certainly scoring runs for fun at the end of the T20 series. England was struggling to find ways to get him out, but maybe a decent wide away swinger might be the answer for him too.
Well, it worked.
It did, can't argue.
I think they're the ones as a bowler you don't really want to celebrate. You get your high fives.
Well, Ben Stokes bowls again to Virat Kohli. Virat Kohli again cover drives him. There is a man in the deep Moeen alley, so it will only be a single. But again, super batting by Virat Kohli. Proper, authentic cricket shot. But I was just going through the figures. The runs these guys have scored at extraordinary rates and extraordinary averages. And we're just showing that up on the TV at the moment. And to have played 252 matches.
That's what stands out for me. It's I guess the sheer dedication that they give to their cricket careers now.
Stokes in again, and gets another edge, and that is a leading one, and it rather took the cover field by surprise. It was in the end nowhere near him, but certainly drew the error from Shikhar Dhawan then, Ben Stokes, and he's making things happen, as he so often does for England. One way or the other, suddenly things are being shaken up a bit as Ben Stokes gets going, and India moved to 66 for one now. It's been a couple of singles, that's it from this over so far, as well as the wicket. But false shots suddenly emerging as Stokes is in again, and Virat Kohli tucks that very nicely away. Just dabs it down, it runs through to third man. There'll only be a single. The score moves on to 67 for 1.
I think what's noticeable for me is the field that Ben Stokes has got set here. He's still got his slip in, but he's got his cover out on the boundary, so he's got protection for him to bowl that wider channel to try and entice that drive and bring that slip into play. So it's still, even though he's got fielders on the boundary, it's still an aggressive plan from Morgan and Stokes.
Let's see if it pays dividends as Ben Stokes comes in again to complete the 16th over. And that is on leg stump, and it's swung away, and it goes beautifully and very quickly indeed for 4 off the bat of Shikhar Dhawan. He moves to 39. Virat Kohli is 2 not out, and after 16 overs, India 71 for 1. Stokes making the breakthrough with a ball that would have been a wide if it had been left alone. Instead, Rohit Sharma edged it through to Jos Buttler, and he had gone for 28. But interesting times now, and still waiting for the first over of spin. 16 overs in.
Yeah, I don't think we're too far away from seeing it, to be honest. I think that shot from Shikhar Dhawan there, it's just slightly too full from Ben Stokes and almost too straight from him. It's something I've noticed. If we can criticise the England bowlers, it's just that they have slightly aired too straight, and I think that's probably from a conscious point of view of not wanting to bowl too wide and giving him his cut shot. But that he scored his runs kind of through square leg, backwards square leg quite easily today, and it was just a gorgeous bit of timing.
Wasn't it just? There was a fielder not that far away, and he was trying to get round, and the ball had reached the boundary virtually before he'd started his trot. So it will still be pace, seam bowling as Tom Curran comes in. His 3 overs have cost 11. Down the wicket to him is Virat Kohli. Plays it round the corner very cleverly and then sprints through for 2. So Kohli moves on to 4, and he is immediately looking to attack since he's come to the crease.
Yeah, evident with that shot there. He's just kind of shuffled across his off stump. I think if he'd not got any bat on that, then we would have been going up for a big LB appeal. But yeah, he's just with his running, you can just see the intent that he's shown there. Just really going to try and push the England fielders now and put a bit of pressure on them.
And a bit of pressure on Shikhar Dhawan, who was rather surprised when the call for the second came, as Tom Curran comes through. Nice length and line, short of a length outside off stump. Ball doing a bit, goes through to Buttler, no run. Virat Kohli finishing with that 80-odd not out in the 5th T20. He had another 70 not out as well in that series. So England will be hoping they can see the back of him sooner rather than later. Tom Curran trying to find a way to do that, and that's just nicely bowled. Good length outside off stump. Kohli can only play it down in front of him. Tom Curran runs forward, does the fielding off his bowling, no run.
I think it's important to remember as well that Virat Kohli had that little break, didn't he, when he his wife had the child, their first kid, and I think he missed 3 of the test matches. Yeah, so I think it just goes to show that these players aren't robots, and you talk about those figures and the numbers that you just spieled out, and he has played 250 games, but he's also needs that time away from it sometimes.
Tom Curran in again, and that's just punched into the covers. The fielder moves very quickly in. There will be no run, and this has been a good comeback by Tom Curran in this over. After Virat Kohli looked as if he wanted to get after him, Curran has now bowled 3 dot balls. But yes, that break seemed to really rejuvenate Virat Kohli, didn't it? And particularly as India coped without him, which possibly in the past they wouldn't have done quite so well, coming back to win that marvellous test series in Australia.
Yeah, and that's kind of been the theme, I think, throughout India's series against England, is that opportunity that other players have had. You've seen
in again, and that's punched just backward of square for a single. You may have heard Tom Curran give it the big "oh" as he thought he'd drawn the thickish outside edge there, but he's bowling very nicely indeed, Tom Curran. Just the 3 from this over.
I was just going to say, you've seen people have different opportunities. We saw Rohit doing a little bit of captain within the T20 series. We saw KL Rahul captain in the test team. So it's all these young players that are getting these opportunities as well. To like Thakur, a great example of how he came in and changed that T20 series with the wickets that he was taking. It seems to have been a theme for India throughout these series.
Yes, you're right, and there was Kishant coming in and playing superbly and in again, and that is just flicked off the hip on this occasion by Shikhar Dhawan. I think in the end they settled for a single rather than looking for the quick two. So just 4 runs from that Tom Curran over. He bowled very nicely indeed. And after 17 overs, India are 75 for 1. And you're listening to commentary of the first of 3 one-day internationals between India and England on TalkSport 2 with the Times and the Sunday Times. Try it for free for 1 month at thetimes.co.uk/cricket offer. Subscription auto renews unless cancelled. Terms and conditions apply. Well, nicely poised. We've got Virat Kohli in. He has now scored 5 from 8 deliveries. Shikhar Dhawan 40 from 52, including 5 boundaries. Where do England go now? Do they stick with Stokes? Do they look at spin? Still not seen Moeen Ali or Adil Rashid, and indeed here is Adil Rashid for the first over of spin in the 18th of the innings.
I was just going to say I'd keep Ben Stokes on for 1 more. What do I know?
Yeah, well, I think you also mentioned that possibly Mark Wood should have had 1 less. So yeah, we could.
Yeah, it just looked to me like there was something happening when Ben Stokes was bowling, which I think is really key in one-day cricket.
He's one of those remarkable cricketers where he does just bend the game to his will at times. As Adil Rashid comes in, it's flicked off leg and middle round the corner just for a single by Shikhar Dhawan. Who's 41.
Having said that, I'm not surprised to see Rashid come on against Kohli here. I think the matchup is, we talk about matchups a lot, don't we? But I think Rashid is the second highest wicket taker
after Tim Southee
getting Kohli out. I think he's on 8 now, and Tim Southee might be up to 10 or 11 maybe.
I think that's right, and certainly in the T20s, if anyone was going to cause Virat Kohli trouble, it tended to be Adil Rashid, and Rashid in again, and Kohli takes a big stride forward and in the end just sort of slaps the ball back to Adil Rashid. There'll be no run, not really any timing as far as Kohli's concerned. Jared.
I think Moeen Ali's got 9. So, but to be fair, Kohli plays so much against England. Almost all the top 5, other than Southee, are England players.
In again, Adil Rashid, and it goes back to play the googly, and he was thinking about trying to play it out onto the leg side, suddenly couldn't, played it back to the bowler, no run. Has a quick word with his batting partner. He's got the cap on rather than the helmet now, Virat Kohli, as he plays the spinner. And Adil Rashid in again, Kohli this time forward, flicks it round the corner, where shortish fine leg does the fielding, just the single.
Someone asked me once on our podcast why other countries are allowed to wear caps against spin compared to England, because England always wear their helmets.
And, I'd be interested to know the answer to that as Adil Rashid comes in. And it's just played down in front of him by Shikhar Dhawan, who asks permission, picks up the ball and throws it back to an England fielder, no run.
And yeah, I think it's just something taken for granted, but it is an ECB protocol that we have to wear helmets now. And I think that filters all the way, or should filter all the way through to club cricket. I'm not sure whether those...
Interesting, as Adil Rashid again bowls. I suppose with all the talk about concussion in sport at the moment, I know it's to spinners, and Adil Rashid's over finishes, and India have moved on to 77 for 1. Kohli is 6 not out from 11. Shikhar Dhawan is 41 from 55, and after Karen continues her cap conversation, it will be Andrew McKenna to take you up.
He keeps Karening you.
I do.
That was deliberate, I think, Jared.
The reason that ECB brought in the rule about the helmets, and I'm pretty sure this might even be Cricket Australia research, I can't remember which board did it, but it's because of how many injuries come from the sweep shot. And that's why they've brought it in. So even against the spinners, it happens so often. And quite often the injuries from a sweep shot are really, really vicious, because if you get a top edge, it just flies straight up at you.
So 77 for 1 after 18 overs. Virat Kohli is going to be facing Tom Curran. Kohli with 6 from 11 deliveries so far. Shikhar Dhawan has 41 from 55. Curran goes in, Kohli turns this on the onside and will take a comfortable single as the total goes up to 1. Yes, so Virat Kohli is allowed to bat in a cap, which is something that no England batsman can do anymore.
No, and it's also been brought in for the wicket keepers, because if you remember, Sarah Taylor used to stand up to the stumps famously without any pads on and without a helmet on. She always used to wear a cap, and she was fuming when that rule came in, because girls have obviously got more hair. We've got more to deal with when you've got a helmet on. So when she argued that when the ball went up for a high catch over her head, she would never be able to get her neck back for the range to be able to see the catch.
I'm going to look at Matt Pryor when I ask this in a second. I've got a funny feeling that the keepers sort of did something at the back of the helmet, so it was actually cut slightly differently. Tom Curran goes in, it's outside of Shikhar Dhawan's off stump and pushed to point, and there's no run. So I remember Chris Reed at one point had it sort of around the sort of the back of the neck, it seemed to go up and over, but for the angle for when you're crouching.
Yeah, there's almost like a little kink in the back of the helmet for that very reason. Obviously just talking about standing up to the stumps, so you can see Josh Butler stood back and he's got his cap on, and that's deemed safe.
Was it Peter McGlashan, the New Zealand wicketkeeper, who had the hockey mask on?
Yeah, I think
or the
you're
baseball
right.
mask. I can't remember. It was a different kind of mask, wasn't it, to wicket-keep?
Curran goes in. It's Shikhar Dhawan trying to guide this past Jason Roy at point. Roy will get a hold of the ball and prevent a single being taken. 18 and a half bowled here on TalkSport 2.
And since we're talking about brothers, that's a brother-sister combo, because I think his sister Sarah might have also played.
Yep.
So and there's also some of those in. This whole day is just going to be about brothers and sisters playing internationals. That's it, Macca. What have you got to add to that?
Absolutely nothing. I blame Guy Swindles.
The Joyce brothers and sisters.
Yep. It was
Ireland.
just Ed's the only boy, but there's
twin sisters.
Twin
I think.
sisters,
Yep.
yeah. Isabel and Celia, is it? I think there's quite a few. Ireland is one of those other teams that they're all related, even when they're not, Mac.
Don't go there. Curran in once again. Shikhar Dhawan has taken half a pace down the pitch and hits a mid off where he finds Mark Wood, and there's no run.
Pakistan has an incredible run of. I mean, we've already talked about the Akmals, but we're going all the way back of brothers playing together as well. But yeah, the Zimbabwe team, I think, is the undisputed kings on that.
India 78 for 1 in the 19th. They're going along at just under 4 1/4 at the moment. Rohit Sharma, the man out, caught behind off of Ben Stokes for 28 from 41 balls. That was the first ball of the 16th over. And Shikhar Dhawan is waiting from the crease. He's playing this square out on the offside, where Moeen Ali is fielding. Moeen Ali hasn't had a bowl yet, but he returns it in. Single taken, 79 for 1.
I think England will be pleased with this. I think that run rate's going to be something that they consistently look at in one-day cricket, and having India under fives at this point with Kohli at the crease, I think is going to be really important that they control his innings as much as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. Tom Curran to finish the over. He's gone wide outside of off stump. Kohli hammers this square to the cover sweeper Sam Billings. Doesn't really time it though, and that will end the over here on TalkSport 2. 19 gone, India 80 for 1. Yes, Kate mentioned earlier on, I did have a little harumph at the over rate earlier on. 11 in the first hour. They'd got to 17 after 90 minutes. Gary, our statsman, has actually done some digging around. Since January of 2016, England have bowled at 13.6 an hour. India, 13.4 an hour. Now, I know we've got DRS now, and that will obviously slow things down a fraction. Maybe you can take an over off, but that is asthmatic ant carrying heavy shopping territory.
But nothing gets done about it, does it? Other than the odd fine, which...
But you see, and this is the point, isn't it? Fines mean nothing.
It doesn't really touch the players.
To the big countries on big central contracts means absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
Dil Rashid to bowl his second over. Kohli is working this one off of the back foot. Can't beat Owen Morgan at short mid-wicket, and there's no run. It has to be runs. For every over you're short, 6 runs. Or maybe even 10 runs.
Yeah, something needs to come in, doesn't it? Because it just gets talked about so much now that it's almost boring.
Well, it's a good job there's no crowd in, because there'll be slow hand clapping. Rashid is in. Kohli is driving. It's taking the inside portion of the bat, goes back past the bowler. Mid-on and mid-off are both pretty deep, so there's a comfortable single there. It's 81 for 1. I mean, there are legitimate delays, don't get me wrong. As we mentioned earlier, Rohit Sharma got hit on the elbow.
Yeah, and obviously without the crowd, the players have to go and fetch the ball now with the COVID restrictions, which, again, it's not adding much on, but it's the odd over here or there.
I don't think it's quite added up to this, though. Rashid in. Shikhar Dhawan taken full on the boot. Appeal goes for LBW. Nitin Menon says not out. There's a long-range conversation from Owen Morgan and Bowler, as if to say anything, but it looked a little bit leg-side-ish to me.
Yeah, a little bit leg side for me as well. It was almost too full for it to have been challenging anything, really.
Rashid goes in again, bowls to Dhawan. That one I think was out the front of the hand, and it's just guided into the offside, no run. 4 balls, 1 single so far this over, and now we get the replay. It might have just about pitched in line with leg stump, but if it was the leg break, it was definitely turning past it. Shikhar Dhawan, 42 not out from 61, gets a ball that's outside of leg stump and is able to sweep this around to long leg, hitting down on top of the ball, tapping it on the head. Takes for a single. 43 he goes to from 62. India 82 for 1.
I'm not sure if we've got any stats on this, but what England have done well is they've bowled a lot of dot balls. It's almost just been the odd boundary ball that has let them down. But I'm not sure if Jared's got any stats on that, but it does look like there's been a lot of dots.
Kohli coming forward, pushing into the offside, will take a sharp single, but a well-run single, and that will finish the over. So 83 for 1 after 20. So it was 39 without loss after 10. So 83 for 1 after the second set of 10, and we do have dot balls. Mark Wood 5 overs, 21 dot balls. Sam Curran 6 overs, 19 dots. Tom Curran 5 overs with 16. Ben Stokes is 2 overs, have seen 6, and Adil Rashid in 2 overs has bowled 7 dot balls. So that exactly is the point you're making there, Kate.
Yeah, I think so, and I think again in the longer format of the game, you've got batters who are waiting on that bad ball, but I think I've mentioned it earlier, but to Shikhar Dhawan, I just think the ones that we've gone a little bit too straight, a little bit too leg side to him, they've been freebies. But generally, I think England have bowled pretty well, and like I said, they'll be happy with that current run rate. Just that wickets column, they'll certainly want to get one of these two out here. Who, Shikhar Dhawan's looking quite settled.
He is indeed. He's on his way to his 31st 50. He's not on strike at the moment, though, as Stokes comes in, starts the new over to Kohli. Oh, glorious shot. It was too full. It was drivable from Virat Kohli, but he produces a glorious, glorious cover drive. It's the 10th boundary of the innings. India 87 for 1.
Yeah, just absolute classic Kohli. If you can imagine the perfect cover drive, it's here, and he's just to the right of Owen Morgan there at straight extra cover, and to the left of mid-off. Just perfect timing.
Wow, what a shot that is. What a shot. Minimum of fuss. Kohli this occasion is getting a ball that's closer to him, bouncing about waist height, should I say. Tries to guide it past short third man and can't, and there is no run. By the way, Guy mentioned this is Kohli's 252nd one-day international. Weirdly, it's only his 96th home one-day international. So he's played over 150 one-day internationals away from home. That tells you the pull of India, that teams want them to come to their country because obviously they sell out stadiums and get the money as a result of it. Stokes is in, Kohli playing with a flourish, pushing through the offside. Sam Billings will do the fielding on the cover sweeper for a single. Kohli goes to 15, India 88 for 1.
I feel like we've kind of just bypassed the fact that he's played 252 one-day internationals.
It's ridiculous, isn't it?
I don't
really?
think I've played 250 games of cricket in my life.
India do play a lot. I mean, this is Rohit's 225th. This is Shikhar Dhawan's 140th. There are a lot of guys who play a lot of cricket in this side. Bhuvaneshwar Kumar, this is number 115 today. Stokes is in. Shikhar Dhawan solidly in behind this, pushing out on the offside, and there is no run. Those are the big ones in terms of the numbers. India's run rate 4 1/4. without really doing that much. Quality of the play that when you get the bad ball, put it away, but then just keep rotating the strike, keep turning it over. Stokes goes in. Shikadawan is trying to beat backward point, can't once again, and there is another dot ball, but there's been 5 scored in the over, and at this stage that's all you need to do, Kate. Jared, what do you got for us?
Well, I couldn't talk then, could I? Because you said Kate, and it would have sounded. I would have made her voice sound weird. But
well, no, I'd just use your weekend name. That was all.
Four players have played over 400 one-day internationals.
Wow.
400.
So that was a lot of that was through the sort of glory time in the 90s, and then also the early 2000s when there were just so many played.
Stokes goes in. Shikadawan does beat backward point on this occasion and will take a single to win the 21st over, 89 for 1. Go on then. Well, I'm guessing Sachin.
Yeah. You got anyone want to have a go at the other 3? 2 Sri Lankans and
Jayasuriya's got to be 1.
Jayasuriya, yep.
Jai Wardner.
Oh, sorry, three Sri Lankans, sorry. Jai Wardner is 1 and Sangakkara. And then Shahid Afridi was left on 398.
Oh, I must have been gutted. Too short.
Inzamam 378, Ricky Ponting 375. So you can see they're all kind of from a similar era there. I think the only player of modern times who has done it is Chris Gale. Even though he missed so many years, he still played over 300 one-day internationals. So compared to that era, they're not even playing anywhere near as much as they used to. We used to have 7-match bilateral series all the time.
Yeah.
Not to mention all those Sharjah games.
Well, yes. Yeah, don't mention those. Adil Rashid is going to start the 3rd over of his spell, the 22nd of the innings, and Shikadawan is coming down the pitch but meets it with a defensive bat and there is no run.
Going back to your point about boundary balls and bad balls, I think I can only really remember 2 shots in anger from the Indian players, and that was Rohit Sharma's little paddle sweep that he played, and then the one that he came down the track to Tom Curran and kind of bunted him through mid-wicket.
Rashid goes in. Shikadawan swings hard into the leg side and goes over the short mid-wicket, but won't beat the fielder at long on, so it's a single as Johnny Bairstow does the fielding, 90 for 1.
But otherwise, Macca, like you said, it's just been low-risk cricket, just jumping on the bad ball, jumping on any length. Otherwise, it's just been quite low-key, really, hasn't it? There's not been a great deal to sing about.
Yeah. Kohli now facing Rashid. Kohli's getting a huge stride forward into play that defensive shot. Big stride in, just pushes it into the offside. No run. Adil Rashid is bowling towards the end that has the only big stand as he runs in, sees Virat Kohli going deep in his crease, back cutting, beats Tom Curran. Curran will run away to the backward point boundary and will haul it in a metre inside the rope, and Kohli will take a couple to take him to 17. India 92 for 1, and Goffey's rejoined us in the commentary box.
Hello everyone. Yeah, I'm enjoying this. Just all slow at the minute, isn't it? It's all going to plan for India. Keeping wickets in hand. Virat Kohli at the crease. He stays at the crease now right to the end.
Kohli pushing forward. Can't beat short extra cover. Very well fielded. No run.
And they used to say, we were just talking to Matt Pryor, and we're just saying it used to be a case where whatever you've got after 30 overs, you double it. But I think now it's even more, isn't it? The way it's turned around one-day international cricket.
Well, certainly with 9 wickets in hand as well at this point. Rashid goes in to complete the over. Kohli punches to long on and takes a very comfortable single. So 93 for 1 after 22 overs. Kohli has 18 from 23 and will keep the bowling. Shikadawan has 45 from 67.
But as Kate's been saying, I mean, England have bowled pretty well. They've stuck to the game plan. Yeah, they've bowled the odd bad delivery, the odd 4 ball, get a little bit of width, or let it drift down the leg side. But again, Adil Rashid's coming to the attack, 3 overs, 0 for 9, started really, really well. It's definitely been a plan, hasn't it, as well, from Eoin Morgan to use Adil Rashid against Virat Kohli. He seems to see a weakness. I've not seen it yet, but I think he got him out, I think, in the first T20 and thought, well, he's got a weakness against Adil Rashid, we'll play him against him. But he's brought him into the attack.
Has indeed. Stokes to continue. Kohli is the man on strike, the right-hander, and he swings hard into the leg side on this one. It's a short ball. He's pinged it through wide, long on for 4, and Ben Stokes is walking back, shaking his head, But Kohli goes to 22, India 97 for 1.
Well, this is why this guy, Virat Kohli, is just the best player in the world in all formats. He's absolutely superb. That wasn't a bad delivery from Ben Stokes. Just short of a length. It just sat up. A little bit of extra bounce. But Virat Kohli, just so much time, right on top of it. Swizzles those wrists over it so it goes down all along the ground to deep mid-wicket.
Stokes in outside of off stump. It's a punch into the offside by Virat Kohli. He finds the short extra cover fielder and he's absolutely filthy with himself about that and practices another shot and said that should have been going to the boundary.
Well, it's a big series for Ben Stokes. We're not used to not seeing him in the action all the time, and he'd have been disappointed in the T20 series. 3 wickets at 35 and obviously 84 runs. I think he got at 28, so didn't really influence the outcome of those T20 internationals. He'll want to make a mark in the longer form.
He goes in once again to Kohli. It's a cutter outside of off stump. It was wide enough that Kohli wasn't going to play a shot at that, but not wide enough to attract the interest of the umpire, and it remains 97 for 1.
I'll tell you what, since Virat Kohli's come to the crease, he's looked pretty comfortable, hasn't he? If you look at Sharma and Dhawan, they played some good shots, but they've not been settled. They've missed the ball a lot. There's been a lot of player misses, but since Kohli's come to the crease, you can tell he's been in good form.
He's also been busy as well. He's given it a bit of an impetus. Stokes goes in. Kohli is riding the bounce on this one. It drops down at his feet. He has permission to pick the ball up and flicks it to the fielder as there's no run.
And I think from watching this game so far as well, there's definitely been a little bit of bounce for the quicker bowlers. And that's, I think, what Indian batsmen have struggled with. If you look at Rohit Sharma getting one on the elbow off Mark Wood, although he was bowling over 90 miles an hour. And obviously Sam Curran, hard to hit. Tom Curran, hard to hit. Ben Stokes, got one to bounce, got the breakthrough.
India still short of 100 in the 23rd over. Stokes goes in. It's a little cutter again. Kohli's trying to work this on the onside and it misses the bat, takes him on the pad outside of off stump. And a stifled howl from Ben Stokes more than anything else, and there is no run.
These guys will be sick of seeing each other, won't they, over the next, IPL after this? That's a 10-week tournament, is it this year? Something like 10 weeks. So many games.
Have they actually announced all the fixtures for that yet and how it's all going to work? They hadn't the last time I saw it.
They've announced where the games are.
Right.
In India.
Stokes in. Kohli just pushing quietly to backward point into the gully region, and there is no run to complete the 23rd over. Talksport 2, 97 for 1.
Because there is a gap, isn't there, Jared? I think after this, the guys are going to stay over there and join their camps, and for each team, some of the players have already flown out from the different countries they live in to join up with the IPL.
Everyone's already in quarantine, aren't they? I mean,
I think Andre Russell just arrived this morning, didn't he? I think he set off yesterday. So,
well, I was doing a video with Wasim Jaffer. I think he's with the Punjab Kings, and he's already in quarantine. So I'm assuming most of the coaches and the support staff are already ready. Yeah. There's no real gap, is there? It's just you just move to a different hotel, a different quarantine.
First one-day international of this series. England winning the toss earlier on this morning and putting India into bat. India in 97 for 1 as Dil Rashid starts a new over, and Shikhar Dhawan has swung him over the leg side. That will bring him a half century. It's a 6 that lands over the mid-wicket fence. He goes to 51 from 68 balls. It also brings up the Indian 100. They're 103 for 1 ball into the 24th over.
Do you know something? No matter what level you play at cricket, whether it's club cricket or international, at the very top here, everybody likes to get to their 50 or 100 with a boundary, don't they? And the maximum is the preferred option.
This ball is pitched up a little bit quicker. It's swinging into the leg side is the attempt from Shikhar Dhawan. He misses and takes him on the pad. England really interested in the appeal. I've got to be honest and say I think that's going down the leg side, but they are going to review it. Nitin Menon makes the signal, so we're going to Anil Chowdhury.
Director, review for leg before. Fair delivery, umpire has given not out.
Needs a wicket, doesn't he, Owen here? He's feeling it, the pressure.
Front on, please.
I've got to be honest and say, for me, feels leg side-ish, but I might be wrong.
Bat looks close. Give me ultras to double check.
Bat doesn't look that close to me, I've got to be honest. Anil, I think we'll be moving swiftly on here. He's missed that by a mile. as we see it on the split screen.
Yeah, let it touch the pads. Yeah, keep going. Flat line, no bat.
It looks like it's going down
Ball
to
breaking
me.
when you're ready.
Well, it's given not out, remember, so to have it overturned, it's got to be hitting more than 50% of the stump. Now we get it.
Pitching in line. Impact in line.
Wow.
Wickets, umpire's call. Go to on-field umpire.
So
Nitin,
it was brushing leg stump,
you're on screen. Stay with your call. Thank you.
but not hitting enough of it to be given out.
Slightly confusing for the listener. Yeah, it's hitting the stumps, but it's not out because it goes with the umpire's call.
I mean, I know a lot of people, I mean, Ian Botham very famously said, well, hang on a minute, if it brushes the stump and knocks the bail off, that's out. Why should it not be the same for the bowler in real time? It's to build in a degree of safety, I suppose, for the officials. Rashid's going to go in. Shikhar Dhawan staying deep in his crease, cuts to point, and they will take a single as Sam Billings fields. In fact, Virat Kohli made the same point in his press conference yesterday, but that is the rule as it stands at the moment, and you can't change it mid-series. 104 for 1.
Do you think we'll ever have a time where we don't have umpires and it's just all done by video? Somebody sat in a room?
I hope not, but I can see where you're coming from. Rashid in. Oh, Kohli leading edge. He's trying to flick that leg side-ish. Outside edge, and it goes towards backward point and lands a couple of metres short.
I think he thought that was the googly, didn't it? Playing it through mid-wicket. Good length from Adil Rashid. Just trying to play with a spin. He thought it was the googly. Did him. Well bowled, Adil.
Rashid into Kohli once again. Oh, hammered back past the bowler all along the floor. That's going to be 4 runs. Well, he knew what that one was. It was disappearing. Kohli goes to 26, India 108 for 1.
Yeah, a little bit fuller there from Adil Rashid, but what a wonderful shot from Virat Kohli. Just the timing. Straight back past the bowler with such power and grace. Absolutely beautiful shot. This kid can play, can't he?
Cool, just a bit. To finish the over then, Rashid. Kohli goes across his stumps, plays to short fine leg, and will take a single. 109 for 1 after 24. You're listening to commentary of the first one-day international between India and England on TalkSport 2 with the Times and the Sunday Times cricket team. Their writing, of course, is with an edge. Some more thoughts from Goffey, and Mark Nicholas will pick up the ball, white ball.
Yeah, it's interesting passage of play. I mean, India will be quite comfortable. 109 for 1 of 24 overs. Virat Kohli at the crease. He's settled down, has reached his 50. And they're just stepping on the pedal now. The last 4 overs, they've picked up 26 runs, 3 fours and a 6. So they're starting to motor now. India, England need a breakthrough.
I'm just swapping texts with a mate of mine in Australia, former Australian rugby captain, actually, of the Wallabies. I just lobbed this out there. I said, I'm sitting here wondering if Virat Kohli is the best player I've seen. He's
up there.
He's come back. That is a big call. He really knows his cricket. Was a good player. Andrew Slack, former Wallaby captain, but he is a good player. In fact, when him and Rohit Sharma were going the other day, and we've seen them together before, I can't think of a better pair of right-handers operating together. Here's Moeen Ali, and down the pitch comes Virat, and sort of drives it back into the ground, and so it comes back very easy at waist height for Moeen Ali to do the fielding. 109 for 1 with Kohli on 27. Shikhar at the other end has 52. Back goes Kohli and thrashes this out to the square cover boundary rider. So just a single. Kohli resplendent today in the dark blue of India, but with a red t-shirt underneath it as well.
Sehwag and Tendulkar are pretty good together.
Thank you, very good. Tendulkar and VVS Lakshman, another combo. Yeah, Indian combinations, right-handers, all of those.
Warren Ponting, Matt Warren Ponting.
Yeah, would you put them quite that level? Maybe Virat, but Shikhar's back to Moeen Ali now. It's just a little leg sidey, that ball, and he's leg glanced it for a single, and Adil Rashid has misfielded it. Annoying for the bowler, annoying for everybody. The simplest pick up, and he took his eye off the ball.
Well,
so it's another run, 2 for it.
It is for his best mate as well, Moeen Ali. You don't want to misfield off your best mate, do you?
No, you don't. I mean, there's lots of those combos, aren't there, now that I start thinking? I mean, Ponting and Mark was a good one. Ponting and Hayden. Jacques Cullis and Hashim Amla. Oh, down the pitch comes Dhawan. Lovely little shimmy of the feet, but the fielding matches it. It's a parried, pushing to his right like a football goalkeeper by Mark Wood, and so there's more runs in that. I'm yet to see whether it's 1 or 2 because the TV's now showing us the replay. I'll tell you in a second.
I'll tell you the hardest I bowled against in one-day cricket. Warren Gilchrist, they were pretty hard to bowl at.
Yeah,
the different styles.
Moeen Ageldin, they did only get a single, and Virat Kohli cuts late but doesn't get a run for it.
And Jaya Surya and Kulith Rana.
Oh, really?
That was hard. That was really hard.
Really?
On a good pitch.
Yeah, they started the really
96,
explosive
yeah.
stuff. You know, they called it pinch hitting, but it was more than that. Oh, thick edge from Virat Kohli, races away for 4, not where he intended. He was looking to hit that flat cover drive of his. He gets a thick outside edge, and it was a wideish ball from Moeen Ali that sped to the third man boundary for 4. 25 gone, we're halfway through the innings. 117 for 1. Shikhar Dhawan on 55, Virat Kohli on 32.
I was just saying to Matt Mark off air, but you can almost see what the plan is to try and, after 30 overs, get to 150. And we used to say after 30 overs, whatever you've got, you could double it. But it's more than that now, with wickets in hand and the way they play. So you're looking at a minimum here, realistically, of 320. If they play, well, if they keep going as they're going, that'll be the target in the back of their mind, 320. And then once you get nearer that, in the last 5 overs, anything can happen.
Brilliant ball strikers in the middle order they've got too. I wonder what they'll do with KL Rahul, who's due to come in at 5. If they, if that wicket, say, didn't fall until I don't know, the 35th.
Well, Pandya
over, would they put in Hardik Pandya or even Krunal's brother in a little earlier maybe? Right, Adil Rashid then with his leg breaks to Shikhar Dhawan, who tries to fetch him from way outside off stump with a sweep, does it really well too, and it goes all the way on the ground to Moeen Ali on the deep mid-wicket boundary. He's hitting for 6 with that shot just in the last over, early in the last over. It's a real go-to shot for Shikhar Dhawan against spinners, to almost get down on one knee and slog sweep it. Back goes Kohli, plays a very strong pull shot. Oh, that's a shot and a half. He did it with a sort of all with his forearms, didn't he? And then a last-minute flick of the wrist for 4 to square leg.
Again, another high-quality shot from Virat Kohli. So quick on his feet, Mark. Like I say, pushed it through Adil Rashid, just slightly short. It would have hit halfway up the middle stump, wouldn't it? But he was so quick onto it. Kept his head down, watched the ball, flicked the wrist. Oh, my word. Runs away the fielder. Fielders out there had no chance of catching it.
No, well, it went away from him too with the spin. It wasn't just the pace of the hit, but it was brilliant with the batting. And another single now off this ball as he goes forward. The best I've seen, Sobers, Pollock, the 2 Richards, Barry and Viv, Tendulkar, Lara, Kohli.
Callis? You won't put Callis in there?
Not quite, with Greg Chappell, A.B. de Villiers right in there, right in the mix. But Kohli's just exceptional. When he's going, maybe not so consistently, but when he's going, Rohit Sharma's not far off that list. Anyway, there's a single out to mid-on as Dhawan is now making batting look very easy. He didn't look quite himself to begin with, but he hasn't had a lot of cricket. He's now 57 from 77 balls, milking it a bit off Rashid. Kohli on strike, batting in a cap. He took his helmet off so we can see the full face of the batsman. We don't see that. It's nice. You see all the little blinks and idiosyncrasies, and you see the animation in this amazing face that gives us so much animation. Now Dhawan tapping the ground hard, flexes his knees, waits for Rashid, goes back and cuts a ball that comes back at him a little off the pitch and doesn't get any run for it. A bit too cramped for the shot. 26 gone, 125 for 1.
I think Virat Kohli coming in as well, Mark, scoring a run of ball has helped Dhawan, hasn't it? Him coming to the crease and playing like this, it's just relaxed him, and he knows he can play his shots now because there's no pressure on him, because Kohli's played so well since he's come to the crease at a run of ball, and it makes it so much easier for his partner.
Yeah, I mean, I think that whole thing, the batting in partnerships thing is not so much a conscious thing. Two batsmen don't say we must stay. Well, on occasions they would, let's stay together as a partnership, but they sort of evolve. One takes pressure off the other. Sometimes you take more of a bowler you're finding your partner's finding difficult just to take the heat off him a bit, as Moeen Ali bowls a floaty off break that is knocked down the ground for a single to mid-on by Virat Kohli.
And Shikhar Dhawan is a boundary hitter, isn't he? He wants to hit boundaries and needs to hit boundaries to get himself going. With Kohli, we've seen he likes to build an innings, he likes to take the ones and twos with the odd four, but as the innings goes on, his strike rate just goes through the roof.
Another quite full ball and driven hard. Mark Wood falls to his right to stop it at mid-on. Wood dressed or rather wearing a pair of sunglasses. A fair amount of the England players, it's not wearing sunglasses. Nicely bowled by Moeen Ali again, trying to bowl the ball quite slowly, and that's pushed to short mid-wicket, so there's no run. Jason Roy does the fielding. Another one in sunglasses. Ben Stokes doesn't have them on, he's fielding at slip. Kohli has a little look around the field, offside way mainly, and sure enough he finds a single square on the offside. One of the things about Kohli is this ongoing sense of purpose in his batting. He has 40 from 42 balls here, played a couple of lovely shots, an off drive in particular was right out of the best of the books. But very rarely does a game stand still when he's a part of it, and now Shikhar down to play that stroke I was talking about, the slog sweep with the bent knee on the ground, and he gets a single for it to the man out at deep square. So they're scoring pretty comfortably here at the moment, no risks involved, and the run rate is flowing along nicely at just a little under 5 and over. 129 for 1 is the score. The Indian captain in prime form, having begun to really find it during the T20s. He played well enough in the Test series, but without ever really looking to dominate England. And back he goes this time and lets the ball come all the way into his midriff before he drops the bat on it, angles it and gets a single to short third man. He trots through and he'll be on strike at the start of the next over. It's 130 for 1.
Let's be honest, Mark, during the Test series, other than that first pitch, which was an absolute belter, and England got the best of the conditions, it would have taken something special for him to get a biggie, wouldn't it? I mean, like we saw from Rohit Sharma in the second Test, which was a special innings, Test matches. But Virat Kohli just showed signs, didn't he, in a couple of innings, second innings, when the ball was turning and bouncing out his quality without getting that big score. We're all used to him getting.
Yes, because of the spin, but because of the uneven bounce as well, particularly the very high dramatic bounce, it was hard to feel in, I think, and play fluently. Kohli goes forward, and the ball runs out onto the offside for no run. England very alert to the fact he's trying to steal them every ball.
And the sad thing is, in one-day cricket, T20 cricket especially, the pitches tend to be flat, don't they?
Yeah, well,
flatter than Test match pitches.
That's right. Matt was making the point, though, that in India they don't deteriorate. They started flat in the old days, and you always batted first, but they don't seem to deteriorate like they used to. As Kohli goes forward, and we see the full face of his bat driving down to long off, so there's another single in that. And yeah, that's right. Those pitches are all around India. It's much more now as if the ground staff go for a pitch that will stay good throughout the whole innings, and I'm sure that's the modern era of strong batting, and they've said that we can chase anything down, so we don't want one that deteriorates. Was that just didn't quite carry out to Moeen Ali? What happened there? The easy drop catch, it was so easy. That's unbelievable. Shikhar Dhawan has played that pull stroke, and it's an absolute, well, it's a sitter. I'm sorry, for any cricketer of any level, that's an easy catch. And Moeen was so casual about dropping it that it looked as if maybe it didn't carry to him. It just went tummy high and just maybe chest high, and he just dropped it. I'm amazed. He usually got a very good pair of hands. That is a bad miss as Kohli goes off the back foot and drives out to Moeen Ali, who flings it in anger. Oh dear, Goffey.
Getting his own back for the misfield earlier. Rashid with a misfield off Moeen Ali. I'll get you back.
Wow. Can't get over that. It's just not what you see in international cricket really these days. Catching and fielding's very good. So now Dhawan is sweeping on a good length and gets a single. He wasn't really in the right position for the shot, but he gets a single just behind square on the leg side. We're looking at this again on TV. He got a bit early on the pull stroke, hit it a bit straighter than he wanted, didn't get much power, almost like he was picking him out in fielding practice.
He jumped into it, didn't he? And that's what probably ended up coming to him quicker than he expected.
Wow, what a miss. Now Kohli with another single, stolen in that gap at square cover. There's a runner ball for him there. 28 overs gone now, 135 for 1. And you're listening to the commentary of these 3 one-day internationals between England and India on TalkSport 2 with the Times and the Sunday Times cricket team, writing with an edge. Mike Atherton, of course, the cricket correspondent, and Simon Wilde in the Sunday Times. Yeah, I don't know quite. You say he jumped into it. What you mean? He got a bit close to it, or what? Why did he jump into it? Because really, he had to walk a little to his right and catch it.
Well, he was running after it, wasn't he? To his right. Sometimes that is hard when you're bobbing up and down and the ball's coming out to you. And then just as he got there, he thought it was going further away from him, and then he ended up jumping, and then the ball hit him as he jumped, and it just sent him off balance.
Okay.
It was a dolly, though.
Okay, Goffey, thank you for that summary. Matt Proud is climbing into your seat. To me, it looked like it. Well, at first, I was looking half awake, so I was looking at Goffey and then turned back to the TV screen. And the way our studio is set up, very good studio we've got here, 17 floors up, right in the centre of London, next to Borough Market, as Moeen Ali bowls. Oh, and another terrible bit of fielding by England. My goodness me. A little push drive, and it's just gone straight through Ben Stokes' legs for 4. What about that, Matt?
Yeah, there are a few little warning signs here now for Owen Morgan and the England cricket team. Drop catches, misfielding. It's not what you expect. I mean, man of Ben Stokes' calibre. Okay, the ball's bobbled a little bit. He's looking at the ground, as you always do when one goes through your hand. Blame everything else but yourself. But it's just getting sloppy.
It did bobble a tad, you're dead right, but he probably, I suppose he took his eye off the ball a bit, otherwise he'd have got more on it than that. Now Kohli gets a single to square leg, so the score has moved along really so stresslessly, really. I mean, there's been nothing for India to be concerned about. 140 for 1 it is now.
Lack of risk. Kohli 49 and 49 balls, and doesn't, it's one of those innings where it doesn't really, you don't think, did he play a shot in anger? Has he yet done that? Everything's been so controlled, so low risk.
He's so good, isn't he?
Well, he is. I mean,
that's the long and the short, isn't it? He is so good, and it's lovely to watch someone that good play this well. Shikhar Dhawan on 61 has the strike. He backs away and drives over extra cover majestically. I can't tell you what a lovely shot that was. Glorious timing, made by the footwork. But in the end, you have to take it back to its raw self, the talent. And there's a lot of it. Shikhar Dhawan.
Yep, and this is now ominous for England, the position India are in. And Shikhar Dhawan, that is an outstanding shot. I mean, he just shimmies to the leg side, gives himself a bit of space. He loves having his arms free. He loves hitting through the offside anyway, but he creates the space.
And now he leg glances for 4. Beautiful touch. So he's gone 6 over extra cover, comfortable 6. It looked like it would get a yard or 2 over the rope. Well, it didn't. It went 10 yards over the rope, and now he's leg glance for 4. And so Owen Morgan, as you say, a lot to think about here. The score is skipping along. England do look sloppy all of a sudden, and the 2 Indian batsmen have control of the game.
And this is the danger, and I think it was quite obvious from the outset what the game plan was for the Indian batsmen. Sharma and Dhawan made a call early to set a stall out, build a base, build a solid platform for the Indian batting team to go from.
And no run off this ball as Dhawan knocked it into the leg side. Morgan was alert to it. The 150 came up in 28 overs and 4 balls for the loss of just the 1 wicket. That's Rohit Sharma. Current run rate is 5.2 and over. Dhawan on strike to Moeen Ali. Final ball of the 29th. Back he goes and hits it to extra cover, who does the fielding, and there's no run, albeit even that bit of fielding wasn't quite collected cleanly by Johnny Bairstow, but at least he was up quickly and was able to stop a run. So it'll be Virat Kohli on strike in just a moment. little flecks of grey in Virat's beard. He's got a long, and he shaved it into a point, so we have to call it a long and pointed beard, like he's a wizard, which of course he is with bat in hand. A lot of Indian men dye their hair, and they don't hide the fact that they do. But Virat looks as if he's just let it go a little. Makes him look as if there's a little more, even more wisdom in the wizard. Anyway, he's on strike and he's on 49. Adil Rashid is the bowler who's got him out in the past with some brilliant deliveries. Got him out in the 2020 series the other day. Got him out once at Headingley, I think it wasn't a one-day international. And forward he goes, pushes it out, square on the offside. He goes to another 50 in international cricket. One of the great players of this or any other era of the game.
Yeah, outstanding from Virat Kohli. 50 from 50 balls and made it look so easy, so effortless. Then we'll talk a lot about these great shots, but one of the features for me is how he still gets runs off good deliveries. I remember playing against Ricky Ponting. It was a feature of Ponting's batting. He bowled a good ball and he'd still managed to get one.
And Shikhar Dhawan, who had backed away a little there, and Adil Rashid followed him on a good length, and he was just able to hit the ball at the top of the bounce, gently into the leg side for a single. Yeah, that's right. The good players, they score off good balls. They thrive when circumstances are with them and against them. That's the point. They find a way. Tremendous mindset, all founded on a strong basic technique and a desire to win. The desire, that's so much of it, as he just flicks that down to long on for a single, over pitched a little from Adil Rashid, who has none for 37 at the moment from the 6.5 overs that he's bowled. Kohli slim, very fit. Shikhar Dhawan now goes and plays a brilliant slog sweep. He just picks his spot, hits it square at that time. He's really having fun here with Adil Rashid, which is why Rashid is so furious that he was dropped in the last over. Shikhar's gone to 76 now.
Yeah, very dangerous drop, of course. Very dangerous player, Dhawan. And the last 5 overs have gone at over 8.5. Shows you when you have the platform to go.
Well, there's a lot of places to hit with the spin. He hasn't bowled, so that was a googly. And this time Moeen Ali run around exactly the same pull shot as he hit in the air, and the catch was dropped, but on that occasion it went along the ground and Moeen Ali did the fielding safely. 77 now for Shikhar Dhawan after that 4 single combination. 158 for 1. It is really speeding along now, this score. Rashid to Kohli. Great play. So England have bored a man in to try to stop that offside single. So this time Kohli just drops it and goes, and no one can do anything about it. Dhawan alert to it. And Dhawan with an ear stud in both left and right earlobe, we've just seen, because he's taken his helmet off. I knew he had one, but I didn't know he had 2. The rate is climbing. The problem here for England is that if they do double the score in the next 20, the old adage Goffey was talking about, you double it after 30. Well, if they do double it, it's 320, right? But they tend these days to more than double it.
I was just about to say, I think that's the old adage. I think it's more than double now. I mean, from this position, you're looking 330 to 350 is got to be on the cards if India bat half well.
I agree. I think I can hand over to Guy. I'm waiting for my producer, but silence from him. Guy, all yours.
Thank you very much, Mark. And the producer was listening. My microphone is live, so that's a win-win. I've just been going through the splits. First 10 overs 39, second 10 overs 44, third 10 overs 76. And just as we were saying, make sure you got wickets in hand and then attack, Matt.
Yeah, it's the perfect innings so far from India. Ball's doing a little bit early on. Bit of movement, bit of swing. Saw that off. only lost the 1 wicket.
Yeah, expensive. A couple of drops off Dhawan. I know the first one from Jason Roy was a tough one, but even so, he was only on 16 at that point. And certainly the Moeen Ali one when he was on 60. Already that's proving expensive. He scored another 17. He's moved on to 77. Mark Wood is to come on now and try and stem the bleeding. And the first ball is a dot ball. And England need, well, I'm not sure they would have wanted Mark Wood on quite so early, but they've got, the spinners are just going for so many at the moment.
Yep, got to get some control here. Best way to get control is by taking wickets. And you bring your strike bowler back on. I can see what Eoin Morgan's trying to do here.
And that's quick again from Mark Wood, just outside off stump, played out into the covers, no run. Mark Wood's first 5 overs this morning when he came on and opened the bowling. Bowled a maiden, just 24 from the 5. So important for England that he bowls as well as he possibly can here. It's difficult though, isn't it? It's just, here's the ball, Mark Wood, take me a wicket.
Yeah.
No pressure.
And by the way, it's Kohli and Dhawan and they're well set.
In again, and that is just punched backwards of square by Virat Kohli for a single. Even the diving Jason Roy can't stop it. And a lot of smiling going on between these two batsmen at the moment, which is even more worrying as far as England are concerned.
They know what's coming. Yeah, they're certainly enjoying it at the moment. Kohli in particular, his whole innings, he seemed, he's never shy of showing his emotion when he plays, and sometimes there's angry Kohli. Today it's looked quite jovial. It looks like he knows something no one else does. It might be how good a form he's in.
You could do a series of emojis, couldn't you? Yeah. Will be Mark Wood though, in again to Shikhar Dhawan this time, and Dhawan just punches it down in front of him. Fielders in very quickly, and in fact has a shy at the stumps because Virat Kohli had thought about a quick single, but he was back in plenty of time. Ball didn't hit. The partnership is now worth 96 off 93 deliveries, and they've played very, very nicely. Particularly Kohli, who, unless you get him early at the moment, you just know he's going to make you pay. England managed to get him out, I think it was a duck and 1 in a couple of innings in the T20s. But if they didn't, he'd just go on and on and on and on. Mark Wood in again, though, to Dhawan, who just punches him. What a shot that is. It was outside off stump, but not very far outside off stump, and that has just been played beautifully, like a whip crack you could hear as it flies to the boundary for 4. What a shot from Dhawan. He moves to 81.
Yeah, unfortunately, the faster it comes, sometimes the faster it goes back past you. That's what happened that last shot. Not a lot of footwork from Dhawan, but he loves using his hand. He's so good with his hands, particularly hitting through the offside. Just uses Mark Wood's pace, times it to the right hand of mid-off. No need to run for that one.
In again then, Mark Wood, right arm round. This time it is slightly shorter of a length. It's cut to backward point. There will be no run. The score remains 164 for 1 here on TalkSport 2 at the end of the 31st over, bowled by Mark Wood. Virat Kohli is 53 not out from 55. Shikhar Dhawan dropped a couple of times, remember, is 81 off 89, and that is the 100 partnership, of course. So the ton comes up between these two, and at a runner ball, that has really put, better than a runner ball, has put real pressure back on England. So 19 overs to go. The wickets in hand column is looking scary as far as England are concerned. 9 of them and 164 on the board. So if you were England, Matt, what would be your best position from here? Because usually it's double the score at 30 overs. Do England want to be chasing 320? Can they find a way back?
Well, we spoke earlier that there's been a big 350 score chase down at this ground, so I think, will England have belief that they can chase anything? Of course they will. I mean, that's what they've done so many times before. Chase down big targets, and I think that's also one of the reasons Eoin Morgan never hesitates to bowl first, because of the belief that they have in a batting team. but you can go a long way to winning the game in this innings, and you can take pressure off yourself. So I imagine Owen, now that both teams taking a drink, currently Owen Morgan will be getting his troops around and saying, right, this is a really important phase of this match. If we can take some wickets here and slow the run rate, then we can actually put ourselves in a really good position, because we back ourselves to chase 320, 330, but if we can keep them to 300 even, wow, we've done a really good job. So I imagine that will be the conversation, and the best way to stop India scoring is by taking wickets.
Exactly, so less mistakes in the field for sure as far as England are concerned. You're listening to commentary of the first of 3 one-day internationals against India on TalkSport 2 with the Times and the Sunday Times cricket team, including Lizzie Ammon, Simon Wilde and the former England captains Mike Atherton and Sir Alistair Cook.
Just on that, Guy and Maddie, when you're talking about taking wickets against India in the middle order, so between overs 10 and 40 in the last 5 years, Indian batsmen are averaging 60 while scoring at almost a run a ball. It's incredible the way that they manage to score so many runs with getting out, so rarely, which gives them a huge platform. They don't usually kick on as well as, well, certainly don't kick on anywhere near as well as England when it comes to the last 10 overs, but they're usually so set, and if they can keep 1 or 2 batters set, then those are the innings where they go on and make huge scores, but they very rarely fail.
It was always a topic of conversation in the one-day team that I played in, who quite frankly were rubbish at playing one-day cricket in the subcontinent. It was always a thing. How do we get wickets in those middle overs? We just couldn't do it, and that's where you wanted your extreme pace or your gun spinner or someone that just manages to take some wickets. Otherwise it's just easy pickings. You can go at 6, 7 and over even without any risk, but that's what's happened today.
Is this where England miss a Liam Plunkett? Because he was the man who was doing that around the World Cup time.
Well, that was his role, wasn't it? But now they got Mark Wood, so I imagine that's why Mark Wood, and that's the role he's playing. Owen Morgan will say, right, come on Woody, we need a couple of wickets now. Let's get our quickest bowler on and try and get a few.
And they do have the wrist spinner, it's just that they dropped a catch off him as well, so that doesn't help.
By the time the batsman had already scored 60 though, so his average was still right.
He was fine, yeah.
So England with work to do in this final 19 overs. Wickets need to be taken. Mark Wood's just bowled his 6th over. It wasn't a bad over, apart from one glorious cover drive, just 5 runs from it. Wood's 6 overs have gone for 29 now, and it's Tom Curran who is also returning to the attack to see whether he can work the oracle. He bowled beautifully earlier on and looked almost the most likely. His 5 overs going for just 18. Beat the bat on several occasions, but these two are now so well set. And he's into Virat Kohli, who is straight down the wicket to him, just clips it out to mid-on. There is no run. Tom Curran takes evasive action as the ball is flung in towards the wicket-keeper, but he's out the way.
Yeah, interesting that. I mean, it was just a push, or Kohli down the wicket, pushed it to mid-on, but what's interesting, Sam Curran came charging in, picked the ball up and shied at the wicket-keeper's end. I think that's a statement of intent. That's just off the back of the drinks break. The Owen Morgan, the captain, coming, getting them around and saying, guys, 2 drop catches, some really sloppy fielding. That's not what this England team is about. You know, our standards are, okay, Kohli might bat well. He might get 100 even. Fair enough, he's a great player. But dropping catches, poor fielding, that's on us. That's not that. We can't have that as an excuse. So hopefully England are going to up the tempo in the field now.
Well, let's see if that's the case. Certainly Sam Curran's led, and that is a lovely cut shot from Shikhar Dhawan. There is a man out on the boundary, Jason Roy, and it'll be Livingston actually out as a substitute fielder, and he's just put in a fabulous return right over the stumps. So yes, Owen Morgan's little pep talk to the field appeals to have worked from the first 2 deliveries we have seen so far, as the TV cameras have a look at poor old Moeen Ali, who put down that eminently takeable chance off the bowling of Adil Rashid. In again Tom Curran, and with all the time in the world, Virat Kohli just plays the ball down into the leg side, trots through for the simplest of simple singles, but he does just seem to have that extra time that the true greats have when he's batting, Virat Kohli, and that's an example of it, even if it was just for a single.
And that's the challenge. Someone when you're bowling at these quality players on a good batting wicket now, it all looks a bit innocuous. You can't just go through the motions in the field. You have to try and create something. And when that opportunity is created, as we watch Moeen Ali's drop catch again, you got to take it.
Yes, the world feed seems to be showing lots of pictures of England's drop catches currently, as that is flung away for a single, and they trot through 4 singles so far from Tom Curran's 6th over. He moves just 22 runs now from him. Kohli on 55, Dhawan on 83, and Curran bowling good lengths at the moment. Nothing really looks terribly wicket taking, but at the same time is not getting smashed about here. And that actually does straighten up Virat Kohli, who gets a bit of a leading edge that goes straight back down the ground, but well bowled, Tom Curran.
Yep, again, bit of movement away from the right-hander off the seam. Don't know if he just rolled his fingers over it. We're seeing a replay now. And no, it was just a seam-up delivery. But it just jags away from Kohli. That's a bit of a go at himself. Again, a bit complacent. He was just trying to work it into the leg side for one. Maybe didn't commit quite to the shot. Didn't expect the ball to move.
So a good, valuable dot ball as far as England are concerned. That's Fuller. Kohli gets onto it, and that's good fielding to ensure that only a single is taken. Sam Curran saves his brother's figures with a nice little trot across. Good over that from Tom Curran, just the 5 runs from it. 0 for 23 from his 6 overs. So we're at the end of the 32nd over here on TalkSport 2. Virat Kohli 56 not out from 59. Shikhar Dhawan 83 from 91, and India 169 for 1. 18 overs to go, 2 batsmen set. England looking for wickets. We've just had a drinks break, to which Owen Morgan explained the situation pretty openly and frankly, we would imagine, as Mark Wood steams in again, and that's flicked away by Kohli, but this time Moeen Ali has held on to it, and the breakthrough has been made. The danger man has gone. Mark Wood has got him, and Moeen Ali, I wonder what was going through his head as he saw the ball hurtling towards him, but he held it together well. And Kohli has gone from 56 from 60. India 169 for 2.
Yep, I think if ever there was a case of a batsman just feeling a bit too good, this may have been it. Kohli's middled everything from the minute he walked out to bat, and he middled that one again, flicking it from middle and off, I'd say. Fuller delivery, picks it up, trying to find it. I think he tried to hit it a bit straighter, but all he can do is find the man, Moeen Ali, at deep square leg, and he breathed a big sigh of relief as he held on to that. Kohli goes for 56. India now 169 for 2 here on TalkSport 2.
And Matt, you were just saying that this is Mark Wood's role now. This is, as well as opening the bowling, he's also the man who has to come back in the middle and take wickets, and he's got the biggest one of the lot. Yeah, massive wicket that for England, and hopefully again that's going to inspire the rest of the other 10 men to sort of get around and say, right guys, we've got to now keep the foot on here. We've got to now, can we get 3, 4, 5? That gets us back into the game. I mean, getting Kohli in this stage, that is huge for England. We just cannot underestimate how big that is. I think Kohli will be pretty disappointed with himself. I mean, he's just set there, 56 from 60 balls, looked untroubled, needless shot really. I could see what he was trying to do, he just didn't quite execute it. But that's a life for England. That certainly is a life for England. Let's hope they can go on from here. Well, Shreyas Iyer comes to the wicket. This is 22nd one-day international. He's also scored a century at this form of the game. His average is a fraction under 45 with a strike rate a fraction over 100. So, welcome to the game. England have more work to do, and a man who's in form as well, as we saw in the recent T20s.
Yeah, he was very impressive in the T20s, wasn't he? Hadn't seen a lot of him before that. But, I mean, he just walked out to the wicket every time. He just looked so assured. I think it was Kate Cross said in one of the 2020 games. It looks like he's been there for years and years. He's a serious player. Plays proper cricket shots as well. So like very good technique, proper cricket shots.
Well, let's see whether England can strike while the iron is hot here. Virat Kohli's gone. Shreyas Iyer is facing. Mark Wood is steaming in. and that comes off a thickish outside edge perfectly safely down past the slip who had been inserted for the new batsman to third man, and there is a single. Shreyas Iyer immediately off the mark with a single. India moved to 170 for 2.
Yeah, good delivery that from Mark Wood. To be honest, you don't want to give the batsman an easy boundary to get off the mark, or even an easy single, but that's in a good area. It's just good pace again, just moving away. But Shreyas Iyer is able to adapt to it, just run it off the outside edge. No risk, but he gets the single.
They're just showing the wicket of Virat Kohli again, and there was so much space as Mark Wood comes in again, and that is paddled round the corner most effectively by Shikhar Dhawan. He was really just helping it round, and it ball just got faster and faster as it crossed the outfield. 4 runs to him, and he moves on to 87.
Oh, incredible shot this from Shikhar Dhawan. It just looked like he had paddled it around. Short ball again from Mark Wood. Got onto the batsman quite quickly, and he just paddles it around to the leg side. Obviously we're watching on the TV here and on the screens. I thought he had just paddled around for 1 run. But the man in the deep square leg had no chance and just raced away for a boundary.
Wood in again, and that is a little bit shorter and a little bit sharper, and Shikhar Dhawan just plays that down in front of his toes, and there will be no run. But yeah, there was no real follow through from the batsman at all on that shot. He just literally jabbed it and it just flew. The timing was impeccable. No, they were just showing replays of that Virat Kohli, and there were about several acres to either side of Moeen Ali. He could have hit the ball. It would have been perfectly safe. He did really well to actually pick the one fielder out there. As it is, England will be delighted he did. Shikhar Dhawan, who has been the recipient of a couple of lives already. Mark Wood into him, and that made Shikhar Dhawan think. It was sharp outside off stump. He was up on his toes, and he played it out to point, and there'll be no run.
Yeah, Mark Wood currently coming round the wicket to Shikhar Dhawan, and the reason for that is because of the angle. Tried to narrow the angle. Dhawan very, very strong on the offside, likes to use his hands, hit through cover and backward point, and coming round the wicket. The theory is to go into him so he can only play off his hip. Bowler will feel that there's more control there, and even if he gets it away, it's only a single out to square leg. But I think it negates the opportunity to get a wicket. If you're going to try and get Dhawan out, I would prefer him to come over the wicket and try and nick him off.
In again though, round the wicket, and again Shikhar Dhawan plays that jab pull shot. This time the fielder very nearly got round there, and I think he's hurt himself diving. That's Johnny Bairstow. No. He's landed on his shoulder and he does not look happy. He was trying...
Billings,
Billings, sorry. I saw the ginger beard, and it's Sam Billings though, it's not Johnny Bairstow. And that does not look good. Billings is not a guy who lies around unless he really has done something.
Am I making this up? Did he not have a shoulder injury, Sam
I think
Billings?
We'll check that.
I'm watching the replay now, and he's, it's a fantastic effort to try and save the boundary. Unfortunately, I don't think he does that either. His foot seems to be on the boundary rope. But it's when he lands, he flicks it with his dives, gets hold of the ball with his right hand, flicks it back, but it's actually his left hand that he puts down, and as he comes down, I think he sort of jars his left hand into the ground and jars his shoulder. He's still down.
Well, it will be 4 runs, which makes poor old Sam Billings' vain attempt even worse if he has done himself some damage, and he is in some pain on that shoulder.
I think you'll find that this is he had his shoulder dislocated, which is what I think Matty was thinking about. And it's happened a few times. So you can see here what he does is he rolls over straight away and he puts himself in a position. So this is something that's happened to him before. Generally, when you've already had a dislocation, it means sometimes it just pops in and out. So it could be as simple as that, or he could have really re-aggravated it. But he knew that it was the same injury by the way that he rolled over on his back and waited. And Owen Morgan didn't come up and do anything either. Owen Morgan stood over him. So obviously this is something that they are used to dealing with. I'm just having a look now. I think it might have separated again by the look of that.
Yeah, it's not looking good. And actually you could see it wasn't when his hand went in. It was the hand sort of skimmed the top surface of the ground. Then his elbow jarred into the grass. Kohli actually said at the toss, the outfield's quite soft, isn't it? So it's always a worry for fielders when they're diving and sliding in a soft outfield. His elbow gets stuck into the outfield and jars that shoulder.
It doesn't. if it was dislocated, it looks as if it's back in. It's just how much pain he'll be in.
Yeah, it just depends on the player. There was an Aussie rules player years ago whose knee used to dislocate every 2 or 3 games, and he would put it back in on the field, get up and run off. So sometimes that can happen. But in this particular case, he'll have to come off the field because he won't be able to throw again anyway. So they'll take him off and they'll have a look at it. But he looks in a little bit of pain, but it doesn't look like it's as bad as it did when he first went over on it.
Well, let's hope that Sam Billings can find a way back, because England will almost certainly need him when it comes to batting later on. There are replacements. We've already got Liam Livingstone on, so that leaves Matt Parkinson and Reece Topley, who could come on and help. As it is, Shikhar Dhawan has scored a boundary. We've had quite a lengthy wait now. And England, well, Shikhar Dhawan moves into the 90s. So England will be even more ruining the 2 opportunities they've had to catch him so far. But as it stands at the moment, India still nicely placed, 169 for 2. Sorry, 178 for 2. 9 runs from this over so far. Dhawan is 91 not out from 95 deliveries. Shreyas Iyer is 1 not out. That was the final ball of the 33rd over, and India 178 for 2 here on Talk Sport 2. Liam Livingstone on as a substitute fielder for somebody else. He was already on. I didn't see who had gone off originally, but Liam Livingstone will now presumably stay on for the rest of this innings as the replacement fielder for Sam Billings, and it will be Tom Curran to continue after that lengthy injury delay. And Curran has bowled very, very economically, less than 4 runs and over. Oh, and that's pushed around the leg side. It was sharpish, it was shortish. It isn't a wide, which on another day may have been given. And Shreyas Iyer tried to paddle it round the corner, missed it. Butler took it, strangled calls, not out. See why England initially thought possibly something may have happened, because it was very close to the bat, but Butler hadn't heard anything. And Tom Curran will be in again, outside off stump. Just played down in front of the batsman, no run. And once again, Tom Curran on the money.
2 balls banged in short there. Guys, I imagine that's the plan to Shreyas. England analysts and players have seen something. The way Iyer plays the short ball, that they want to try and attack him early. See if he gives a chance.
So in again, Tom Curran to Shreyas Iyer, and Iyer this time moves outside off stump. It is just back of a length, this one, and he flicks it out into the leg side, and the man coming in does well to keep them down to a single. Shreyas Iyer will be off strike, and Shikhar Dhawan on 91 not out, looking for his 18th ODI 100, which is a remarkable record. So Tom Curran, who has been brought in this middle section of the match to try and bring about a wicket. He certainly kept the runs down, but that is cut away, and that will be 4. Didn't manage to keep the runs down on that particular occasion. Lovely shot. Too much width outside off stump from Tom Curran. Quickly onto it was Shikhar Dhawan, and he moves on to 95 not out from 96 deliveries.
Well, if there's a place that Shikhar Dhawan would tell a bowler to bowl it, that would be it. Bit short, bit wide outside off stump, and he just places it backward at backward point. Man at third man's too fine to get across and cover it. Tom Curran just trying to bowl a cutter, trying to bowl the off cutter, taking the ball away. All he could do is find the boundary.
Tom Curran in again, and that's played this time to backward point. There will be no run. Shikhar Dhawan brought up his 50 with the 6. He could get there again if he does the same this time, but Tom Curran at the moment, I think he's only gone for a couple of boundaries in his entire spell, so
he's been good, hasn't he? He's been good. First spell, and this one. Seems to be getting something, bit of movement out the wicket. Really, that last delivery was the first bad ball.
And that's much fuller in length than the shorter deliveries we were seeing to the other the Shreyas Iyer. Good ball though, and it was punched out into the covers, no run. So after that boundary, good comeback from Tom Curran, and India moved to 183 for 2 now. Shreyas Iyer is 2 not out. Shikhar Dhawan 95 not out, just 5 from that over in the end from Tom Curran. He has now bowled 7 overs for just 28. Shikhar Dhawan is closing in on that 100. Shreyas Iyer is looking to get going. The game is very nicely poised at the moment after 34 overs. In the Indian run rate that was climbing quite sharply against Moeen Ali and Adil Rashid is now retreating slightly in the face of Mark Wood and Tom Curran, and that's Mark Wood to continue. Punches the ball out, and that's a brilliant piece of fielding. It looks as if it had been very well played out into the covers. Owen Morgan took it, Jason Roy took it right-handed, threw it back immediately. Fine save.
Yeah, good save, good bit of fielding from Jason Roy. He's obviously a quality fielder. Would have been disappointed with that drop catch earlier on. Dhawan diving away to his left. Would have expected to hold on to it, I think.
Dhawan making the most of it. 95 not out. Shreyas Iyer, though, is currently facing Mark Wood. Wood in again, and that's short, and it's pulled away. That's a good shot from Shreyas Iyer. He was on it very quickly, saw what Wood was going to deliver, rocked back, and then played the pull shot to perfection. 4 runs, he moves on to 6.
Well, England have a theory here against Iyer with the short ball. They've gone short consistently so far in his short innings, just the 6 balls faced. But my goodness, what an answer that is to that delivery of Mark Wood. Again, another short delivery, very short actually, and Iyer stands up, gets right on top of the ball, goes straight down after he connects with it. No chance of a catch, well in front of square as well. Wonderful shot for 4.
It really was a classic shot, wasn't it? It was off his nose, rolled his wrists, beautifully played. As in comes Wood again. This time it's outside off stump, and he's punched into the covers where Ben Stokes picks up the ball, waits to see if someone is going to try and go for the short single. No one is, to Mr. Stokes, and the ball goes back to the bowler, no run. And at the moment, you just feel there's a certain waiting game going on in this match. It's when do India explode? Can England keep the lid on it, if you like, at the moment?
I think it was the wicket of Kohli, wasn't it? That's just slowed everything down. Dhawan and Kohli were just looking to accelerate. Kohli then got out.
Wood in again, right arm round to Shreyas Iyer. That's just dropped down. And it's fielded easily at point by Jason Roy, no run.
India just having to rebuild. Obviously Shreyas Iyer just coming to the wicket. He's going to be getting the pace of it, working out how the ball is coming onto the bat. Important again to restart, build a partnership, get with your partner Dhawan, but also not load the pressure on him. It's that catch-22 of, okay, you want to get your eye in, but you've got to keep ticking over the scoreboard, getting your singles, putting away the bad ball.
Certainly haven't. KL Rahul is in next, who was in no real touch in the earlier on. This series is in again comes Mark Wood, and that's well, he's attempted to play it out into the offside, and that's a fine catch. His hand came off the bat. He was surprised by the pace, and Liam Livingstone on as a substitute fielder has taken an excellent catch in the deep, and Mark Wood, brought on to take wickets in the middle of this match, has done exactly that. He now has 2. Shreyas Iyer has gone for just 6 off 9 deliveries. And England, important breakthrough, 187 for 3, good catch in the deep.
Yeah, I think this is fantastic bowling and a fantastic plan from England. Going short at Shreyas Iyer, and then that's sometimes not always the plan of how you're going to get the wicket out, but actually it's the follow-up delivery. So they've gone short at him consistently, and then it's the fuller delivery that he's tried to hit back over Mark Wood's head. A bit of a strange shot. Certainly doesn't get anywhere near all of it, but it managed to carry out to the man Livingstone at deep extra cover. India now 187 for 3 here on TalkSport 2.
2 for 42 for Mark Wood, and crucial that he came to the party. And he's done exactly that. Good captaincy as well by Owen Morgan. After that drinks break, he just said, right, I'm putting on the seamers. Let's get this party going properly again now. And there seems to be a different step in the England team at the moment, and they're earning the reward from that. 187 for 3. KL Rahul is now joining Shikhar at the crease, who will keep wicket later in this match. KL. There's a knuckle nudge from the two batsmen. Seemed to catch Shikhar Dhawan rather by surprise. He didn't even have his gloves on when they went for that knuckle nudge. As it is, KL Rahul goes down to do a spot of gardening. Mark Wood has one ball left of this over, Matt.
Just shows you the difference. The man that's in on 95, pretty relaxed, just having a drink, mopping his brow with a towel, and then the man who's just coming in wanting to knuckle nudge, and he's bouncing and jumping around, taking his guard, desperate to get off strike, get off the mark, get going.
Mark Wood, face set, in now, bowls, it's right arm round, it's punched out by Dhawan into the just backward of point, and there's no run there. And another good over from Mark Wood. And India now 187 for 3 here on TalkSport 2. Thanks very much to Matt. And we bring in Kate Cross now with KL Rahul yet to get off the mark. Shikhar Dhawan still 5 runs away from a century, 95 off 99 balls.
It's going to be a little interesting passage of play, this, isn't it? Especially with KL Rahul coming off a disappointing T20 series. Arguably, he got dropped in that last game. Under a little bit of pressure, batting at 5, not his usual spot.
Yeah, no, it will be interesting because you just couldn't get the ball off the square in the T20 series, so it'll be interesting to see whether he can find his touch quickly here. As it is, you're listening to commentary of the first of 3 one-day internationals between India and England on TalkSport 2 with the Times and the Sunday Times cricket team writing with an edge. 187 for 3, Dhawan 95, and it's a change of currents as far as England are concerned, as Sam comes on for Tom. Again, he bowled very well early on, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 22 in his opening spell. And important, he keeps the pressure on that England have been able to exert through Mark Wood and through Tom Curran. Just looking through KL Rahul's figures, he's got 400s in this form of the game. Yet another one with the big numbers as far as India are concerned in ODIs. And England will need to keep the pressure on him. He averages fraction under 46, strike rate of about 88, 400s, 850s. And that was a poor shot from Shreyas Iyer as they just show it again. Good catch in the deep. Wood putting him under pressure. Now it's Sam Curran bowling left arm round to the right-handed KL Rahul, and they're off the mark with a single, and they might get a second on the overthrow, just waiting to see. Jason Roy had a shy, but they stick at the single, and it will be Shikhar Dhawan.
Just to talk about KL Rahul for a moment. So his last 6 T20 innings have been 14, duck, 1, 0, 30. His last 6 ODI innings have been 88, 4, 112, 12, 76 and 5. So it does sort of show that, you know, you go through little trots in white ball games in different ways. He actually has batted a little bit at number 5 and number 4 for India in the one-day games.
And that is Sam Curran bowling left arm over the wicket to the left-handed Shikhar Dhawan. That is punched out. Jason Roy with a shake of the head eventually picks up the ball, but there will be no run, just the 1 run from the over so far. 3 balls in, 188 for 3.
But he's mostly known as a opener, and he certainly opened a lot for India and opens a lot in the IPL as well. And I think he might have wore whatever special colour hat they get for the most runs in the IPL last season. Purple? Is it purple for the runs?
That is punched out just backward of the square, and they go through for a single, and so it's a leg by actually, and Shikhar Dhawan remains on 95 from 101 deliveries now, but the score goes up to 189 for 3.
I feel like I should know this.
Mustard?
But I'm gonna. I was gonna say with it being the IPL and the glitz and the glamour of the IPL, I'm going gold.
Should
the
be
gold hat.
I thought there was a purple hat. I should know this too, shouldn't I?
As purple's fairly regal, isn't it? So you'd be the king if you had a purple.
Oh, Macca's running over. There. One's purple, one's orange. Well, that's helping. I'm half there.
Sam Curran, all the way there to bowl that delivery. Left arm round the wicket, punched into the covers. No run. Another good over this from Sam Curran, keeping the brakes on this Indian innings. KL Rahul 1 from 3 now.
Orange, our producer Ollie says, is most runs, and purple is most wickets. And gold is if you own the league.
Okay.
Or play for Kolkata, I suppose.
I like IPL jokes. That's left arm round, and that's an edge, and it's just gone past Butler. If there had been a first slip in, that would have been very interesting indeed. As it is, it's gone for 4. Well bowled, Sam Curran. But in the end, KL Rahul gets his first boundary, not in the most convincing manner, and he moves on to 5. But well bowled, Sam Curran found the edge. It would have been a sitter for first slip, but understandably at this point of the match there was not one in place, and that is the end of the over. India moved to 193 for 3. After a word from Kate Cross, it'll be over to Andrew McKenna.
Yeah, really well bowled there from Sam Curran. We saw him offering his really slower ball the ball before, which kind of just did KL Rahul for flight, and then we've seen the pace on delivery around the wicket, just angling into KL Rahul, cramped him up for room, and Josh Butler had absolutely no chance of that. It would have gone comfortably to first slip, but really well bowled from Sam Curran. He's just making things happen, and we talked about pressure on new batters early, and I feel like he's done that in that over.
Well, Mark Wood has done his job with those wickets, and so he's out of the attack, and Ben Stokes is back. Wood has now bowled 8 overs, 2 for 42, and Stokes will be back in for his 5th over. England having used 6 bowlers so far. So Owen Morgan doesn't have to bowl everyone out. He can chop and change it around. Be interesting to see. Moeen Ali's gone 3 overs for 28 so far, but he's had so little cricket. Yes, he might be expensive, but Kate, you'd probably want to keep him going just to get some middle practice back into his legs, wouldn't you?
Yeah, absolutely. I was just going to say, one-day cricket's a great opportunity to just get him into some rhythm, just giving him an opportunity to bowl. Like you said, he's not had much cricket, so you just almost forgive him being a bit rusty and brush those cobwebs off. Just looking at the bowling figures here, though, interestingly, Mark Wood has gone for 9 boundaries in his 8 overs compared to Ben Stokes being the next highest at just 4. But we spoke about this with the T20s, didn't we? It's that toss-up between your strike bowler coming on and taking you those wickets, but also leaking boundaries, which you kind of feel with Mark Wood's pace that's his role in this team now.
I love having a chat with Kate Cross, but the players haven't stopped so we can have a natter. The reason is there's one of the squares of the big screen that's the advertising hoarding behind the bowler's arm has gone a bit mad, so it's actually got about 7 or 8 squares that are not going black, and as it's directly behind the bowler's arm, they're having to get a technician to get round and completely clear it so that the bowler can come in and bowl. So I think that has now happened. And we will have Ben Stokes on his way then. Shikhar Dhawan, 95 not out, is facing Stokes, and he's just deep in his crease, pushing it to point. There's no run as it goes straight to Jason Roy. Shikhar Dhawan, 95 from 102 deliveries so far.
It's been a really impressive innings, hasn't it? And it's been, like we've talked about pretty much all the way through, it's been low risk. He's not really played any shots in anger. He's not attacked any bowlers at any point. He's just waited for bad bowling. And I mean, he started quite slowly in comparison to where he's at now, nearly a run a ball 100.
Dhawan waits as Stokes is over the wicket. He takes a ball from outside off stump, works it to mid-wicket. Will take a single as Owen Morgan fields. So Dhawan goes to 96, 194 for 3. And do you know the thing that really impresses me is that Shikhar Dhawan hasn't played for over a week. He played in the first T20 and then got sat down. So all he's been doing has been netting in that time. He looks absolutely in prime form.
Sometimes that makes you really hungry, though. We talked about opportunities, and when you get them, you've got to grasp them. And he's an experienced enough player to know that has to be the case. but he's just reliable, isn't he? Like I said, he's just not taken any risks. He's just played some really nice cricket shots.
KL Rahul then facing Ben Stokes. Stokes is playing out onto the offside, short, well, really into the gully. Shikhar Dhawan is well over a third of the way down the pitch from the non-striker's end. KL Rahul is having none of that and sends him back, so there's no run in the end. One man who's going to be absolutely gutted he's not on duty is Alex Tudor. Alex Tudor absolutely properly loves Shikhar Dhawan, loves watching him play, and although he's a very passionate England player and supporter, he'd be enjoying watching Shikhar play this innings. Stokes on his way to KL Rahul, turning this on the leg side. Johnny Bairstow will go from short mid-wicket round to his right-hand side and take a single. Rahul goes to 6. 195 for 3 brings Shikhar back on strike on 96.
Going back to KL Rahul and speaking about the pressure that he might be under for this innings, if there's ever a situation to bat, it's when your team are 195 for 3 and there's still 15 overs left and you've got Shikhar Dhawan 96 not out at the other end. I think, you know, walking out, that would give him some confidence naturally, just being in that situation.
He averages just shy of 46 in one-day internationals, does KL Rahul. Shikhar Dhawan gets a full straight ball that he turns to square leg and takes a single to take him to 97. India 196 for 3. This is his 36th one-day international, KL Rahul. 1,332 runs, as I say, just shy of 46. 400s with the best of 112, 850s, and his strike rate actually feels quite low for a player of his ability, at just a shade under 88. But I suppose when you're not one of the big ones, if you like, you don't necessarily get the opportunities. KL Rahul is solidly in behind this from Ben Stokes, and it's the end of the over. It's TalkSport 2. It's India against England, first one-day international. 196 for 3 India after being put into bat by England earlier today after 37 overs.
It's quite crazy when we're talking about a strike rate of 88 being subpar, isn't it? Especially, I mean, I think the T20 format of the game has changed our opinion on that, hasn't it? And how we see batters so easily striking at 150 regularly, that 88 seems really low. But I think in the longer format of the game, you need players like that to be able to come in and I guess anchor innings in particular scenarios. Not necessarily this one, because you'd want to see KL Rahul come in and be aggressive and bat with Shikhar Dhawan. But yeah, 88 is still a pretty impressive strike rate.
Pune is starting to cool down now as the sun starts to go down. Sam Curran goes in. Shikhar Dhawan will go on round about belly button height, that he works down to fine leg for a single to take him to 98. 197 for 3. The feels like temperature has been sort of mid-30s from the start of the game, but from here on in the temperature dips and the feels like will drop down to about 25, 26 by the end of the game, which will feel positively comfortable for the players. What is interesting is I was looking at a website earlier, and it's got all these different categories, and the one that stands out for me is air quality. Unhealthy is the description is actually given as. Unhealthy.
Pune is a satellite city, and it's basically for people to live in Mumbai who can't afford to live in Mumbai. It's a beautiful old town centre, but they've built the outside, so there's a lot of stuff there. The main road between Pune and Mumbai from basically 2 in the morning.
As KL Rahul gets a shorter ball from Sam Curran, tries to work it into the leg side, doesn't time it, no run.
From 2 in the morning till about midnight, so you get about 2 hours where it settles down, is just traffic everywhere, absolute peak traffic. So I'm not massively surprised, Macca, that the air quality there is not always ideal. It's a beautiful old town centre, Pune itself, but outside of that, just a lot of new office blocks, and a lot of the tech stuff in India is based out of there.
It's a ground with not a huge amount around it, judging by some of the high camera angles.
It's in the middle of nowhere.
All right, I was trying to be polite. KL Rahul plays out on the offside, no run.
We actually take a lot of inhalers out to India when we go out there. It is a genuine thing that we think about as players, and the doctor, like I said, he takes the inhalers out because a few girls who aren't asthmatic generally tend to find that the air quality isn't good enough to sometimes just get your breath in, and it can be quite claustrophobic in a way, because you do struggle to get your breath, especially with the humidity out there as well.
I think it was the Sri Lanka players in Delhi wore face masks on the field. I mean, Delhi's where it's at its absolute worst.
Curran goes in, KL Rahul coming forward. He's bowling left arm around to KL Rahul, and it takes the inside portion of the bat and runs out to mid-wicket, and there's no run. So, when is the launch pad going to be activated? They're currently going at 5 1/4, India. But they have the potential to put on a whole lot more than that. It's got to be 300, 320-ish from here, surely. At 30 overs, it was 159 for 1, 197 for 3 now, though, as Kohli and Shreyas Iyer have been dismissed. But KL Rahul, well, he's got... Is it still the fastest IPL 50 under his belts? It was certainly, at the time, it was the quickest. Shikhar Dhawan's got 98 from 105 and can go big. We've still got both Pandyas. Hardik, of course, we know from the T20s. Brother is on for debut with Krunal. Short ball, short and wide outside of off stump, and it left alone by KL Rahul. Umpire says nothing happening there. It remains 197 for 3.
Oh yeah, just looking at the Indian lineup, and you think you'd imagine the talk from the England players might be that another couple of wickets here, and suddenly you've got Bhuvaneshwar Kumar coming in. I've not seen much of Thakur to know how well he
basically he swings it like it's a rusty gate. His strike rate in this form of the game is 145.
Okay, I'll rate that.
Kumar, KL Rahul is getting one on the rib cage from Sam Curran. He's around the wicket, digging it into the ribs, and it doesn't look like KL Rahul's batting with a pad protector on the chest, so that takes him into the rib cage. End of the over, 38 gone, 197 for 3. Yes, Shardul Thakur is in for a good time, not necessarily a long time. His best is 22 not out, but I say when he does get in, it's 145 the strike rate.
Yeah, and I think England will be aware of that. That with that kind of batting, there's always wicket opportunities. So I think this little phase that we're going to have now is really key. I think if they can keep KL Rahul quiet, that's going to put a bit more pressure on Shikhar Dhawan, who's suddenly 98 not out, close to scoring his 100. But he's taken that momentum out of that innings by not rotating the strike and getting Shikhar Dhawan back onto strike. And like I said, England will be aware of that. I think they've bowled really well, particularly to KL Rahul. Sam Curran in particular using his off cutters, and he's saw Ben Stokes throw a few knuckleballs down as well.
So 12 to go. Shikhar Dhawan is on strike. 98 not out to Ben Stokes. Right arm over is Stokes. It's pulled straight to mid-wicket, and Shikhar Dhawan is not going to be getting 100. He takes his gloves off, puts his bat under his arm. He's caught at short mid-wicket, and England have a massive, massive breakthrough. Dhawan looked odds on for 100, but he goes. It's India 197 for 4, and Ben Stokes with a huge, huge wicket. Dhawan played the shot, but only picked out Owen Morgan at short mid-wicket, and the England captain makes no mistake.
Yeah, it's that man Ben Stokes again, isn't it? He comes on, he finds ways of taking wickets, and it almost a bit of a nothing celebration from the England players, but that is such a crucial wicket for them. And Shikhar Dhawan goes 98 off 106 here on live on TalkSport 2.
He is walking back, helmet under his arm, 98 to his name. Now that could be the difference in 20-30 runs in what you're chasing, potentially. You never know. Hardik Pandya is the man walking to the crease.
Having said that, great situation for Hardik Pandya to come into now. He's got 12 overs to bat. You think if this was a T20 game and he had 12 overs to bat in that, then that could be destructive.
Hardik Pandya actually averages against England in India 115. That is because he's only been dismissed once, though, so let's not get overboard on that one. But he walks out. Now 2 right-handers for England to work with as well for the time being. Now what's going on here? Hardik's made it out to the middle, and KL Rahul needs some eye drops.
When batters look at their bats when they don't hit it out the middle and they question the bat, maybe this is KL Rahul's way of explaining his 50 strike rate at the moment. He's just put some eye drops in.
I can see it's all clear again. Maybe he's getting the smog or the whatever else out of his eyes. Right, so two relatively new batsmen. KL Rahul's faced 12 balls for 6. Hardik Pandya is about to face his first. And he's taking guard. Ben Stokes is at the end of his crease waiting. Hardik Pandya is not taking guard particularly quickly. Now he's adjusting his helmet. This game is not going to be over anytime soon, is it? This is going to be a long old game. Here we go. Ben Stokes on his way. Hardik Pandya goes outside of off stump and then plays a forward defensive, holds the pose, and eventually plays a forward defensive and picks the ball up. Welcome along to TalkSport listeners who've joined us here on TalkSport 2. You do so just after England take a wicket, and a big one. Shikhar Dhawan has been denied 100. He picked out Owen Morgan at short mid-wicket. He went for 98 as India 197 for 4. So KL Rahul and Hardik Pandya are the new men at the crease for India, and they have 11 overs and 4 balls. And that now becomes 3 balls as Hardik Pandya tries to play this one down to third man from Ben Stokes. Misses, and it goes through to Jos Buttler. And there is no run, so we're set up for a big finish here, Kate Cross.
For those listeners that were with us earlier, we've had a message through from England team spokesperson saying that Sam Billings has sprained his collarbone joint, and it's not related to the previous shoulder injury that he suffered in 2019. It's sore, he's currently receiving treatment, and we're hopeful that he'll be able to bat later.
Thank you very much. I didn't even know you could sprain your collar joint. But there you go. Ben Stokes in. Hardik Pandya across his stumps, stays deep in his crease, pushes back down the pitch, and Ben Stokes will complete the fielding in his follow-through. There is no run. 197 for 4.
And for anyone that did miss it, he dived for a ball on the boundary trying to save 4, and it looked nasty, didn't it? It looked like he'd jarred his left shoulder into the ground. But thankfully for England fans, it looks like it's nothing too serious.
Yep, Sam Billings didn't get a run out in the T20s. This was his chance to get some game time. He'll be hoping to get a bat as much as anything else. You don't want to miss out on opportunities. Stokes in. Hardik Pandya again is going across his stumps. He's looking for a flick to the leg side, but he gets a ball that he can't really do that to, and he only ends up bunting it back down the pitch to Stokes, and there is no run.
Really good to see a slip back in play here as well. I think that's a really tackling option from England. Got 2 new batters at the crease now. Keep mentioning key moments of the game, but the next 5 overs, if we can keep these 2 quiet, take another wicket, then suddenly you've got a lad coming in on debut, and then we've got the fireworks of Takor to come.
Yeah, well, Krunal Pandya gives it a wallop the same way as his brother, so we're definitely into the hitting zone of the Indian order. Hardik Pandya waits as Stokes comes in, drives hard to backward point, straight to the fielder though, and that is the end of the over. So 39 overs gone, 197 for 4. Of course, if you want to hear every ball of this series, you want to be on TalkSport 2, and you might well need to download the TalkSport app to do that. You can simply download it from your provider and then swipe left and choose which station you want to listen to if you want to keep listening, as India are 197 for 4 after 39 overs. And it's commentary of the first of 3 one-day internationals between India and England on TalkSport 2 with the Times and the Sunday Times cricket team. They're writing, of course, with an edge. Right, 11 to go. And Sam Curran is back. He's bowled 8, so he's got 2 to go. Gone 0 for 28 so far. Now, is he going to continue around the wicket? He is. Angling it back into KL Rahul, and that's where he goes. It's a slower ball to start with that comes back in, and there was very little pace to work with on that, and all KL can do really is carve it out to the sweeper on the offside, and it's a single. 198 for 4.
Yeah, real slower ball there. The one that we mentioned just before the wicket, but that was 90 kilometres an hour, so really taking the pace off it. Probably his off-cutter. He bowls that quite frequently. He's really impressed me today, Sam Curran. He's not had the wickets, but this is it's almost the unnoticed role that he's playing in the team today, and it's a hard role to do sometimes, but really necessary in one-day cricket.
Sam Curran around the wicket to Hardik Pandya. Hardik Pandya is now off the mark because he beats the man at backward points, and we'll get it down to Mark Wood at third man for a single, 199 for 4. Did you say that previous one from Sam Curran was 90 kilometres an hour?
Yep.
Wow, that gives you an idea of how slow it was, because Washington Sundar is quite a quick spinner, and in the T20s he bowled a couple of deliveries north of 100 kilometres an hour, so a seamer is bowling slower than a spinner. Or a spinner is bowling quicker than a seamer, depending on how you want to do it. But that's the variation. Can't be predictable in this game. Curran around the wicket. KL Rahul pushing into the offside. Well fielded Jason Roy at backward point. No run. Remains 199 for 4.
Yeah, Jason Roy's been on absolute fire today in the field. He's just picking everything up really cleanly, diving around. Run out chances, always throwing the ball. That's what you want from your fielders, especially in 50 over cricket. I think it's completely on the onus of the individual to create that buzz and that energy within the field, and as a senior player, Owen Morgan will be looking to his senior players to be doing that kind of thing for him.
England have got the brakes on as well in this 10 over block. I'll finish that in a moment because Sam Curran is on his way in. Oh, KL Rahul hits this high, hard and handsome, and hits it into the stands over mid-wicket for 6. That brings up the Indian 200. They're 205 for 4. And they've reached that in 39 overs and 4 balls. And I was about to say that England had done well, because in this 10 over block, and there were now 2 balls to go between 30 and 40 overs, they've only conceded 45 runs and taken 3 wickets. And that includes that last 6. So England have really put a break on at a time India would have been looking to accelerate.
Yeah, and it's the first time that we've seen any kind of aggression from KL Rahul as well. And another off-cutter from Sam Curran, and we're just seeing it kick a little bit. We're seeing a little bit of bounce, but slightly too wide of off stump, which gave KL Rahul his arms to just be able to punish that ball, really.
3 in the ring on the offside, 1 on the leg. Kind of standard white ball field as Curran goes in around the wicket. KL Rahul can't do anything with that and just plays it back down the pitch to the bowler, and there's no run. So there's 1 ball left of the 40th, 205 for 4. It means India are now scoring at 5.15 and over. So they'll actually slow down because of those 2 wickets. It shows you how much wickets affects things. The last 5 overs, India 18 for 2. That's a run rate of 3.6. Final ball of the over from Sam Curran. Inside portion of KL Rahul's bat onto his pad, just trickles out on the offside, and there is no run. So that is 40 gone. 205 for 4 are India here on TalkSport 2. 10 overs to go then.
Wickets definitely do affect the scoring rate, but I think also the format of the game affects the mindset when new batters come in. I think if this was a T20 game, you would see a little bit more aggression, but for some reason, because you're playing 50 over cricket, things change. And like you said, you've got Hardik and Krunal, who are 2 hitters in the game, and they would come in for the Mumbai Indians or for India if they're playing international cricket, and they would go quite hard. So it'd be interesting to see how Hardik bats now. And I wonder sometimes if the format just plays with your mind.
It's a fair point. Right, final 10 overs. So we're into the third parts of the innings. First 10 overs is power play. Then you get 30 overs with a second set of regulations, and we're back into the final 10 overs then. And here comes Ben Stokes, and he starts with a ball that is full, off-stumpish. Hardik Pandya works to the leg side, straight to the fielder at mid-on, and there is no run. I promise I'm not going to harp on about this, but England have now been bowling for 3¼ hours, and we got to 40 overs. And there endeth the sermon.
I'm not even going to give you anything, I don't think.
Good. I'm just going to put it out there and then leave it there. It's like fishing. I've just put the bait in the water. Slip in place for Stokes. Slip isn't going to be in play in that one, though, because Hardik Pandya has hammered that to Owen Morgan at short extra cover, and there is no run.
So we're now in power play 3, which means that you can have 5 fielders outside the 30-yard ring, which I guess you would call the fielding power play. This is the most benefit that the fielders can have at this point. It is a batter's game after all, isn't it?
Absolutely. Doesn't say it in the rules, but we all know it is. Yeah, we've gone through various stages. one of the fielding side having a 10 overs that they can call, one of the batting side having 10 overs that they can call. Now we have these mandatory ones where it's just fixed in place because everyone was taking it in the same place anyway, so it just made sense. Now, what's going on here? I think Owen Morgan might have split a finger or split some of the skin on his hand stopping that ball. It absolutely was leathered at him by Hardik Pandya. Maybe it's just a bruise on the joint or something like that. But Sam Billings is already off for England with a shoulder problem, and now the England skipper wanders off. He's not exactly sprinting off to go and get strapped up or whatever, but it means Reece Topley is back out on a cricket field for England. That's not happened for a while. Stokes is in. It's guided straight to slip by Hardik Pandya, and he's out. Johnny Bairstow takes the catch, and Hardik Pandya, who could have been a real danger man for England, goes for just a single from 9 balls faced, and Ben Stokes has 3 for 26 halfway through his 7th over. That's a fabulous piece of bowling by Ben Stokes. I mean, it was almost slip catching practice, if we're honest, from Pandya. It's guided straight to Bairstow. But having put a couple of chances down today, England were not dropping that. And India now 205 for 5.
Yeah, he didn't look comfortable at any part of this innings, Hardik Pandya, and he's just shuffling across his off stump. There's a knuckleball from Ben Stokes, good length, and like you said, just catching practice. But Hardik Pandya's gone 1 off 9, 205 for 5 in the 40th over here live on TalkSport 2.
Right, it's going to be easy for me because Pandya's replaced Pandya, so even I can cope with that. But India are in danger of applying a handbrake to their own innings. Rohit Sharma, 28, was first out at 64 for 1. Virat Kohli, 56. That was 169 for 2. Shreyas Iyer, 6, 187 for 3. 197 for 4 when Shikhar Dhawan went for 98, and now 205 for 5. So India have gone from 169 for 1 to 205 for 5. And when Kohli was out, we were 1 ball into the 33rd. So that's all happened in the space of 7 overs.
I think we touched on it earlier, but credit to Owen Morgan. I know he's not on the pitch at the minute because of that finger injury, but he had his slip in the 40th over, which you don't often see in one-day cricket. And I was talking about those mindsets and how things change based on the format of the game. But that's something that, credit to Owen Morgan, he has done for the last 5 years with this team. He's continued to be aggressive all the way throughout an innings, whether that's with bat or ball. Granted, it's great he's got the likes of Ben Stokes to be able to execute to those kind of fields, but I think also credit to Sam Curran for the overs that he's bowled prior to this little phase of cricket.
So here we go then. Krunal Pandya on debut. First ball, Ben Stokes digs it in, shorts around his rib cage. He'll work it out to Reece Topley, who's stationed out on the leg side boundary. So Krunal is underway with a single, 206 for 5. So Krunal Pandya on debut. By the way, it's also his birthday tomorrow, so he'll be 30 tomorrow. His record in 50 over domestic cricket is just shy of 2,000 runs at 37.5, with a best of 133 not out, 200s and 11 50s, a strike rate of 88.5. Jared.
We were talking about Ben Stokes' wickets earlier and how he struggled in one-day cricket. So he's taken 3 today. In his previous 8 ODIs, he had 2 wickets. So he'd gone through a bit of a dry spell.
He's in again, and on this occasion, it is played back down the pitch by KL Rahul, and there is no run.
He's also, there's a chance here he might bowl out his 10 overs. I don't think he will, but there is a chance that he could do that. He's done that once since 2016.
Really?
So
Wow.
generally bowls in the middle, bowls anywhere between 3 and 6 overs. They see if anything's happening for him, and then they bring him back out. But he's bowled better today, so it's an outside chance. I don't think he'll bowl all his 10, but he'll bowl more than he usually does today anyway.
Well, England have got 6 bowlers. Wood, both Currans, Stokes, Rashid and Moeen. Mentioned earlier that Moeen had got a bit of tap early doors, but needs to get some bowling, so it'll be interesting to see how much the combination works out for Owen Morgan in terms of who ends up bowling what.
I'm trying to think about why Ben Stokes' stats would be like that, and the only thing I could think is that the strike bowlers that bowl before him.
Stokes in. KL Rahul is punching. Can't beat mid-off though. Mark Wood will field there. and there is no run.
Saying
End
they're
of
stealing all of these
41.
wickets.
End of 41 here on TalkSport 2. India 206 for 5.
I'm going to try and explain what I mean by that, and I am just thinking live on air here, so anything could happen. But when you've got the likes of Jofra Archer, Mark Wood, Chris Wokes, that I feel like the role of Ben Stokes then changes depending on who he follows. So in this team, for me, your wicket takers are Mark Wood and Ben Stokes, not necessarily the Currans. And I think we've seen the role that the Currans have played today. They've kind of been the economical dot ball bowlers who've done the hard work but don't get the praise for it. And I wonder if that could be a reason why Ben Stokes hasn't taken as many wickets in his past couple of games, maybe because he's had that role of trying to be the economical bowler.
Yeah, I mean, his numbers don't suggest he's done that particularly well. The economic, that doesn't mean he hasn't been trying to do it, and it hasn't worked for him. I mean, realistically, England usually, all their bowlers go for wickets. Moeen Ali is probably the only one who doesn't really try and take any wickets. One thing that cricketers noticed is he just bowls a lot slower in one-dayers than he does in tests.
Sam Curran in, full and straight, ducking back into Krunal Pandya, tries to turn it past the mid-wicket fielder, can't beat him. Thinks about a single, but realises there isn't one there and stays at home. 206 for 5.
Which might back up your point, where he's trying cutters, he's trying to be a little bit more accurate, whereas in Test cricket he'd probably just come in and wang it down as fast as he could for 3 or 4 overs. So it might just be a change of mindset. But he doesn't bowl that much in one-day cricket, and he also hasn't played a lot of one-day cricket of recent times.
India's run rate is tumbling. They were up at 5 1/4 a few hours ago. It's now down to 5. Thanks to these wickets that England have taken. Sam Curran, left arm over to the left-handed Krunal Pandya, pushing out on the offside. Liam Livingstone will field, no run. Liam Livingstone on the field with Sam Billings off with a shoulder problem, collarbone problem. Owen Morgan off due to a finger problem, with Reece Topley on the field for him. Surely we're going to see Reece Topley at some point during this series. His last appearance for England in an ODI was February of 2016 in Cape Town against South Africa. Shorter ball from Sam Curran. Oh, hammered away by Krunal Pandya through mid-wicket for 4. He wanders down the pitch and about halfway down, taps it down as if to make a point, hammers it away to the mid-wicket boundary. Krunal goes to 5, India 210 for 5.
Why did I think that Reece Topley had played against Ireland? Was that T20?
Could well be. His last one-day international, certainly, was against South Africa and Cape Town of 2016 in 14th of February. Unless I've gone completely mad.
Guy's on it.
Come on, Guy. Please tell me I'm right. Curran in, short ball. Krunal Pandya again hammers it away, and Moeen Ali's not getting close to that one at square leg. It goes away for 4. 214 for 5. Back-to-back boundaries.
Sorry, but Reece Topley did play against Ireland in a one-dayer last year in August.
There we go. I'm completely wrong. In that case, ignore everything I've just said.
But he's second last.
I only remember that because there was a lot of talk around him coming back from a bad back injury.
And I'm sure Don's listening, who's probably screaming at the radio, so apologies, Don. I didn't want to do that. Sam Curran in. Oh, that's full, that's straight. It takes Krunal on the pad, probably just drifting down the leg side. Takes him on the pad, rolls out, and there's no run. 214 for 5 it remains.
In amongst all that, though, really good bit of batting here from Krunal Pandya. He's just putting a bit of pressure on Sam Curran, which we've not really seen any of the Indian batters do consistently, but he's just punished that bad ball. And he's currently 9 off 6.
Last 8 overs. The scoring rate has dropped below 4. England doing such a great job of slowing things down. 320 looked absolutely, well, almost minimum, really. Curran goes in. It's a lowish full toss that has been whipped around the corner by Krunal Pandya. England have got a fine leg, and Moeen Ali at backward square leg, and it's gone between the two of them. And that Sam Curran over goes for 12. Sam Curran has bowled his 10 out now. He's gone 0 for 48. 8 overs to go. India 218 for 5.
And that's the cruelty of cricket sometimes. That last over going for 12 and your figures ending up 0 for 48 when you bowled so well all day. But yeah, Krunal Pandya just jumping on the bad ball, just a little bit too full, going for that Yorker, Sam Curran, and just missed out slightly and just pierced that field.
So Sam Curran, 1 maiden, 34 dot balls, in that, went for 5 4s and a 6 in that spell. And the equal second biggest over of the innings. There's been a 15, and that's now the second over that's gone for 12. India put into bat earlier today, like he did in the T20s. Virat Kohli said, oh well, we'd have batted first anyway. Easy to say when you haven't actually won the toss and have to make that choice, so we'll have to take him at his word. But now there's 8 overs of the innings to go, both batsmen on 13.
To be fair to Virat, he said the opposite almost every time when it came to the T20s, didn't he?
Ben Stokes goes in and starts the new over. Playing out on the offside is KL Rahul. There is a single taken, 219 for 5. Rahul goes to 14 from 20. And Sam Curran has completed his spell, so England shuffling their bowlers around. Owen Morgan. And my apologies, I've just realised I've carried on. Mark, you should be doing the commentary at this point, shouldn't you? My apologies, you take over from here. I'm one ball into your stint.
Shouldn't we? Don't trust a roster. Your enthusiasm knows no boundary. Here's Stokes. And a pleasant drive, more than a pleasant drive from Krunal Pandya. In fact, it beats mid-off to his right side and races for 4. This is a brilliant start by Krunal Pandya, and yet another example of the talent all around India. I mean, they keep, plucking players that people in England haven't heard of. Believe me, these are players that turn it on in the IPL, aren't they, Kate?
Yeah, absolutely. Krunal does this day in, day out for the Mumbai Indians, doesn't he? And he's just come in and added a little bit of momentum to the Indian innings, which they needed going into this back 10.
Well, he's changing the whole thing suddenly, imperceptibly it seemed, but then you look at the scorecard as he runs that down to third man, sort of off the front foot, rather an unusual shot, but very cleverly played, and he has 18 from just 9 balls faced. It's a super little cameo at the moment. England will be hoping it's nothing more than a cameo. They need him out, having got his brother, who's perceived to be the biggest threat, Hardik Pandya. They now need Krunal. Always reminds me of a name in a Bond movie, a villain, Krunal. I'm not sure there wasn't one a bit like Krunal, but anyway. They're both incredibly slim builds and very athletic looking. He also is a very tidy left-arm spinner. Here's Stokes again. He bowls a full ball, and KL Rahul doesn't just time the forward stroke. Stokes picks it up, flicks back his now very long hair on the top of his head and short at the sides and at the back. Shoves it back and gets on me. He's a player, Ben Stokes, who always looks as if his sleeves are already rolled up for battle.
Got an element of Vincent van Gogh with this current haircut, hasn't he?
Nice. Love it. Van Gogh, that's very much how he looks. Kate Cross, nailed on. Vincent. Here comes Vincent. He bowls now, and back goes Rahul and gets a single out to extra cover. And the score moves to 225 for 5. Actually, he really is. It is. Even that self-portrait, that famous self-portrait. Yeah. A bit of culture at last. Hey, don't get that from Gough. Gough is in front of me. His culture in his jacket, isn't it?
Absolutely.
His
that
bomber
looks like
jacket
something
today is just top dollar. Love it. It's a crackerjack of a jacket. Here's Ben Stokes again, not pounding in like he often does, rather more ambling in, but that boy gets the seam in the right place and it zips through, beating Rahul's drive, goes through to Jos Buttler, no run, 43 gone, 225 for 5. I hope Kate isn't leaving us. You're not leaving us. You are, Kate. Disappointing. It's Goffey and Matt as well.
Firstly, I'm not related to Van Gogh. And my jacket is art in itself.
It is. No, your jacket is art. It's blue and black. It's a smoky blue, and it's sort of like a flowery wallpaper. But it's better than that. Is it Hawaiian?
No.
It's fabulous. Whatever else, it's fabulous. And Matt's here and his jacket isn't.
I paid for mine.
But I'll tell you what.
Oh, boom, boom. Oh, the old jokes, eh? Dressing room talk. Apologies, everybody. Actually, we don't apologise for a bit of dressing room talk. Up on the hill, we've got a picture of a few spectators, scattered spectators. One resplendent in the colours of India, holding the flag. And they've got a vantage point there that, well, at least in the very distance, allows them a little view of what must look like little men far away playing cricket in dark blue and light blue. Rashid bowls full to Rahul, who drives him down the ground, and the fielder runs round and does well actually to stop the second run, because he had to run around the ball and release it quickly, which he did. England have got a bit better in the field after a sloppy period mid-innings.
Well, it's a good comeback, isn't it, from England, since once they got rid of Virat Kohli, who were looking so good. We were having a chat off air, weren't we, saying when he gets in this position, this is where he goes on and gets a biggie, but he absolutely middled one straight to the deep square leg fielder. And since then, it's been a struggle for India. They found it really difficult. England have come back into the game, and when at one point you were looking at 320, they might be looking if they can get up to 300, but they ain't got much left.
Oh no, there'd be a great effort to get to 300 now. Rashid bowls again, and it's the wrong one, and back goes Krunal, and he drops it out onto the offside behind square for a single, where Van Gogh does the fielding.
He's been getting a lot of stick, hasn't he, Ben Stokes? I think he's a lot of his teammates have been calling the guy off
Arthur Shelby.
Arthur, yeah, off Peaky Blinders, yeah.
So he's Arthur. He's Arthur, not
Arthur.
Van.
Have I got that right? Is it Arthur?
It is Arthur, yeah.
Now he drives down the ground, does Rahul. Does he get enough of it? He does easily. Without even timing it out of the sweet spot, he gets 6 over mid-off from Adil Rashid.
Terrific shot from Rahul. We didn't see the best of him, did we, in the T20? Couldn't buy a run. But this is more like the Rahul we've seen over the years. Gives himself a little bit of room, hits with the spin, over mid-off, middle of the bat, straight into the empty seats.
Do you think it? Yeah, I suppose maybe it was middle of the bat, because it just turned a bit in his hand. I figured he perhaps didn't absolutely nail it, but listening to the sound and seeing the replay, I think you're right. He pretty much near the middle. Well, that's a challenge. So Rashid has to drag his length back a bit. Don't underestimate this KL Rahul, please, everybody. If you did see or hear about him during the T20s, that wasn't even an indication of what he's capable of. He is the most fantastic player. There's a long wait for the ball here, because they've had to find a member of the staff, maybe a security guard actually, to go looking for it in the seats. You see, no crowd to throw it back, a point that Kate made earlier that I hadn't thought about actually. Another reason for the painfully slow over rate from England today, but aspects of that slow over rate have to be forgiven and understood. He's crawled under the tarpaulin, has our security man. He's found the ball. Little did he know that had he stayed the other side of the tarpaulin, it was sticking out, and he could have just bent down and picked it up. He's got it. He's up. He's our hero. The ball is found. He's a formidable looking fellow.
He's got his gloves on as well.
Yeah.
And a mask.
Anyway, he's done the job for us, and so this long delay will soon be over. Can India go 10 and over from here to touch on that 300?
Well, they can. They've got the talent, but they can't afford to lose wickets, can they? Because I think they've got Odi Thakur to come in next. He can bat. He's a good hitter of the ball, but then they've not got much to come after that. So that is their biggest problem.
Bhuvaneshwar hits it okay?
Yeah.
No?
He's not 10 and over material.
No,
though,
okay. Shardul possibly isn't either. He certainly hits it long, but it's how often he can hit it long that matters. Here's Adil Rashid again, and he does truly bang it into the pitch for a spinner anyway, and it's down the leg side and it's a wide, so that will infuriate him too. Butler claps his hands to urge him on, and Rahul settles again in his stance. 2-3-4 for 5 is the score here. Another wide down the leg side. Oh dear, Adil Rashid very unusually losing his composure. So after the 6 come consecutive wides. Wow, this means this over's really hurting. Current run rate just below 5.5 and over. That's short of a length, and back goes Rahul and plays a pleasant looking stroke for a couple out to wide long on. If he played that stroke in a test match, it'd go for form. We'd all be saying what a terrific shot it was. It was a well played back foot drive, really. 237 for 5 now. Rahul has 24. Krunal has 19 from just 11 balls, by the way, and a real little recovery here. 40 coming quite quickly to get India back with a chance of 300. Back goes Rahul again, and again works it out to long on off the back foot for a single.
Pushing it a bit quicker, isn't he now, Mark, as well? After he got it down the ground with the spin for 6, he's pushed the rest of them through a bit quicker. Didn't quite get it right with his googly. Pushed him down the leg side, but he's trying to push it through a little bit quicker.
Oh, good stop. Brilliant. And needed to be. A cut of some force, and a sprawling England fielder who is Liam Livingston, coming on as a sub for Sam Billings, has made a great stop. A certain boundary save there.
Yeah, wonderful bit of fielding here from Livingston. As you say, Mark, saved a certain boundary, sprawling around to his right hand side. Again, elbow or knee getting stuck in the outfield. The outfield seems soft, doesn't it?
Yes, a point that Kohli made. I didn't understand why it applied to being better to bowl this evening because of it, but he said he thought the outfield was very soft. I don't know whether he thinks that'll be harder therefore to chase, the slower outfield, the ball plugging in the boundary in the outfield if you don't nail it. But anyway, whatever the reason, bluff or not, it's been a decent little period for India here. 1 wicket falling for 41 runs, couple of 6s, couple of 4s, 44 overs gone, 238 for 5.
Is it, if it was damp and the dew was over a hard outfield, it would skid across the outfield, wouldn't it? So he probably thinks it means soft, it won't run as...
Yes, that dampness will add to the softness to create a problem for the ball's journey. Okay. Yeah. Here we go. This is... Captain Jack Sparrow's offsider, Tom Curran, who's come into the attack with his black bandana, his much longer hair, the tail of the bandana hanging down the back of his neck. Very different look for Tom Curran, and he's very good at the death too. He's got a good variety of deliveries, slower balls primarily. He bowls the Yorker if he has to. So let's see how he does against KL Rahul. Nice and straight, that pretty orthodox delivery on a length, and push down the ground for a single to deepish mid-on. In fact, he ran in halfway and to stop any attempt at a 2.
What we found as well, didn't we, Matt, in the T20 series, is both teams didn't bowl as many Yorkers, did they? I think they tended to hit length and back of a length and try and mix up the pace. Lots of slower balls, cutters into the wicket. So it'll be interesting to see what Tom Curran does. We know he's got an excellent slower ball, but he has, as Mark, you've said, Mark, he's got a good Yorker as well.
He sure has, yeah. Krunal picks up length. He can hit it way over sort of square leg and mid-on, all that area around there on the leg side. Here comes Curran again. He bowls, and sure enough, he pulls, and he pulls to a deep, straightish mid-wicket. The 2 men out there at square leg and mid-wicket, and he only gets a single. So the old-timers, Goffey, and indeed the guys of your era, want to know why there aren't more Yorkers bowled.
I don't know, it's like it's going in reverse, isn't it? 50 over cricket, we're talking about, you used to hate bowling at the start of the innings because players were playing shots galore and willing to lose 2 or 3 wickets, and now it's changed. If you can bowl the ball in a consistent areas, the batsman's quite happy to have a look at you, and it's same with the Yorkers. It seems to have gone out of fashion at this moment.
And now that's a top edge off a pull stroke by KL Rahul that drops well short of the man at deep square leg. Rahul still not at his fluent best, not by any means, but at least he's spending time in the middle here and scoring at a run a ball. He's 27 from 28. Krunal is 20 from 13. It's 241 for 5.
We seem to have got that obsession, don't we, by bowling cutters and bowling it into the pitch.
Cutters into the pitch. I think there might be a few other reasons for that. I think batsmen firstly have got so good at hitting the full delivery.
And now down the ground, there's a man back here, and it's 4. It's well to the long on fielder's right side. A lovely hit by Krunal, who picked his spot well and committed to the stroke, and therefore gets 4. So this is a real flurry from India. Not yet a desperate situation for England, but certainly threatening with this pair.
Yeah, Krunal's really added some impetus into this Indian innings. And again, it's one step down and a full swing of the bat. He didn't really get all of it, but still got enough.
And it's a good length ball from Tom Curran that is played calmly for a single by Pandya off the back foot. We're in the one ball left of the 45th over, and already it's 246 for 5. So now India, scoring at 5.5 and over, are likely to hit the pedal and probably certainly can make 300. Which at one stage we wondered if England had done enough to drag them back from that potential of 300.
I tell you what they keep doing, India. They keep throwing these younger players in at the deep end, and they keep delivering for them, don't they? So far,
it's the beauty of having had all that IPL experience. So many international players, the best Indian players. A drive over extra cover, almost one-handed. Did that hit the boundary rope, or did it bounce just before? I think it bounced just before, so it's a boundary. A nice one too, over extra cover by KL Rahul off Tom Curran. So again, a bit like his brother a moment ago, the last part of his over is costly. He bowls that back of a hander there, that sort of leg break slower ball, and it was picked and hit.
Yeah, a bit unlucky this for me, for Tom Curran. Good bit of bowling actually. His back of the hand slow ball into the wicket. Actually does roll in the flight, but batsman decides to go through with the shot. So much so that he ends up having to take his bottom hand off the bat, but gets enough of it over the top, over extra cover.
Yeah. So much quality for India. Just watching the way KL Rahul and Krunal Pandya are now playing, and you think that Rishabh Pant has been left out of the side. So too Surya Kumar Yadav, Shubman Gill. There are plenty of players that you've heard about recently that can really bat, who aren't a part of the side, as Krunal works that leg side from Adil Rashid from back of the length and gets a single for it. 251 for 5.
I think what's great, and I think what Goffey's alluding to as well, is these young players have been selected, but then they've not been hidden batting at 6, or they've been thrown in. Right, off you go, 2020, you're batting at 3, or take the new ball, or play, show your skill in the crucial moments, because that's ultimately when you find out about a young player. All well and good selecting them, but then give them a chance.
Now the sweep stroke, and the top edge goes over the head of the man at 45 behind square on the leg side, and races with that overspin to the boundary. So runs coming fast now for India, and even Adil Rashid, who's so adept at tying things up. They're just, they love playing spin, these guys. They play it pretty well. They're not remotely phased.
Yeah, they're just getting some momentum now, India, aren't they? This partnership, really important for them. Trying to get as close to that magic 300 as they possibly can.
Rashid again, and a good ball actually, just pushed to mid-on, and there's only one in it, but runs coming every ball. 51 in fact from the 32 balls this pair have faced in their highly relevant partnership. Krunal has a mean look to his face. He's not a mean man to meet at all. He's delightful, but he just has that competitor's look at his eye. Could easily be a Bond villain actually. And he gets a couple nicely placed on the leg side, so even without boundaries, 1s and 2s coming every ball here, and it's 258 for 5 now. Kate mentioned that Krunal Pandya played with his brother for Mumbai Indians, who have been the strongest IPL team. They won this most recent edition of it in the UAE, but over the period since 2008 of the IPL, only Chennai Super Kings have come anywhere close to their level of dominance. Taps the ground. Now quite an orthodox stance for Krunal. Picks the bat up and again works. There's a single on the leg side every ball in front of square if you want it, if you can get it there, and sure enough he does. No more than a little sort of squirt out onto the offside from the front foot, nothing especially elegant about it. KL Rahul at the other end, however, can't do anything on a cricket field without it looking elegant. He really is a fabulous cricketer and another very good man. There's a lot of very strong characters, good people in this set of young Indian cricketers these days, and a single for KL Rahul out onto the leg side. So 46 gone, 260 for 5. During the interval today, Jared Kimber will be joined by the England international who's with us at the moment, Kate Cross, to compare women's cricket, particularly actually how it's run in England and Australia. I was talking to Heather Knight in a podcast about that the other day for Chance to Shine, the cricket charity. And Heather's view was that Australia had got ahead in their level of professionalism. You're listening to commentary of the first one-day international between India and England on TalkSport 2 with the Times and the Sunday Times. Writing with Edge at that newspaper, of course, and very good too. Flags flutter, just a zephyr, as you might call it, across the ground here in Pune. Earlier, Andrew McKenna mentioned the rising Pune supergiants who had played for 2 years in the IPL after a couple of sides had been punished for dubious affairs and dropped from it. And so Pune got a team together and played at this fine ground here. Here's Tom Curran, bowls on a length that are very straight, good ball. And there is a single for it, but only just as Stokes comes in from mid-off. There are singles pretty much everywhere now, the way England is set up, protecting boundaries. I really do think England will settle for anything under 300 given the threat when Kohli was going well with Shikhar Dhawan.
Well, like I said, we were talking, weren't we, about they got to 150 off that magic 30, and then you were looking at more than double, so you were looking around 320 at one point if Virat Kohli would have stayed in, which he normally does from that situation. But credit to England, you know, they come back into the game really, really well, and Woody's took some wickets, and Ben Stokes.
Well, lovely change of pace from Tom Curran that beats the attempted effort at a run down to third man by Krunal Pandya. That's exactly the talent that Tom Curran's got. I was talking about, hopefully Jared will also talk to Kate about the 100 and the opportunity for the women's game in the 100. It really does give status and opportunity, so there's a lot for them to talk about and to digest. I'm sure they'll talk about this game too, and Kate's perspective on what we've seen so far. Oh, big pickup. That's flying and is many rows back. That might be 25 rows back. Over square leg. Krunal Pandya picks up Tom Curran and deposits him for 6.
This is just an unbelievable cricket shot from Krunal. Just picks it a little bit over pitched, a little bit full, I mean marginally. And it's just one stride and a swing of the arms over square leg. Off it goes, 89 metres. Hell of a shot.
Well, there is no doubt that all these guys that we've seen through the Test Series, the 2020s and the One Days, these fabulous young Indian cricketers, feel comfortable at this level because of their exposure in the IPL. You know, you've got to be able to bowl at David Warner and bat against Jofra Archer and KG Rabada and Rashid Khan and co. And they do it very well, and they play key roles for their various franchises in that remarkable 20-over tournament. Here's Tom Curran. Down the pitch comes Krunal, and tennis bat smashes it straight down the ground and gets absolutely none of it, and it dribbles halfway to the boundary, and long off comes in and does the fielding, but they do get a single, so it's 268 for 5.
He throws everything at it, doesn't he, with his full swing of the bat as Krunal. But since he's come to the crease, I mean, momentum has really gone forward for India. This partnership between Rahul and Krunal has been excellent. It's given them the chance to get up to that magic score of 300.
And that's pulled off a bottom edge down to long leg. Mark Wood does the fielding, just a bit short from Curran. One ball left in this, the 47th over. Hard to know what a good score is. You know, the one thing we haven't done much today, which is so unusual for cricket commentators, is talk about the pitch.
Yeah, I think early on it did a little bit, didn't it? Sharma and Dhawan were quite watchful, set the stall out. I personally think 300 is around par. I think England would be happy with that.
No, that's a bad ball. Full toss down the leg side, and he's got very lucky as Reece Topley comes round from square leg, does the fielding. They only get 2, it seemed a certain 4, but Topley wouldn't have been positioned deliberately for that ball, I'm sure. Trying to get the Yorker in, it's easy to be critical, don't want to be critical, but it was a leg stump full toss, and fortunate that it wasn't further punished. It's the end of the over, and it's 271 for 5. Curran has figures of 9 overs for 51, so he's got one left. He'll bowl the 49th, I would say, almost certainly. Mark Wood has a couple and is brought back into the attack. And I didn't mention Adil Rashid. Finishes with 9 for 66, which is, again, unusual for Adil, I would say, to be that expensive. But there hasn't been much help for him in the pitch, has there?
No, I don't think Adil's bowled badly.
No.
I think they've played him really, really well. There's been no spin whatsoever. We've seen him try to bowl a lot of googlies. Didn't quite get that right. He's bowled a few wides down the leg side. But I say, when you look at that and think, God, he's for 66 off 9 overs, you wouldn't say going for that many he's bowled badly.
No.
Which is quite strange.
And then add in the 3 for 28 bowled by Moeen Ali, and the spinners have not had a good day.
I was just about to say that. I think it's been a clear plan from the Indian batsmen to target the spinners and try and hit them out the attack. Certainly Moeen Ali, 3 overs, 28 runs.
Yeah, much the best bowler today, by the way, Ben Stokes. 8 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 34. Nice changes of pace, and obviously oh no, that's a key hit, clean as you like, down the ground. 6 fantastic ball striking from KL Rahul. And when I say key, it's because if you come back to bowl 2 at the death and the first ball you bowl disappears out of the park, you've got a lot to think about. Mark Wood is under the cosh.
Well, it was right in the slot. You come back, it's always a concern when you come back. You can't bowl a loosener. He's kind of bowled it across seam. Don't know if he tried to hold it back a little bit, but Rahul stood still at the crease, watched it onto the bat and oinked it over to the leg side for the maximum.
Yeah, he was set up to hit straight, and maybe the ball didn't get to him quite as he thought, and he just at the last minute got the wrists involved and hit it wide of long on, but really hit it long and high. Wood again bangs it into the pitch, cutting his fingers across the ball, and Rahul is back and opens the blade, and it runs to third man for a single. So definitely this 300 is on here.
Yeah, you see, I think going back to that question mark over Yorker, I mean, he's missed his mark by a long way. We're just watching a replay now, but for me, I think he was trying to get it really full into that slot. But batsmen nowadays at the death are so good. You miss your mark by just a little bit and it flies.
It's difficult for your first ball to come on as well, after you've been running around the outfield for a while, to get it right in the slot, the first ball.
Yeah. Very. 278 for 5 then, as Krunal Pandya, who's played a really good hand here, takes guard and waits, and he thrashes Mark Wood over extra cover. Whoa, what a shot that is. Beautifully struck boundary. Really threw everything at the ball.
I'm just watching his reaction. The batsman, Krunal here, he's angry with himself. He's absolutely flayed it over extra cover for 4, but he's disappointed he hasn't got it for 6.
What about that full extension? It's almost like a golfer with a driver in his hand.
He's pumped, isn't he?
Ends up with the C in his body, as he arches back, getting a bit of loft on the shot. And then we see the replay of him throwing his head back and his arms to the air as he thought he'd hit it for 6, but he hadn't quite. He hit it very flat and hard. He waits again. Wood again. And now he uppercuts him down to third man and over third man. Wow. By probably 15-20 metres for 6. What an assault this is by Krunal Pandya. Brilliant performance, taking India to a merry way.
Well, he's 48 now off just 24 deliveries. He's come to the crease on debut and played an absolute gem of an innings. You've got Mark Wood bowling at him on debut. He can bowl it over 90 miles an hour, which we've seen throughout this series. Short ball, as expected from Woody. He does like to bowl the short ball at the end, and he just elked it on its way, used the pace over third man for 6. Fantastic cricket shot.
It is, isn't it?
It's fantastic.
Yeah. 288 for 5 too, and there's still 2 overs to come after this one. At midday, as you all I'm sure know, the wireless network will join a national 1 minute silence for those who have passed away during the COVID-19 pandemic, and that is just a couple of balls time from now as Mark Wood stalls and doesn't begin his run up. This time he does. Here he comes sprinting in to bowl to Krunal Pandya, and it goes down the leg side and will probably be called wide. Yes, it is. And so this over, if it just runs over, we apologise for that, but the decision has been made. Our 1 minute of silence will come at the end of this over, which still has 2 balls in it, so it's tight. Yes, we might get it to coincide exactly with midday. A very emotive moment for the country. A year to the day. Lockdown begun. Here's Mark Wood again, and he bowls, and that will take Krunal Pandya. Not quite, just the 1 in it. Looked like it might go for 2. So 290 for 5. Krunal now on 49. The strike goes to KL Rahul. A single ball left in this Mark Wood over. 11:58 going on 59. Here in London, looking out across the city of London, the business district that's been closed and quiet for so much of the past year of our lives. Beneath us, barely a sign of traffic. The odd bus, an occasional taxi, 1 motorbike, but nothing more than that. We're 17 floors up at the News UK building, and we're watching cricket from Pune in India. India 290 for 5, KL Rahul 46, Krunal 49. It's Rahul on strike to Mark Wood. It's a full toss, which is driven weakly actually by the standards of KL Rahul's normal driving of the ball, but he does get 2 for it because it hits a good gap, so that gets the score to 290 for 5 after 48 overs. 2 left in this innings, and this is the moment that we join a national period of silence. Tom Curran to bowl now to Krunal Pandya. He fires it in full at leg stump. There's a single out to square leg. England may not realise the fact that their over rate was able to coincide exactly with that moment of reflection. It's a moment for reflection too for Krunal Pandya, who's gone to 50 from just 26 balls. It's a brilliant innings. It's hard to celebrate it as we might, because of course we're reflecting on those that have passed away, but we can certainly say that it's an innings that's helping turn the game back India's way. There's a brilliant partnership between Krunal Pandya and KL Rahul, and all credit to Krunal and debut to come in and play with such authority, such a sense of purpose, and so pleased is he that he's smashing his head with his glove, smashing it into his helmet, and he then raises his bat to the sky as if there's somebody up there that he wants to salute. His brother stands and applauds him, so too the other Indian players. Tom Curran bowls to Rahul. He follows him as Rahul backs away, and just a little knock, a little placement out onto the leg side for a single. And the innings has 10 balls left. The score's 294 for 5. They're going to make that 300, Goffy.
Well, they are. It's emotional character, isn't he, Krunal? We've seen very emotive when he plays his shots. So proud to be representing India in 50 over game. Fantastic cricketer. And he's played some wonderful shots, and he's given India a serious chance here. Some fantastic batting in partnership with Rahul.
Curran again. Takes all the pace off it, banging it into the pitch outside off stump, and Krunal smashes it but doesn't time it. So there's a lot of effort for little result on that occasion. Just a single out to the deep cover fielder. Clever from Curran to take that much pace off the ball.
Yeah, we haven't seen much of that, have we, from the England bowlers so far today? A lot of genuine pace off.
Well, the ball hasn't really sat in the pitch in the way that we got used to in the subcontinent. Indeed, in the way of a lot of pitches around, not so much Australia, I agree, but a lot of pitches around the world. Maybe this is just a darn good pitch, and England have done well to keep it to 295. That's also a possibility. I did feel that if England were chasing fewer than 300, they'd have a real chance. Almost that 290 might be par. We shall see. Here's Tom Curran again, pounding those arms as he runs in low, and it's full and driven firmly out to cover, where Reece Topley is quickly to the ball and releases it quickly too. So he too goes to 50. Congratulations to KL Rahul. He had a run time of it in the T20s, and it's never easy in short form cricket to be out of form. Everything goes by you so fast. But I think he's benefited from batting lower in the order and having to play to the situation that required him to attack and to keep the momentum of the innings going. So the game made the decision for him, whereas when he was opening, he was having to make the decision. Both men on 50 then. Curran again, and he bangs it right into the surf. It's a brilliant oh my goodness me, has he called a wide? Oh, he has. I think that's really mean. I think the umpire has been excellent, and I'm certainly not critical, but Tom Curran is understandably upset at that decision. It was a slow ball, dragged down into the pitch and went past Krunal's shoulder. I don't think that should have been called a wide.
Yeah, harsh that. But again, pace off. Batsman had a big flap at it. Did him for that lack of pace, which I think is good. I think we're going to see the Indian faster bowlers taking pace off the ball a lot more than the England bowlers. I do think it's a good wicket, and I think you're right. 290, 300 for me feels around par.
Here's Curran again, and again more pace off the ball, and it's again a big thrash, but doesn't go very far out to mid-off for a single. 298 for 5. Both batsmen just having touched upon the 50 mark. What are you laughing at?
They're having a go at each other here. Tom Curran's obviously said something to Krunal. As I said, he's very passionate.
I don't think you'd have to say a lot, would you, Goffy?
No, his emotions have got the better of him on debut. Josh Butler's now having a word with Tom Curran, asking him what field he wants. He's bowled a decent over here. Take the wide out of it. It's been fantastic.
Well, it has. 5 singles.
Yeah, fantastic.
5 singles and a wide that he didn't deserve, really.
Yeah. But you've got to get it right, this one. Another good delivery. Finish the over.
Bit of a delay there, bit of a shuffling of the field. Here's Curran again. Reaches the crease, bowls a nice full ball, hit down the ground hard and over, flat and over mid-on's head. What a shot that is. He dug it out. I saw Viv Richards play a shot like that once, and so too Joss Butler. I can't praise him higher. KL Rahul has hit the most fantastic shot over mid-on for 6.
Again, the margin for error is so small. I mean, that is so close to the perfect Yorker. Tom Curran trying to spear it in at the toes. KL Rahul just stands there, bottom hand, whipping through. Gets it a carry all the way for 6. India now to 304.
Very Joss Butler, wasn't it, seeing it again, with just staying dead still in the crease and using the strength really of the forearms and the natural ability to time the ball. We've really seen a reminder of Rahul's ability. It's another masterstroke by the selectors to pick him today to keep wicket and bat at 5 when you would have thought Pant was a shoo-in.
Well, good luck picking this Indian side when they're all available. Coming back from injury, they've got all the senior players, they've got the young lads that have played throughout this T20 series and 50 over, this first 50 over one day international. it's going to be hard to pick your starting 11. I mean, England just about know theirs, but India, I've no idea where they're going to go. No idea.
It's interesting, Goffy. When I did the last IPL, I came to the conclusion that in short form cricket, India could put out 2 or maybe 3 teams that would be hugely competitive.
Oh, I agree with you. Totally. We've seen the talent they've got.
And now a pull stroke that will certainly go to the boundary. Mark Wood will be furious with that. Krunal was working with the angles. It was short, it was down the leg side, and he simply had to go with the pace of it. He swiveled round, he hit it hard. Suddenly it's 308 for 5, and there are 5 balls left. That 320 is within reach.
It is again, isn't it? It is within reach at the halfway stage. You're sort of thinking India could get 320, 330, 340 potentially. England got it back with Ben Stokes taking a few wickets. But this partnership now going to 103. Getting India right in the box seat again.
Yeah, here comes Mark Wood. What about a Yorker? In he comes, he bowls now. He bowls a Yorker, beautiful one. And sure enough, it's only a single off an inside edge down to fine leg.
Well, that's the benefit when you do bowl a good Yorker. And that's the reward you get. Because I'll always say, unless you ramp it, you bowl a good Yorker, it's still the hardest ball to hit.
So why don't they bowl more?
Because the margin for error, as we're talking about, in the striking areas, if you don't get it right up there, these boys with a bottom hand come through and they hit sixes. And they go for the percentages. The percentage is to bowl it into the wicket and try and get them to it to the longest part of the boundary. But the way I don't like that, unfortunately, is but most of these guys as well now, you look at the hitting areas of India in the T20s, I'd love to see it all towards the leg side, from mid-off all the way through to fine leg. That is the and how many times you don't bowl wide of off stump, come round the wicket and bowl across the right-handed batsman. I've no idea why they don't do that.
That's quick from Mark Wood, and it's an attempted sort of, I suppose you call it a pull, which Rahul missed in fact, and it came off his pad for a single. 310 for 5. Yeah, they're above par now. I'm going with, you know, we sort of agreed 290, 300, didn't we? Was a 290 par?
You felt if anything below 300, England had just nudged it. Anything over 300, I think India are now in the box.
That sounds very fair, Matt. Spot on.
I thought 320 from the start when they were 1 down.
Yes, but you didn't necessarily think it was par. Oh, did you? You did. Okay,
Yeah,
fair call. I didn't realise you thought. Yeah, okay. I just thought you thought India would get it because they had such quality. So we're having a look here, are we? Okay, I'm looking at the scorecard down beneath me here, trying to work out where we were. So there's a look at a run out. I'm sorry, I've missed the action here. Goffey, take over.
Well, it looks like it's going to be close. Oh, he just gets back. He wanted to, Krunal. It went down to long on. He was absolutely fuming with his partner Rahul, but he manages to get back safely there, Krunal. Like I say, I love his passion. Absolute, the energy of Krunal. It's brilliant. Love him.
So Wood round the wicket. He flicks it up in the air, out into the leg side.
Sam
Curran sprints round, throws brilliantly over the top of the stumps, 1 bounce. Wood takes the bails off, and he's just in. So that explains the ball. I was just trying to get the scores and figures off my laptop here, which is why I missed the start of that action. And there could be a couple here. They're going to have to go again, and they make it. So excellent play. Moeen Ali crossed with himself. I think A, for not getting the ball a bit quicker, and B, for not throwing more accurately than that. 313 for 5. 1 ball of the innings remain. Both batsmen on 58. Krunal has faced just 31 balls. Rahul has faced 42. Mark Wood is expensive. His last ball, 2 for 71.
He bowled beautiful as well with the new ball.
Didn't
Pace,
he?
carry.
Yeah, got it to swing.
Oh, swing.
Yeah. Just shows you this is a cruel business, bowling in one-day cricket when there isn't much in the deck. Here he goes, the final ball of the innings, and he's got lucky with a little, what do you call it, paddle, I suppose. Little fine paddle stroke. He tries to hit Mark Wood with the pace of the ball past the keeper. Well, in the end he does it, but only off the edge of the bat, and he got a little bit lucky there, did KL Rahul. So Wood finishes even more expensive. A brilliant partnership. Wow, 61 balls, 112 runs, a total of 317 for 5. 2 batsmen unbeaten, Rahul on 62, Kunal on 58. They've played marvellously.
Yeah, they certainly have. And will this partnership be the partnership that takes the game India's way? I think we all feel here, well, Goffey feels 320 was par. For me, it was around 300, and if England could keep them below 300, would be in the box seat. 317 for 5, India finish. So I think they just headed the game at the halfway stage. But fantastic batting from KL Rahul, 62 from 43, and Krunal, he changed the whole atmosphere, didn't he, Goffey? Where England had just sort of got a grasp on this innings, he came in and added such impetus.
The confidence of youth, eh? They came in on debut and played an innings like that. You've got to be impressed. The breeding ground, the IPL, has created this breed of young cricketers within India that just come in to one-day internationals, test matches, T20s, and it's just like playing with your mates in the park. They have no nerves whatsoever, and we've seen throughout the T20 series when they've given the opportunity to these youngsters, and now we've seen it in the 50-over game. That is a terrific innings from a very, very confident and passionate young man.
Well, what a brilliant summary, Goffey's. That is spot on. And I suppose the other point you'd add is they have no fear of the opposition, because all the biggest names they've seen plenty of, the Currans and the Stokeses and the Butlers and the Morgans and company. They've seen so much of them in IPL games that you don't have that sort of natural, if you like, I don't know, maybe respecting your opponent too much because you've seen his deeds rather than being on the field while they've taken place. Therefore you don't know if you can handle them. 28 for Rohit, 98 for Shikhar Dhawan, 56 for Virat Kohli, played great today, 6 for Shreyas Iyer, 62 unbeaten KL Rahul. Hardik Pandya went cheaply just for a single to Ben Stokes, who was the best of the English bowlers today. Krunal finishing unbeaten on 58, 317 for 5. Mark Wood finished with 2 for 75 from his 10. Sam Curran none for 48 from his 10, and Tom Curran none for 63. Ben Stokes bowled really well, 8 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 34. But then the area that's damaged England the most, Adil Rashid and Moeen Ali together going for, what have they gone for, 94. That's quite expensive in 12 overs. They only bowled 12 overs, 3 for Moeen Ali, 9 for Adil Rashid. We'll see whether that ends up costing England.
Welcome back to the cricket. Not much of a break between innings. The first innings took so much time, a thick end of 4 hours, so a limited lunch break. Our thanks to Jared Kimber and Kate Cross for keeping us occupied. Just quick news on the injuries to England. Sam Billings has sprained his collarbone joint. It's not related to previous shoulder injury. It's sore. He's receiving treatment, and England still hopefully will be able to bat later. And Owen Morgan split the webbing between his right thumb and index finger. He's had 4 stitches, but he expects to be able to bat. Now, batting for England are Jason Roy and Johnny Bairstow, who averaged 58.6 in 41 innings in ODIs, at 1,100 partnerships and 950 partnerships. It's the best in terms of runs and averages for a first innings pair for England who've been together for any length of time, and vital, you feel, that they continue that fine form, because England have only chased more than 315 to win an ODI on 4 occasions before. Joined by Darren Gough and Matt Pryor for the start of this innings, and boys, England have got their work cut out, haven't they?
Well, they have. I mean, 317, like I say, I think after 30 overs we all thought they were going to probably get around that 320, even up to 350 with the wickets in hand, but they're a bit of a mini collapse. England came back into the game. Ben Stokes bowled really, really well, but they finished so strong, didn't they? The momentum's with India at the moment. But I think this is England's best opening pair, Bairstow and Roy. Many people don't understand why they're not opening in T20, but everybody wants to open the batting, whether it be Butler, whether it be Stokes, and they've gone for Butler and Roy in the T20, but it's back to the old partnership, Bairstow and Roy.
And it's Bhuvneshwar who is Kumar of that variety, who bowls the first ball, which Jason Roy gets up on his toes, pushes out into the covers and there will be no run. Now, we saw a pretty steady start from India, didn't we? Just 39 off the first 10, but Jason Roy doesn't usually play like that, Matt.
No, he doesn't. And I think it'll be interesting to see how England go about this run chase. If they play their normal brand of cricket, everyone likes to use this word brand of cricket, and be positive, throw caution to the wind, or if they learn from how the Indian batsmen...
Bhuvneshwar Kumar there, and it's pushed out to point, no run.
How the Indian batsmen went about their business, particularly early on, because there was a bit of movement. There was Mark Wood got some swing, and Bhuvneshwar Kumar, if it's going to swing, he'll definitely get it, and he swings it away and in. So I wonder if they'll just be watchful early on, set a foundation, set a base, knowing they've got some, serious firepower to come down the line.
Absolutely. Well, a little bit of a way swing there already for Bhuvneshwar Kumar. Comes in for his third ball of this innings. It thuds into Jason Roy's pad, goes behind square. They can trot through for a leg by, one without loss.
Well, we've seen two outswingers, and there was his in-swinger. Really, really strong wrist. I mean, he's the India's Jimmy Anderson, isn't he? He can swing the ball with a brand new ball in his hand, whether it be red or white. He's absolutely superb. His control of the cricket ball in hand is fantastic. We all saw that in the latter stages of the T20 series. But I think he's such an important player, and this is the type of ball I'm saying. It's almost on a vicious circle where this type of bowler now, who puts the ball in the right areas, can swing the new ball, is allowed to bowl. 10 years ago, these guys weren't allowed to bowl.
Interesting how this game changes and always goes back to where it was originally in some ways, and that bounces a little more than Johnny Bairstow, who was advancing down the wicket a little to Bhuvneshwar Kumar, was expecting, but he keeps it down, no run.
Well, as I was saying, another in-swinger there from Kumar, but it's almost like Chris Woakes is our Chris Woakes as well now, but Jimmy Anderson, for me, could still play one-day internationals now. It took him out of it because the way they were playing with his pace he has, and then lamps became predictable. Even though he's swinging, the ball stopped swinging, and they were hitting through the line, and they stopped him playing. And he is our leading one-day wicket taker of all time. But looking at the way these bowlers now, if they put it in the right areas, they're quite happy to watch 3 or 4 overs go past. Jimmy could still play in one-day cricket.
Yeah, it is watching how this power play has changed over the years. As in comes Bhuvneshwar Kumar again, and once more Johnny Bairstow definitely looking to get onto the front foot and negate any swing there. Pushes it out onto the onside, no run.
It's the right ball as well, so I think especially Johnny Bairstow, Matt, the ball going into him, trying to get it onto off stump. It's definitely the ball to Johnny.
Yeah, definitely. It's been a bit of a weak spot, certainly in Test cricket. He gets bowled a lot, back coming down across the line of the ball. So you want to attack the stumps, but he's also very, very powerful outside the off stump.
Bhuvneshwar Kumar in again, and once again it's the in-swinger, but this time Bairstow gets bat on ball, plays it out into the leg side. They sprint through for a single, and after the first over, England have moved to 2 without loss. Jason Roy yet to get off the mark. Johnny Bairstow 1, and there's been a leg bye.
Yeah, definite plan, wasn't it, to Johnny. 3 balls he faced there off Kumar, all 3 of them in-swingers. Hitting middle and off stump. That's where they would have hit if he would have missed, but he didn't. And he gets to the striker's end.
And do you think Johnny Bairstow's done something because he knows it's coming, and he was definitely trying to get down the wicket most of those occasions to try and negate that?
I think one of the other things to think about is Bhuvneshwar Kumar, though he's very skillful, he's not the quickest bowler, and a lot of batsmen, certainly at the top of the order, you want the ball coming on, you want to feel the ball coming onto the bat. So sometimes just get your feet going, you'd take a couple of strides down the wicket.
Well, we've got our second debutant now coming in to bowl. The first debutant, Krunal Pandya, did pretty well, smashing the fastest ever 50 by an Indian player on his debut in an international one-dayer. As it is Pradesh Krishna who comes in, and that is played out by Bairstow into the covers, no run. Gone under the radar a bit probably, Prasid Krishna, but he has a best of 6 for 33 in List A cricket. He's got an average of 23 and an economy rate of just over 5, so he's there or thereabouts.
But these guys have been picked because they've done well in their local one-day competition, haven't they? So they've both had excellent tournaments. and they deserve their place in the squad.
He's in again, and this time it's there or thereabouts on leg stump. Johnny Bairstow quickly onto it and places the ball so well, didn't need to hit it very hard, that they can easily go through for 2 as he bisected the fielders who had to run back and pick it up, and England move on to 4 without loss.
There you go, in the Vijay Hazare Trophy 2021, 7 matches, 14 wickets at 22, and he just goes for just under 5.5 are over with a best of 4 for 17. That's why he's been picked for this one-day squad for India.
Yeah, certainly been in form this season as he's in again. Oh, and that's straight through. There's a big shout for LBW. I think he thought he'd bowled him at first, but that problem that you mentioned with Johnny Bairstow there or thereabouts, middle and off. Still Virat Kohli is discussing whether to review. He's got a second left to do it, and he hasn't. But Darren Gough, you immediately thought that Johnny Bairstow was in trouble there.
I thought he was in trouble. That's the delivery. That's the perfect delivery. Dragging him forward. Johnny hitting through the line of the ball. For me, that looks out. If anything, it could be with the new ball, a little bit of extra bounce, but I'd have been wanting a bit of that if I was a bowler. I'd have been wanting, especially on debut. Dear me, give him one. He wastes them anyway, Virat Kohli. He might as well waste it on the debutant.
Well, it was a brilliant delivery because he was very unlucky not to bowl him, let alone the LBW, because it did beat Johnny Bairstow through the gate, all ends up. So a good start from another of the Indian debutants. This time, though, it's wild. It's down the leg side. Commentators curse, and it's 4. It'll now be 5 wides. So yes, not the best delivery ever.
Yeah, the one bit of research I managed to find out about Prasid is he does bowl some gas. Apparently he does get his pace up. Just looking at the speed gun, that last delivery was 142. I mean, it was wild down the leg side, swinging away. Keeper couldn't do anything to get it, but 142 is fast enough, isn't it?
With the ball before, that was close to the top of the bails as it went through. Second ball wasn't, and that's outside off stump. Bit more room as far as Johnny Bairstow's concerned to swing the bat, but it's straight to mid-off, no run. They're now checking the LBW and just seeing, and it would have been too high.
But that's the perfect ball to him, though. Let's say just getting him coming forward. Johnny Bairstow, he likes to hit through the line. If it just comes back in off the seam or swings in late, he gets done through the gate time and time again.
Well, Prasidh Krishna has been cranking it up to 143 again. He bowls on middle and off. This time, though, Bairstow is forward, plays it out to mid-on, no run.
Better shot from Johnny Bairstow there. No run for it, but far more solid. As Goffey says, that ball running into Johnny Bairstow is the danger delivery. Prasidh Krishna getting it exactly right. But you see Bairstow in his movement to that ball coming in, he sort of loses his feet. His feet don't really go anywhere, and he lets go of the bottom hand, whereas that time, a good solid stride forward and playing straight, holding his position.
Prasidh in again. It's Bairstow who goes for a fulsome drive outside off stump, makes absolutely no connection whatsoever, and the score at the end of the second over is 9 without loss. Jason Roy still yet to get off the mark, and Johnny Bairstow 3 not out.
Well, if you take out the 4 wides, it was actually a decent over that. Lots of energy, good pace, good heat, a little bit of movement back into the right-hander. Like I say, you take out that terrible delivery down the leg side, and impressive start. Again, from a debutant.
Yeah, we keep saying it, don't we, all through the T20s. Test matches as well recently in Australia, that there is just this huge wealth of talent as far as India are concerned to bring in whenever they seem to want to.
I just love the fact that they're not just given a cap and it's sort of a bit of a TFC game. They're given a cap and then, bat at 3 or take the new ball.
Bhuvneshwar Kumar, who sometimes since his particular debut, but boy, has he put together a career. Nice shot, though, by Jason Roy to get off the mark. Punches it away for 2.
I think that's the one, Matt. You're right. I think with England, we try and hide them a little bit, don't we? Oh, yeah, bat them at 6 or bat them at 7 and work your way up. With India, just throw them straight in. No, you're opening the batting. Yeah. That's what you do for Mumbai Indians. You're opening the batting in T20.
Well, yeah. we saw that in the T20s.
Yeah.
The guys who were suddenly put up even higher than they normally bat, and off you go. That's what we need. Play there. Kishan, absolutely right. That's punched away onto the onside for another single. Bhuvneshwar Kumar, this is 115th one-day international.
It's a lot of games, that, isn't it? 150. Bit of experience. Got total control of the cricket ball. Love watching him bowl. I think he actually might be brought into the squad for when the tour England, English conditions. He might not play.
He's bowled well in England. Yeah.
But they've got some good bowlers.
He's in again, and again Bairstow looks to come down the wicket, thinks about a quick single. There's a bit of a muddled calling between him and Jason Roy. In the end, they decide not to. England remain on 12 without loss.
As I said, I think selecting their squad that comes to England for the Test series, they must have. I said we did all these bowlers they've got in there as part of their firepower. We didn't even mention, obviously, Krishna, who's bowling right now on debut. I mean, they must have 10 they could pick between to bring to England for the Test series next summer.
Well,
they must have.
They won in Australia with what was the B team in the end, and they still went there and won. Bhuvneshwar Kumar comes in again, bowls outside off stump, a little bit of width for Johnny Bairstow, but he couldn't clamber in as he'd have hoped. It went straight out to deepish point, no run. The score remains on 12. Johnny Bairstow 3 from 11 balls now, but we saw that as well when Rohit Sharma and Shikhar Dhawan began their innings for India. Slowish to get going, but once they did, particularly Shikhar Dhawan is top scored with 98. That's down the leg side. That should be a wide, and it is. No runs off the bat, but there is another run on the total, 13 without loss.
Yeah, it's been a very similar start, hasn't it? Both batsmen looking not that assured of the pace of the wicket. Ball just moving around again. No one's really walked out and smashed it from ball one, or certainly not the opening pair anyway. So England watchful. Bairstow always trying to be lively though, isn't he? He's always trying to show positive intent, moving his feet, getting down the wicket, looking for quick singles.
Bhuvneshwar Kumar in again, and Bairstow plays this from outside off to short mid-wicket, where it's fielded and there'll be no run.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't take much to do the homework, does it, with Johnny? I mean, we've seen every single delivery now go into him from Kumar. I still like to see... Don't be shy using that outswinger. There's a little bit of movement. He's got a slip in place. He can still nick off as well, Johnny. We've seen him do that. I mean, you don't just put all your eggs in one basket.
Well, particularly if someone's bowling a stream of in-cutters. Change it once. Bhuvneshwar actually does bowl that further outside off stump, but Bairstow plays it very comfortably with the middle of his bat. But that is the end of the third over. There were 4 runs from it. England 13 without loss. Jason Roy 3 not out from 5. Johnny Bairstow 3 not out from 13.
By the way, guys, 4 hours 10 minutes it took England to bowl 50 overs. Could have had a round of golf, had a couple of pints and a club sandwich and got home in that time. 4 hours 10 minutes to bowl 50 overs.
We've seen there's been a bit of a feature recently, hasn't it? The slow over rate. I think England got fined 20% of a match fee in the 4th T20. India 40% of a match fee in the 5th for the slow over rate. And I think England will be hit in the pocket again this time round as well.
Well, they need to make the fines bigger.
In again, the debutant Prasid Krishna. And that goes out to long on. You're listening to commentary, the first of 3 one-day internationals between India and England on TalkSport 2 with the Times and the Sunday Times cricket team writing with an edge. England need, though, you feel, as India had, a good basis on which to try and attack this 319 that they need for victory. In again. Oh, and that just beats Jason Roy. All ends up. It was quick. It's jagged back. Went between bat and pad. And Prasid Krishna has now well, he's had trouble, both the openers, and he's got with a very similar delivery, and Jason Roy was left looking most inelegant by the end of that particular shot.
Yeah, it's good pace again from Krishna. Now up to, 90 miles an hour, just above. Good seam position. Let's just nip back again. And cut Jason Roy in half, didn't it?
It's in again. This time Jason Roy plays a most correct looking forward defensive, no run.
Yeah, his captain's backing him as well. He's got 2 slips in place for the edge from Jason Roy. Slightly different to Kumar. Ball's a little bit wider the crease. Real effort with that bowling arm. Good follow through. Can bowl an heavy ball.
Does that lift a bowler when he sees your captain's got that much confidence? He's got a couple of slips in for you.
Yeah, especially when he's looking both Indian opening bowlers are looking to bring the ball into the right-hander. So still to have 2 slips in place.
Prasidh Krishna in again, and that is played out into the offside, not entirely convincingly by Jason Roy. Goes up to mid-off, no run. But again, every single delivery from Prasidh over and above the 140 kilometres an hour mark. Jason Roy having a slightly concerned look around to see where the field is placed and where he might be able to get away from this new Indian paceman. 25 years old, and that's a bit fuller, and that is treated, well, with true Jason Roy contempt, really. If you're going to bowl me a half volley, I'm afraid it's going to go. And that was a beautiful off drive for 4, and England have their first boundary. Roy moves to 7, the score to 17 without loss.
Yeah, Prasidh Krishna just getting a bit full of length there. Jason Roy straight onto it. Classic straight drive back past the bowler. And that'll get Jason Roy going. Always nice early on in an innings to play a shot back past the bowler. Gives you a lot of confidence as a batsman.
I know all batsmen have this ability, but you see it almost more with Jason Roy. He gets beaten by a ball, and the next one is always treated on its merits. As in again, and this one is short, and it's out on the leg side, and it's been swung away for a 1 bounce 4, and suddenly the pressure is easing.
Well, there you go. Young bowler on debut. Full ball, punch back past. Next ball, drags it short. Jason Roy, all the experience in the world, 90-odd one-day internationals. Just quickly onto it. He plays the short ball pretty well, and he pulls it away for another 4. Releases the pressure from England and puts the pressure back on India. 21 for naught here on TalkSport 2. Chasing 318.
It's going to be interesting, isn't it? But Jason Roy just relieving the pressure there. It was fairly close to the fieldsman when we watched it again, but he hit it with such power that the fielder just didn't have a chance to get across anywhere near it. And it will be Bhuvneshwar Kumar to continue, but England now have moved on to 21 without loss, as Godfrey said, after 4 overs, and Jason Roy is suddenly on a run of ball 11. Johnny Bairstow goes and does a bit of gardening, has a look around. There's a bit of breeze now coming across the ground. The shirt of Bhuvneshwar Kumar. Oh, and that's bunted up in the air, I think safely because of the ring, but strange shot from Johnny Bairstow, but he gets 2 for it. He almost checked his attempted pull shot. It went up the toe of the bat, straight up in the air, over mid-on for 2.
Goffey, I think you're spot on earlier. At the toss, Virat Kohli mentioned about the softness in the outfield, and we're sort of wondering what he meant by that and how that could affect why he would want to bat first. But that ball pretty much plugged, didn't it, when it landed? It didn't go that high. But as it landed in the outfield, it just stopped.
Well, I think that's why Jason Roy is trying to make it 1 bounce 4. It seems to work better, and that is pushed out into the offside by Johnny Bairstow again, this time coming down the wicket to try and negate any movement from Bhuvneshwar Kumar, who's been feeding him a steady drip of in-cutters.
Yeah, still a bit of swing out there, though. I think no matter whether you bowl first or you're bowling now under the lights, there's definitely a little bit of swing with these new balls. Swinging both ways for Kumar, in and out at will. Excellent skill levels.
Kumar in again, and that is a bit sharper than Bairstow may have been expecting. And all he can do is play defensively into the covers, and there's no run. Johnny Bairstow still waiting to get going, you feel here?
Yeah, I think with Johnny as well. I mean, in one-day cricket, we always have these conversations with Johnny Bairstow. He seems to be the one that gets moved around the order in Test matches. He's lost his place in the T20 side opening the batting. He lost his place with Sunrisers Hyderabad last year in the IPL. And this is an opportunity for him now to start the IPL. If he has a good series here, opening the batting.
Bhuvneshwar Kumar in again, and that's a better shot from Bairstow, but it's straight to the fielder in the covers, and it is no run. It's nicely fielded in the end from Shikhar Dhawan, but better from Bairstow.
Because this is the place where he wants to be. If you sat him down again, white ball, everybody wants to bat in that top three. If you said to him, where do you want to bat? I know you've done well at 4, he did well at 4 in the T20s, but if you ask him, he'd just say how he wants to open. Him and Jason Roy have done it so well. They got to number 1 in the world in both one-day formats with them at the top of the order, but they've changed it.
As in comes Bhuvneshwar Kumar again, and Bairstow, taking his hand off the bat, manages to get it out to a deepish mid-on, and despite Shardul's throw, they scamper through for a single. Johnny Bairstow gets off the strike. He is now 6 from 18. Jason Roy will face the final ball of the 5th over, 11 not out from 11.
I think the deciding part of this game, obviously if England lose early wickets, I mean it's very difficult to come back from, but I think will be the spin. We saw the way India played Moeen Ali and Adil Rashid. I think it'll be down to how England play India's spinners. I really do. I think that'll be the game changer.
Kumar in again. Oh, and he beats Jason Roy for fun on the inside again. And again, Jason Roy's been cut in half. That was a very sharp ball that really did swing back at the England opener, but he survives. Been cut in half a couple of times now, but he's still there. 11 not out from 12.
Yeah, both the England batsmen being cut in half a little bit. Looks like the danger ball, doesn't it? Going back into both these right-handers. Has swung a bit, has moved a bit. The occasional India looking to take it away every now and again, but more often than not going into the stumps, attacking the stumps.
It's amazing really when you consider, because Jason Roy, when he had that short time trying to make it at Test cricket, he kept nicking off just outside off stump, playing away from his body. Yet in one-day cricket, it looks like everybody wants to bowl it into him.
Well, at this point, India were 10 without loss, so England's 24 make that 20-30 without loss. Johnny Bairstow, where did that come from? He just plonked his foot down, smashed him back over his head for 6. Welcome to international cricket. That was brilliant from Bairstow, and Prasidh Krishna can't quite believe what's just happened to him.
Listen, Johnny Bairstow, I've seen him play some unbelievable innings, whether it be for England or whether it be for Yorkshire. He's a terrific talent, and when his mind's clear and he stops with the negativity, he can play in all formats. He plays some terrific cricket shots, and that's as good as it gets. He's the guy's running him, bowling at nearly 90 clicks, and he just hits through the line of the ball, 6 runs.
Absolutely brilliant shot. So good, in fact, that Jason Roy was applauding at the other end. This time, however, the ball is played out onto the leg side. Not quite middle, but certainly the timing is now beginning to come as far as Bairstow's concerned. No run, but boy, that 6 did wake us up. And just what we needed. England 30 without loss then. We're in the 6th over. So going along pretty nicely at around the 5 and over mark. As I say, India at the same stage. We're going at around 2 and over, and that's another big shot by Bairstow with exactly the same result. And that is just fabulous. This was a man who was scratching around for 19 deliveries. He couldn't really get the ball off the square, and he suddenly hit 2 fabulous 6s back over a very quick bowler's head for 6.
Yep, he's obviously seen enough, Johnny. And he's thinking, right, if you come into my arc, I'm having a go. 2 fantastic shots, very simple as well, great technique. Again, solid base, you've got to hit from a solid base, and that's exactly what he gets. Solid base, still head, and then just using the pace really to loft it back over the bowler's head he had a bit more width on that one, so he could really use his arms to hit it. The first one for me was the better. I mean, if you're going to pick one, the first one. Check drive straight back over the top for six.
Textbook.
But the second one, you'd certainly take the second one as well.
Hardik Pandya has a word with the young bowler as he comes in again, and again Bairstow's gone big and he's smashed him. It's a cover drive in the end for 4. Brilliant shot by Bairstow, who's suddenly seeing the ball like a football. And we did see, though, how slowly that ran to the boundary in the end.
Yeah,
so that could be a factor.
Yeah, that's what Virat Kohli was on about. But again, sometimes a young debutant, the adrenaline's going, it's buzzing. He's just getting it a little bit full, isn't he, to Johnny Bairstow? He's getting no real movement. Kumar's got that extra skill factor. Bowls it a little bit slower, swinging it both ways. But what we're seeing here from Prasidh, he's just running in, trying to bowl as quick as he can. He's getting his length slightly wrong. And Johnny can set himself, and he thinks if it's in his arc, hit through the ball.
Prasidh in again, and Bairstow has just smashed him back over his head for the 4th time in this over. And this one, will it reach the boundary? I'm not quite sure it did. I can't make out whether I think it did. It did just touch the boundary, so that's a second 4. And at the moment, Bairstow has taken 20 off this over.
I'm amazed he hasn't pulled his length back here, Goffey. Bowling 90 miles an hour.
It's a definite 4.
Just keeps bowling our volleys.
Yeah, we're seeing here it is. Yeah, definitely goes for 4 runs. But as we're saying, 90 miles an hour, it's very clear what Bairstow's plan is. You come into my arc, I'm having a go. Surely you've got to change it up. Just pull that length back a little bit.
Do you know what's done him? Jason Roy pulling him for 4 after he'd driven him down the ground for 4
point.
and then pulling him the next one. So he's trying to take that one out of it, but he's just getting it too full.
20 off the over so far. He's in again, and again he's driven by Bairstow, but this time straight to the fielder Hardik Pandya. But the ball, Hardik Pandya threw the ball in. It's hit the stumps. No one was backing up. It's fired off the stumps, and they've trotted through for a couple. So, after an excellent start to his international career, Prasidh Krishna has just gone for 22 in his 3rd over. After 6 overs, England have raced to 46 without loss. Bairstow, 28 from 24. Jason Roy, 11 from 12. And as England crank it up, a few thoughts from Darren and Matt, and then it'll be Andrew McKenna.
Well, it's amazing, isn't it, how the game changes. 22 runs from that last over off the debutant, and the game changes right there. Now England are in the box seat, 46 for 0 off just the 6 overs, chasing 318.
Whoa. Got a feel for Prasidh there. The last ball is just pushed to the fielder, throws at the stumps, hit the stumps, doesn't go away for 1 overthrow, he goes for 2.
He were lucky it was an half volley again. He were lucky he didn't go for 4.
Here we go to Jason Wright. He's walked across his stumps to Bhuvaneshwar Kumar. It's officially given as a wide, but it's very nearly bowled him leg stump. Jason Roy went across his stumps very early. Bhuvaneshwar Kumar goes in, and that is not a million miles away from hitting leg stump. Seems a harsh wide call, but it's 47 without loss. England trying to make 318. That was... Well, at the starting rate, that was 6.4 and over. England are currently going at 7.8. Bhuvaneshwar Kumar is in. Jason Roy plays a stylish cover drive, beats the man in the ring, and it's going to go all the way for 4. England 47 becomes 51. The 50 is up. 1 ball into the 7th. Roy's got 15. Bairstow 28.
I was literally about to say, for me, Roy doesn't look comfortable to Bhuvaneshwar Kumar, but that was a very comfortable shot. I think it'll just release a bit of pressure as well for Jason Roy. Been looking to score. He'll be very happy to get that boundary away. As you say, Mac, England now go to 51 for none of just the 6 overs.
Bhuvaneshwar Kumar is in. Jason Roy, bat and pad close together, walking into that one as much as anything else, and there's no run.
Yeah, it's only one slip in place now. Got a short, fine leg up in the ring, giving him a man out. I think he's gone for the man out on the offside. It's very hard to see, isn't it, when we rely on the pictures from India. But that over's definitely got England going. Johnny Bairstow were outstanding.
Fantastic start from England. I mean, you've got to get a good start if you're going to chase down 318. And that's what they've got. Bhuvaneshwar Kumar is in. Jason Roy hurried a little on that one. It's tailing back into him. Takes the inside portion of the bat and dribbled back down the pitch. and there is no run. One of Jason Roy or Johnny Bairstow has had a bit of a wardrobe malfunction. If you look at the back of the shirts,
it's Bairstow.
Bairstow has it must be in a spare shirt, because all the other England players' names and numbers are in dark blue or black letters, and Bairstow's is in white. So I'm not quite sure what's gone on there. Maybe he hasn't brought the right one for some reason. Bhuvaneshwar Kumar is in. Jason Roy mistimes a ball up to mid-off where Hardik Pandya will field, and there's no run. So what happens in that situation? They presumably just have to find... They won't carry around a printing press. Will there be one on the ground that they can use?
Well, there'll be plenty in India. Absolutely. I don't know. I don't know how that happens. I mean, has he got kit? Has he forgot his kit, and they've had to get it done there? And I've no idea.
I mean, you get sent specific kit for each tour. It's not as if you take kit on different tours, is it? So maybe it's a printing error from the manufacturer.
To be fair, what are the other England players? Have they got white numbers on the back?
No, they're all dark blue. Jason Roy is guiding this one. Can't beat the man at short third man. Had he done so, had he beaten Krunal Pandya, it would have been away for 4, but he doesn't beat the man, and there is no run. 1 ball left of the over. I know within the rugby grounds that they have a printing press just in case they need to make late changes, because they have names on the shirts.
And they do it
as well, and they have those as well. So presumably there's one knocking around should they need it. But yes. Anyway, Bairstow 28 from 24 balls. He's at the non-strikers end, watching Jason Roy, who's got 15 from 17. England, by the way, are in their one-day international blue, having played the T20s in red. Jason Roy walking down the pitch, taken on the pad. Yes, no. Then Roy goes back, and there is no leg bye to be taken. 7 overs gone here on TalkSport 2. England 51 without loss, trying to make 318. Some final thoughts? No, the boys. Do you want anything else to say, Goffey, before you put the microphone down?
Well, just to say, but yeah, it's going to be a good game, isn't it? England have started well. 51 off just 7 overs. Bairstow 28 not out off just 24 deliveries. Been outstanding, hitting down the ground. And Jason Roy scratched around a little bit, but he's 15 not out off just 18. 267 more runs to win from the 43 overs, Macca.
You may now unwrap your lunch. Thank you very much. Goffey is moving out. Kate Cross moving in. Cracking start to the England reply, this, Kate.
Yeah, when we were just talking about the power plays as well, weren't we, and how they've changed over the years, but the big noticeable difference for me is that the 50 is brought up in the 6th over for England compared to the 12th for India.
End of the 12th as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, 12.5 it was brought up in.
Yeah, it wasn't even the start of the 12th, so they're 6 overs quicker.
Which, if you think from an England point of view, that almost allows them that the Indian phase of the game, that the run rate was really slowed down by the England bowlers. You know, this great start from England allows them to kind of not need that phase, or if they do have that phase, they've already done a lot of the groundwork initially.
Yeah, it allows them a little period of slowing down if it happens. Now, bowling change. Shardul Thakur is going to bowl the 8th over, so it's replacing Prasida. And he comes in, bowls right arm over. It's a shortish ball that Johnny Bairstow is immediately looking to pull, but gets it wrong, and it hits the very toe of the bat. Johnny Bairstow investigating the bottom end of the bat. I suppose after 3 overs for 37, Prasida was always going to come off, and Shardul Thakur is the man to replace him.
You've got a feel for him, haven't you, on debut? He just, for me, it just looked like he not froze, but just looked like he just forgot how to challenge a batter again, I think.
Well, he bowled quick, certainly, but quickly onto the middle of the bat. Thakur is in. It's driven by Johnny Bairstow. Hardik Pandya diving away to his left-hand side at mid-off. Can't stop it cleanly, so the batsman will go through and take a run. Bairstow will go to 31. England 53 without loss. I'm presuming they... So I'm just trying to see have they changed ends, because the scoreboard hasn't actually put that single up yet. Bairstow on 30, England 53 without loss. Shardul's record, by the way, 15 wickets at 44 in one-day internationals. As he comes in, and Bairstow clubs him into the leg side, up and over, lands about 5 metres outside the 30-metre circle. Prasida will be the man who goes out to deep mid-wicket and gathers the ball 10 metres in from the ring, and they will take a couple. 55 without loss. This is Shardul's 13th one-day international, but only his 4th at home. And in home one-day internationals, his record is not that clever. 2 wickets at 82. His best was 1 for 55.
Wow.
Well, we did see him in the T20s. He showed a lot of skill with his cutters and all that. So maybe if we're looking at old statistics, if you like, and looking at the old Shardul as opposed to the current one.
He changed 2 games, didn't he? He swung those 2 games massively back into the favour of India at that point when you had Stokes and Morgan and Bairstow going well. So he'll probably have picked up a lot of confidence from those couple of games that he's played in that T20 series as well.
Well, England have won a minor moral victory here. There's now no slips in place halfway through the 8th over. Shardul goes in. Bairstow hammers this. Oh, brilliantly stopped. I think the fielder might have hurt himself. I think it's Shreyas Iyer who dived away to his left-hand side at extra cover. Is that another... Please tell me that's not another shoulder problem. We've already seen Sam Billings, and Shreyas Iyer is hurting. He's dived away to his left-hand side. Now, whether it's the impact, because Johnny Bairstow hit that ball hard, whether it's the physical impact of stopping it or the landing... No, he's holding the shoulder. It's the landing of where he's gone shoulder into the turf. And I'm afraid we're going to have another pause here because he's going to need some treatment. But Johnny Bairstow has hammered that ball away. Shreyas dives away, stops a certain 4, but has done some damage in the process.
Yeah, the way he's holding his shoulder there, it looks like that's another dislocation, which obviously is the last thing that you want to see. We've seen a few injuries today, haven't we? I wonder if it's just the softness of the ground, and normally that you see fielders diving around with so much confidence that I just wonder if the softness of the ground is forcing a few of the way that they're falling into just more awkward positions.
Yeah, maybe they're not sliding across the ground, and maybe because it's spongy, it's sort of stopping you a bit more, but he looks in a lot of pain. So just a reminder of where you are. If you haven't been with us since 8 o'clock this morning, England won the toss, put India into bat. They posted 317 for 5. Shikhar Dhawan top scoring with 98 from 106 balls. Virat Kohli made 56 from 60, and if we're entirely honest, Virat Kohli looked like he was going to get about 130 himself. He then just flicked one off Mark Wood straight to Moeen Ali. KL Rahul and Krunal Pandya finished off the innings, gave it some real impetus low down. Rahul finished 62 not out. Krunal finished 58 not out as 317 for 5 were posted. Best figures for England in terms of the bowling, 3 for 34 for Ben Stokes. Mark Wood took 2 wickets but ended up going for 75 in his 10 overs. So the England reply started with them needing 318. That's 6.4 and over. And as it stands, 57 without loss, 4 balls of the 8th gone, so they need 261 more runs from 42 overs and 2 balls. And the required rate is now down to just below 6.2 because England are scoring at 7.4. As I'm talking about injuries, on the TV screen, the TV company actually filmed Sam Billings having a little hit between the innings in the sort of 20-minute break. So it looked like he was at least practicing to see if he could field with and bat with the injury he picked up in the field. Shubman Gill has come on as 12th man for Shreyas Iyer, who looks in a lot of pain as he's led away. So it looks like Sam Billings will be able to bat, and we're expecting Owen Morgan, despite the stitches in his hand, to be able to bat. Shardul Thakur goes in, bowls a slower ball bouncer that loops through, and there is no run. England remain 57 without loss.
That could well be the shortest stint that anyone has ever done as a Lancashire player.
Yeah, absolutely.
No, you obviously hope that it's nothing too serious, and classic, all the players, the top physios come running around, don't they, and they've rolled him onto his side. I'm not sure what I learned that in my first aid course, if someone's dislocated their shoulder.
I imagine there's some people at Lancashire very, very nervous at the moment. Shardul is in. Johnny Bairstow off the back foot, beats the man at backward point. That runs away for 4. You heard the groan of displeasure from the bowler as the ball goes away through backward point for 4, and it's another boundary. After 8 overs, England 61 without loss. As we bring you commentary at the first of 3 one-day internationals between India and England on TalkSport 2 with the Times and the Sunday Times. You can try it for free for a month at thetimes.co.uk/cricket offer. The subscription will also renew unless you cancel it. Check out the website for terms and conditions because they do apply.
I think this start from England has just gone to show how well the England bowlers bowled in their first 10 as well. It's really clear Johnny Bairstow's game plan. Anything full of a length, he's just going to almost chance his arm, and he's got the opportunity to just hit through the ball, and he's got a vacant leg side pretty much, so he's got a free hit effectively there. But just goes to show how well England hit that length, that back of a length that was really difficult to drive.
Now, change of bowling and change of approach. Krunal Pandya, the left arm spinner, is on to bowl at Jason Roy. He had a good day with the bat, on debut of course. Can he have the same kind of day with the ball? So some spin. Left arm around, Jason Roy coming forward, hits into the covers, and there is no run. Just keep an eye on the sort of speeds he's bowling. That one was at 93 kilometres an hour. So what's that? Mid-50s in terms of miles an hour. Next ball is slightly shorter. Oh, Jason Roy off the back foot has hammered it and just got it over mid-on. It goes away for 4, but for a second, Bhuvaneshwar Kumar thought he was in business. Roy goes to 19. England to 65 without loss. But that was a heart-in-mouth moment for a second there.
Yeah, they're just not timing it quite as well as they would like at the minute. But back foot shot from Jason Roy. Just leant back on it a little bit, and Bhuvaneshwar Kumar would have been a great catch if he'd got anything on it, but a couple of inches.
Hardik in. He bowls a little bit back in the bowling crease there, actually, that one. He wasn't quite at the front line. Jason Roy hammers it into the onside, and it'll be fielded out there and sent back in as England take a couple. Roy goes to 21 at a runner ball. England 67 without loss. Krunal Pandya comes in, left arm around the wickets, and Jason Roy doesn't time that, plays it back to the bowler inadvertently, and there's no run.
Going back to the shoulder injuries that we've seen today, that's something that we talk about as well in training sessions leading up to a game.
Krunal goes in, that's taken off of middle stump and swept through square leg for 4 by Jason Roy. He's scratched around a couple of deliveries, that one pinged off the middle of the bat. England 71 without loss.
Yeah, great shot from Jason Roy. I don't think Krunal Pandya will be too displeased with that shot. He's taken it off middle stump, little bit of turn, not much, but yeah, really powerful shot from Jason Roy there, and these two are going really well at the moment.
England, the start they would have dreamed of as we approach the end of the 9th over. Trying to make 318. And a 3-match series, winning the first is so huge. Speaking of which, Jason Roy has just deposited Krunal Pandya back over his head and into the stand for another 6. So Krunal Pandya's first over has gone for 16. Jason Roy has 31. Johnny Bairstow 38. After 9 overs, England are 77 without loss, trying to make this 318 for victory.
Such a dismissive shot from Jason Roy. A little bit full in length from Krunal Pandya, but just an easy swing from Jason Roy straight back down the ground. Landed just above the sight screen.
Wow.
Going back to the shoulder injuries, Marco.
Yes, sorry, carry on.
So generally you'd get to a ground, obviously a little bit different with the COVID times, but you generally train at a ground before you play at it the next day, and you'd get a feel for how the pitch plays and how the ground plays and how you should field, and we'll talk about whether, I mean, you've seen it so many times, but when you dive with your knees first in that kind of slide tackle position, on a ground like this is a really dangerous technique to use.
Shardul Thakur is in, it's leg side-ish. Johnny Bairstow has flicked him up and over, backward square leg for 6, and Johnny Bairstow goes to 44 from only 31 balls. England 83 without loss in the 10th.
Again, just another dismissive shot from Bairstow here. It was real similar to the shot that Virat Kohli played, but timed so much better from Johnny Bairstow, and again 3-4 rows back into the stand there.
So clean. Such a great pickup. We're in the 10th over. England 83 without loss. After 10 overs, India were 39 without loss. That's how far ahead of the game at the moment England are.
And this is why Owen Morgan likes chasing.
And you can see why. 8 4s and 4 6s already in the innings. Shardul Thakur is in. Back foot is Johnny Bairstow, punching into the offside. Shubman Gill will field. And there's no run. Go on, carry on about the surfaces.
So no doubt that it would have been discussed. Obviously, they've been in Ahmedabad for the last 2 weeks probably. But yeah, new ground. They would have had a field yesterday on it. And you often talk about whether you need to go head first with your diving or feet first with your diving. And I would have assumed that this would have been a head first kind of save your kneecaps kind of pitch. But we've actually now seen the damage that it's doing to shoulders.
Shardul Thakur in, right arm over the wicket. Johnny Bairstow drives to mid-off, sets off for a single after the shot and gets there very, very safely. 6 and a single from Johnny Bairstow this over as he goes to 45. England 84 without loss.
And I don't really have an answer for what you do when you then starting to damage shoulders in the process, but I think we've just kind of seen 2 really unlucky bits of fielding, and you actually saw Sam Billings lost his foot in a little bit. He slipped before his shoulder went down.
Well, he slipped in, was it the first over of the day, wasn't it?
It's those blue spikes, I think.
Yeah, that's the sort of product placement you don't necessarily want, isn't it? The manufacturers won't be overly happy with that. Well, England are clattering along at the moment. Roy waits as Thakur comes in. He's up on his toes, drops it to backward point and takes a single. And England are now in that good a touch, they're almost taking one to the field. Roy goes to 32, England 85 without loss.
Yeah, that's what these 2 have notoriously done quite well, I think, in the past. They've always rotated the strike, even if they're not necessarily getting the boundaries that they would want to. We're lucky at the minute that they're doing both their boundary striking as well as rotating the strike. So it's a really difficult position for the Indian bowlers to be in. How do you control the run rate now, and who do you want on strike? You've got Bairstow at one end hitting well, and you've got Jason Roy at the other end hitting well. They need a wicket.
They do indeed. Shardul Thakur is in. It's a full ball, sort of floated up there, almost Yorker length outside of off stump. Johnny Bairstow was contemplating the big booming drive and then put it away and allowed it to go through to the wicketkeeper. The wicketkeeper, KL Rahul, for today's game. He has the gloves rather than Rishabh Pant. Rishabh Pant not involved. KL Rahul batting at 5 and keeping wicket. KL Rahul making 62 from 43 balls earlier on. KL Rahul found some form. Wasn't really able to find it in the T20 series, but he just had that little bit more room in this form of the game to be able to work his way through it. All right, conversation between Virat Kohli and Shardul Thakur. He started with 2 pace-on deliveries and has then bowled 3 slower balls. This one is pitched up round about middle stump, and Johnny Bairstow's just pinged it back down the pitch, and he will end the over with a boundary. He started with a 6, he finishes with a 4, and Shardul Thakur has now bowled 2 overs that have gone for 22. Johnny Bairstow has 49 from 35 balls. After 10 overs, England are 89 without loss, and I repeat that India were 39 without loss after 10. So England have got out to an absolute flyer here on TalkSport 2.
Yeah, they're making it look easy at the minute, aren't they? For a cricket purist, that is the shot that you want to see from Johnny Bairstow there. Just leant on it, straight back down the ground, didn't really need to run. As an England fan, this is great to watch.
It certainly was. Average first 10 over power play, by the way, in the last 5 years of one-day international cricket is 48 for 1. England have basically doubled that without losing the wicket. Right, Krunal Pandya will stay on. His first over went for 16. They've got a square leg out on the boundary, long on, or is it long off out down beneath? Krunal goes in, hammered hard by Jason Roy. There is a cover sweeper, but he's a spectator like everybody else. Jason Roy has met that with the full flourish and middle of the bat. It goes away for 4. England 93 without loss. Jason Roy 36 from 26.
Wow, you just knew as soon as he hit that. I mean, he's cleared his left leg out the way to give himself some room to absolutely batter that through the covers, and it was 4 straight off the bat. He didn't even run.
You start to wonder whether India are a little bit short with the total here, the way that England are playing. Jason Roy will turn the next one through square leg all along the floor, and it will be just a single. England go to 94 without loss, and Johnny Bairstow comes back on strike. 49 not out, but at the moment, and look, there's an awful long way to go yet in this run chase, but England are knocking this off with plenty to spare.
Yeah, I mean, we saw with the Indian innings, a couple of wickets just kind of halted it, and there was that real phase from about the 35th over to the 45th that it looked really difficult to score when you'd come in as a new batter.
Johnny Bairstow on strike, and Krunal Pandya is bowling left arm around the wicket to him. Bairstow just pushes out into the offside, and Johnny Bairstow's half century won't come up from this delivery. 4 fours and 3 sixes already from Bairstow. He waits. Krunal bowls to him. It's played straight. Johnny Bairstow hits the ball very straight, and it actually makes contact with Jason Roy. Goes away. Johnny Bairstow said, well, should we take a run? And Jason Roy said, no, we really can't do that.
I don't know if you picked that up on the stump mic then, but KL Rahul just thanked Jason Roy.
Rahul to Bairstow. Bowls left arm around the wicket. Bairstow deep in his crease is actually playing a cross-batted shot back towards the bowler there, and then makes no real contact on it. It dribbles back down the pitch, no run, and then plays a very different shot, as if to say, that's the one I should have played. That's the one that would have got me the 50. Krunal Pandya in. This one's quicker through the air. Hurries on to Johnny Bairstow. Takes him on the thigh pad. No run. End of the over. 11 gone. Bairstow will have to wait for a while longer. England 94 without loss. Trying to make 318. It means 224 more runs from 39 overs.
I'm just putting my captain's hat on here, and I think... Well, I'm going to ask you, what would you do? Because...
Panic.
Well, I think if I was Virat Kohli here, I'd try and take a chance to get this wicket, because I think if you let these two bat how they are doing for another 5-6 overs, you could be in a lot of trouble as an Indian player. You know, they took the slip out early. Could they maybe just show a sign of aggression? It might be the dumbest thing that I've ever said, but you know, if you get Bairstow or Roy here, it could just slightly change the momentum of the game.
Well, maybe one thing I would consider is Kuldeep. There is always something about left arm wrist spin, and there you go. Kuldeep
Did you see that?
Honestly, no. Honestly, no. Kuldeep is on 12th over. They've tried orthodox left arm spin. Now it's going to be left arm wrist spin. Kuldeep Yadav, of course, we saw him briefly in the Test series, the 26-year-old. 105 wickets to his name so far. Best of 6 for 25. Now then, let's see what's going to happen here. He's going to bolt left arm over the wicket to Jason Roy, and Jason Roy immediately swings him out to the mid-wicket boundary, where Shikhar Dhawan is stationed. Single taken. Roy 38, England 95 without loss.
Yeah, I think this is good from Virat Kohli. I think, you know, he's trying a few bowlers. He's mixed it up a little bit. He's got to get a wicket here to be able to kind of bring this momentum back. I think the run rate has been 10s for the last 20 or 30 deliveries.
Johnny Bairstow just remarks his guard, walks around a little bit, and now settles back in, ready to face Kuldeep Yadav. Kuldeep has pulled one down short, and Johnny Bairstow couldn't have asked for a better delivery to hit away to get a boundary for that takes him to 50. He's got 53 from 40 balls. England are 99 without loss, and that is Johnny Bairstow's 14th 50 in one-day international cricket. He's gone on and turned 10 into hundreds, and England will be hoping as they try and chase down this 318. He will do that because someone needs to make a big score. And Bairstow has 50. He's got another short ball. This one he's gone all the way over the long on-fielder. 4 and 6. Maybe Kuldeep Yadav wasn't the option to try at this stage. England bring up the 100 halfway through the 12th. 105 without loss.
The producers just said in my ear that that's the Macca curse.
Not the first and not the last, I promise you.
Oh, it happens to the best of us, doesn't it?
Well, they're also now going to, I think, probably have to sanitise the ball on its way back by the look of it, judging by what's happening now. There's all sorts of discussions happening as well. Well, England are flying. India's 100 came up one ball into the 24th over. England are halfway through the 12th. Johnny Bairstow has a 50. Jason Roy is looking good. And Kuldeep Yadav has been treated with disdain. He's in again, left arm over. Bairstow for a second looked like he was going to come down the pitch and absolutely thrash that. As it is, he waits in the crease, plays it off the back foot to long off, and just strolls a single. He goes to 60.
Speaking about the shirt that he's got on, I guarantee you will be wearing that shirt in the next game.
It's a fair point, yes. Well, he's playing well. Kuldeep Yadav goes in. Jason Roy gets one that's leg side-ish and gets in a bit of a tangle as he tries to hit it away. It will go through KL Rahul, and the batsman will take one, and one more goes to the total, and that was off the forearm rather than wrist, I think. Roy 39, England 107 without loss. Kuldeep in again. Oh, Johnny Bairstow's taken that off middle stump. He's gone deep in his crease and is looking to hit it square. No run on this occasion. England 107 without loss after 12. Trying to make 318, as I say. The scoring rate at the start, the required rate, was 6.4. They're currently going at 8.9.
To mid-on, hitting it back where it came from, almost literally, as the ball was a little fuller from Prasidh. Catch taken by Surya Kumar Yadav, who is, to my mind at least, unlucky not to be in the side. It's a tight call between him and Shreyas Iyer. Both terrific talents. Left alone outside off stump by Ben Stokes. This is commentary of the first of 3 one-day internationals, by the way, between India and England on TalkSport 2. With the Times and the Sunday Times. Do try it free for a month at thetimes.co.uk/cricket offer. Subscription auto renews unless cancelled. Terms and conditions apply. A happy partnership with our friends downstairs. It's a building full of the Times. We have a great scene here on the 17th floor because the sun is out. Having been rather a grey and breezy, chilly day, it's now brightened to no end. It looks magnificent. The City of London, St Paul's, the River Thames, Borough Market, the Shard, all wrapping their arms around us as Bairstow goes back and plays Kuldeep out into the leg side for a single. There's lots of those singles available to Bairstow. They'll be happy now to bowl at the new batsman Stokes. Kuldeep with his wrist spin, left arm wrist spin, should be pretty comfortable to a left-hander. England's scoring rate at present all but 9 and over. The target overall 318 if you've just joined us. Some excellent batting today from Virat Kohli, and then Krunal Pandya on debut and KL Rahul all doing their bit, taking them to 317. Stokes now facing Kuldeep, forward defence, as if it were a test match and there were fielders around the back. A murmur of curated audio from around the ground because no spectators, of course, are allowed in. Back goes Stokes. He's defending so straight that the bowler is doing all the fielding so far. You can maybe hear that little murmur in the background as if there were a crowd. It's very cleverly done, that curated audio. The first time I heard it was in the IPL, which incidentally they're saying may not have spectators either at all. I know the first 3 weeks of it hasn't got any spectators. What a shame that would be in India to play an IPL without partisan fans. Long wait for this next ball from Kuldeep. Here he comes, he bowls it, and Stokes goes forward and again pushes it back to the bowler. It's a game being played by just 2 people here.
Yeah, interesting to see how Ben Stokes plays the spinners. They've been attacked all day. Dil Rashid, Moeen Ali. Kuldeep himself up until this point.
Yeah, 7 balls without a run. Now he goes back and drives firmly, so another ball without a run because it's hit straight to short extra cover, who comfortably does the fielding. Stokes won't like this. He won't want to look like he doesn't like it, but the fact is there's nobody in a short form game wants to go 8 balls without getting off the mark. That's a little wider, and this time he can get off the mark because it allows him to cut the ball freely, so he gets a single out to the sweeper and he retains the strike. 137 for 1. England needing 181 off 204 balls with 9 wickets in hand are in a strong position in Pune.
Yeah, of course Ben Stokes would far rather come out batting at number 3 in this position, but sometimes it can be quite difficult when the guys ahead of you are striking at 150 per 100 balls, and you come in and you suddenly face a few, you struggle to get off the mark, or you pick a few fielders out. You almost feel like a bit of a pressure that actually you should be going at it, and to be able to just absorb that pressure and play your own game, respect the fact that you've just got to the wicket. They've got time. England have earned the right. They've earned the right to have a bit of time and take some balls.
Here comes Prasida again, and Stokes is back. Really well organised back defence. And there's no run as he plays it out into the offside. I suppose what I would say to that is that it's, you know, easier to come in when the ball's coming onto the bat, the hard ball. Equally, he's not, you know, been in his best form. But I don't think anybody would mistrust Ben Stokes in a run chase. Certainly not after the World Cup final, anyway. So they won't be. Oh, he's hit it straight to extra cover. So Prasida has another wicket. A really innocuous delivery, fullish around off stump, and Stokes standing up on the shot has just stroked it straight into the hands of extra cover. So that's an innings of 11 balls for just a single. He'd prefer, I'm sure, to forget.
Yep, and as we were saying, he's been quite watchful, playing some very, very good defensive shots. I was just about to say, the way he's moving, he looks in great form. But he's tried to hit that on the up, tried to just drive it down the ground. I think the ball stayed in the pitch a little bit. I don't know, he's just not quite got to it, and all he's ended up doing is clothing it to the substitute fielder, Subman Gill, at cover. And Ben Stokes has to walk off with just the single. England now 137 for 2 here on TalkSport 2.
Well, I think he's the victim there. Tell me if I'm wrong. You've been in that position. He's the victim there of not scoring when he got in. You know,
it was the point I was trying to make, in that probably not very well, but you can build pressure on yourself. Certainly no one else sitting in the ground would go, Ben Stokes hasn't got this, but Ben Stokes himself will say, right, Bairstow's scoring at 150, Roy's just scored 40 odd off 30. There's almost an expectation that you go out and score runs straight away, and you face a few dot balls, and you suddenly start doubting it. Is it my day today? You start feeling a bit uncomfortable, and your little red man gets on your shoulder, and that, I agree with you, Mark, was a shot out of almost frustration that he hadn't quite got going yet.
Because he'd had better balls to play that shot to, or any shot to, really, than that one. You know, more obvious balls to look to attack. Anyway, he's out. Ben Stokes, the great hero, has gone. Not the great hero today. So Owen Morgan has taken guard. And that'll give England a left-right hand combination. He waits, studious, studying, trying to track the line of that ball. He's out. First ball, brilliantly caught at slip, is it? No, it isn't. He could have been run out, is he? Is he run out now? What is going on here? Virat Kohli says, I haven't caught it. That's what happened. He's then thrown at the stumps, missed it. Morgan's been out of his ground. They had another go to run him out, and they failed twice.
Well, this is unbelievable. Owen Morgan, a great delivery first up, going across the left-handed. Morgan tries to run it down to third man, gets too much of an edge on it, goes to the diving Virat Kohli, gets two hands at it, should have been caught. As he lands, his elbow hits the ground. The ball comes out, but Morgan is already walking off, thinking that Kohli's caught it. Kohli doesn't hit the stumps. The fielder then picks it up.
We'd have had a serious issue here if he'd been run out there.
Absolutely.
Because Morgan does indeed make to leave the field, convinced it's been caught by Kohli. Now he goes forward, and it's brilliant in the sort of gully area from Surya Kumar Yadav. Great stop that, who's on as a substitute. Well, Prasida's come back with a vengeance here, and Kohli's furious with himself for dropping that catch. He dived away to his left side, and as he tumbled, he sort of hands got stuck underneath him, and then as he rolled over, the ball came out of his hands. No one could have seen that, but only as he rolled over with his back to the play did he know it had come out. And then from the ground he picked it up and threw and missed. That's a leave alone outside or stump by Owen Morgan. So lots of drama to report here. So he threw and he missed. Morgan then realised that maybe he wasn't out caught, and he turned back only to see the fielder who'd backed up Kohli's throw underarming it to the stump. So he put his bat in and beat the throw by a split second and nothing more. Had he delayed by a split second, he'd have been I think he'd have had to have been given run out, which would have been a bit of a travesty, really. Anyway, a very different passage of play. And now Morgan is on the back foot, inside edging onto his body, and it rolls out onto the off stump. Prasida doing a great job here, I have to say. And so 17 gone, 137 for 2. And we've had a period of play with 2 wickets and 6 runs that's been India's, having only seen stroke play from England. So it's hard to predict what will come next. But the long and the short of it is Bairstow's unbeaten with 81 and can't get the strike. And Morgan has faced 4 balls. So we've had 15 balls from Morgan and Stokes combined for just 1 run. And that's been the problem for Bairstow.
And how will that affect Johnny Bairstow now? And how does he play from here? I mean, he was, I'd say, throwing caution to the wind. He was playing with control. He was playing good shots, but he was certainly, against the spinners, if it was up there, he was having a go.
Kuldeep bowls nice full ball, and a very clever ball because it's tight to middle and leg, and Bairstow chooses to knock it into the leg side for a single, which is exactly what Kuldeep and Kohli wanted, because it means they can now bowl at Owen Morgan. So will he read the orthodox left armer's delivery, or will he get undone by the wrong one? Not always easy to pick the left armer. What will Morgan do? Look to get after him straight away, Matt, do you think?
I would think he's actually just going to try and pick him off.
Right. A little bit of what they call in cricket milk him. He's back and defends, just as Stokes did actually, on the back foot. Pretty much back to the bowler, although it is mid-off who comes in and does the fielding. No run from it. 138 for 2. England in pursuit of 318. And now Morgan drives elegantly, but only as far as short extra cover, who does the fielding. So we also have a batsman unable to get off the mark. 6 balls for Owen Morgan. Very unlike him. And he goes back and does a great stop at slip. Gets a thick edge and he dives to his left side and makes an excellent stop. So Morgan finding it just as difficult as Stokes did. And so they're creating just a little bit of that sort of claustrophobia that a new batsman can feel when an opposing side closes in on him. He says to himself, watch the ball. And watch it he does as he drives down the ground safely for a single, so he's off the mark. 8 balls gone in the Morgan innings. It gives Bairstow the strike, but only with 1 ball of the over remaining. 139 for 2. Tremendous period here for India, who didn't look down and out, but they didn't look good. The last 23 balls, 8 runs, 2 wickets. Kuldeep again to Bairstow, goes back and thumps a long hop out to deep mid-wicket, but of course because things are going India's way now vaguely, it's straight to the fielder, so there's no boundary from it, but he does retain the strike. It's 140 for 2. A word for Matt Pryor, and then Guy Swindles will take over.
Well, yeah, watching Owen Morgan come to the crease, vastly experienced England captain. The way England started and the fact that Roy and Bairstow had the partnership that they had puts England so far ahead of this game. The only way India can get back in is if they keep taking wickets. England's required run rate now is just over 5.5, which in this day and age is not many at all. But as I say, the only way India get back into the game is if England give them wickets. So I'd expect Bairstow and Morgan to milk the spinners, build a partnership here, try and play as low risk cricket. Obviously you've got to keep the scoreboard turning over. Try and play as low risk cricket as possible.
Jared Kimber.
Thanks, Guy. Just something else on Owen Morgan's batting, and I'd really like to get your expertise on this, Matt. So Owen Morgan has split the webbing between his right thumb and his index finger, and he has 4 stitches in there. So that was what, about the 30th over, I think that happened in the field. So the stitches are still very new.
As another ripper goes through from Prasida, who really is bowling beautifully at the moment. Bairstow remains on 83.
So I've never split my webbing. I'm not sure if you have either because you're a wicket keeper, but I'm assuming that is going to affect his batting in one way or another.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly will, being left-handed as well. It's right on where the bat will jar. I don't think so much that he will have jabs and anaesthetic and painkillers, so I imagine he won't feel much. But that almost causes more of an issue. Do you want to be able to feel your hand on the bat and have the pain, or have a completely numb hand but not necessarily be able to manoeuvre the bat in your hands as you would want?
I mean, 4 stitches is a lot of stitches too, I would have thought. Like, usually with split webbings it's 1 or 2, isn't it? That 4 seems like a lot.
That's a decent tear, isn't it? And yeah, you would assume that they've numbed the area.
Prasidha in again. This time Bairstow gets the full face of the bat, pushes it up to mid-off, and they trot through for a quick single. But another fine piece of debut bowling at the moment. Yeah, Owen Morgan doesn't have much luck with fingers. If you actually ever shake hands with him, they're all bent to bits. It's
You're saying that to a wicketkeeper, you realise?
yeah, I appreciate it, but I have been looking. Not so bad.
Use the middle-A hands. Andy Flower was the one, whenever he did team talks, he'd obviously use his hands to talk, and you just couldn't take your eyes off how buckled and bowed his fingers were.
And that's a much better shot from Owen Morgan, up to mid-on. But a good piece of fielding means that it's only a single, and England move to 142 for 2.
In a funny way, playing injured sometimes can play in your favour, because it gives you something else, because you're so busy thinking about your injury or how it feels, and you just don't think about your technique. The worst thing you can do as a batter is you're just constantly thinking about your technique, get a bit internal, and you stop playing the match situation. Whereas when you have a slight niggle or an injury, you forget your technique. You just don't worry about it, because you know you're going to be affected, and it can clear your mind sometimes.
Prasidha with a good short delivery on that particular occasion, and Johnny Bairstow takes some evasive action, stares rather pointedly at the umpire, wondering why possibly that isn't a wide. And he may have a point. Yes, he did go down on his knees slightly, but not very much, and that certainly flew over his shoulder. And he's looked over at both umpires, but neither have decided to give it as a wide, so it will be a dot ball, and Bairstow will remain on 84, England on 142 for 2.
Yeah, I think that was the right decision. It was a well-directed short ball. If you start widing those, then we will hear the bowlers moaning.
And he is sharp. Prasidha. Oh, and there's a big swing and a miss from Bairstow outside off stump. Moved away a little bit as well, and yes, very much a victory to the bowler on that occasion.
Well, it's very clear that the minute Prasidha bowls full of a length, Bairstow wants to just smack him back over his head, or attempt to smack him over his head. This time he comes second. Prasidha with a bit of a wry smile.
I couldn't work out if he was looking at the big screen to have a look at his speed there, or if he was showing Bairstow where he was aiming.
He was looking 30 rows back, wasn't he?
Prasidha in again, and that is short, and Bairstow lets it go. This one is a wide, I don't think because it was necessarily high, but it was the second over the shoulder of the over, and you're only allowed to bowl one. So Bairstow does get his wide now and will face another ball.
Yeah, the psychology of the game. I know Bairstow didn't really get anywhere near that shot that he played, but the intent was there. He's taken Prasidha apart in previous overs. The minute he went full, Bairstow's hitting him straight back over his head for 6. Bear in mind he's bowling best part of 90 miles an hour as well. Would be playing in his head. You'll have that wry smile of, oh, nearly got you, mate, but he's gone immediately back to the short ball, actually been wided on that occasion. So Bairstow, I think, winning the mental game so far.
Prasidha in again, and Bairstow does attempt to play the drive, but it squirts off a thick inside edge and goes to backward pointers. Anyway, they run through for a couple, and England will be relieved to have taken a little bit of the pressure off. After 19 overs, England are 145 for 2. Morgan is 2 not out from 9 deliveries. Johnny Bairstow 86 not out from 59. And Matt, I was going to talk to you a bit about Jason Roy, who's now, after 3 times in the T20 series and today, got in the 40s, set England up pretty well, but then largely got himself out when, should he have hung around for a bit longer? Was it an unnecessarily loose shot?
Well, it was a loose shot. It was a poor shot. I couldn't quite work out what he was trying to do exactly. The ball did bounce a little bit, and I don't doubt that in Jason Roy's mind, he'll be thinking, right, okay, that's the third 40 he's got. And you always, as a batsman, you pride yourself on once you get in, you've almost done the hard work, and that you've got to make it your day. You've got the privilege of being in, seeing the ball well, and therefore you have the responsibility to go on and play that match-winning innings. Often you'll come in, like we watch Ben Stokes come in and face 11 balls, get out for 1. If you've got to 40, you've got to 50, then actually you've got to take that responsibility.
Well, it is Kuldeep Yadav who is continuing to twirl away, and this is cut backward a point by Owen Morgan for no run.
But it's how Jason Roy plays, and another day he'll go on and score 150 off 100 balls and we'll be lauding him. So
and that's an absolute full bunger and has been given the treatment by Owen Morgan, who just smashes it over long off for 6. And that's one of those moments that the bowler absolutely dreads, the leg spin bowler. It was about waist high and buffet bowling.
Yeah, and that did look a bit like hurling, didn't it? This shot, it was a waist high, slow loopy, full bunger. Camera panned to Virat Kohli, the Indian captain's face, and he was not happy with that at all. You can't release the pressure. England under a bit of pressure, 2 quick wickets. What you need is, you don't want that release shot, and it was such a poor delivery. It was really was a gift.
Can happen with a leggy, but not brilliant timing. So at the moment, Owen Morgan, well, he'll be relieved. It had been a bit of pressure on him. He's got 2 from 10 deliveries. He's now got 8 from 11. That's slightly shorter. Morgan looking to chase him down the wicket a little bit, but the bowler saw him coming, punches it out to the covers, no runs.
Yeah, you can see that shot. That's his hand affecting him. Usually he would be punching that through for 1.
In again, and Morgan punches this down to long on, where it will be fielded by Hardik Pandya, and just the 1 run.
Yeah, again you can see there from Owen Morgan, we talk about that hand injury, which is his right hand, so his top hand. So any shot that you have to play straight, usually through the offside, he'll be affected more. Any shot that he can use his bottom hand, his left hand, which would usually be a swipe across to the leg side, he won't be as affected.
Kuldeep in again then. Johnny Bairstow facing, and Bairstow sees one down the leg side that he can sweep, and he sweeps it brilliantly. He kept it very fine, and he was on it so quickly, Johnny Bairstow. That's another 4 to him. He goes on to 90. England go on to 156 for 2.
Yep, another poor delivery, has to be said. Kuldeep just too far leg side. I think the minute Johnny Bairstow saw the line going down the leg side, he was always going to sweep it. Catches a slight under edge, goes away very, very fine for the boundary. That's 2 poor deliveries and put away well by the England batsman.
Kuldeep Yadav in again, and this time Bairstow just prods it out onto the leg side. There's no fielder in the circle in that particular area, so they can go through very easily for a single. And after the pressure was really mounting, suddenly a couple of loose balls. England take 12 from the over. They go on to 157 for 2, and the target is now another 161 from 30 overs. The required run rate 5.36, so that's got them back on the well under 6 and over target. And Johnny Bairstow also beginning to move again. He's now on 91 from just 61 deliveries, and I think he was the first 15 deliveries he'd scored 3, so he's really raced on from there. 4 fours, he's hit 6 of them, and he's hit 7 sixes as well. So Bairstow in fine form, strike rate of a fraction under 150, just what England needed. If Owen Morgan, hand permitting, can hang around with him, well, that would be a great help. If you're just joining us, Owen Morgan split the webbing in between his thumb and his finger. He was batting this morning, when he was fielding this morning, and is now trying to bat with that injured hand. And it will be Thakur who now comes on after an excellent spell from Prasida, the debutant. He removed both Jason Roy and Ben Stokes. Not a bad couple to have on your CV in your first game for your country. And England are 157 for 2. Thakur, they know all about Shardul Thakur from the recent T20s. Be interesting to see whether he can put some pressure on in these key overs as far as India are concerned.
Yeah, and of course not the best start for him. He's bowled 2 overs already, gone for 22 in those 2 overs, so we'll soon see where his confidence is.
He's throwing the ball from hand to hand as he waits for the field to be fully set. A little bit of a wink to say, yep, that looks all right, Skip. One ready to come in and bowl. Right arm over the wicket, and Johnny Bairstow shows him the full face of the bat as he pushes it up to mid-on, and there's a very simple single. Johnny Bairstow, you feel at the moment it's important that he stays there, with Jason Roy going, a couple of wickets falling, Billings injured as well, remember. He hurt his shoulder earlier today, as well as Owen Morgan carrying a knock. England would hate to muck up this particular position. They've put themselves in a wonderful position to win this opening ODI. But Bairstow may hold the key. In again, this time it's Owen Morgan, who plays a forward defensive, but there's plenty of time to trot through for the single as it goes to the substitute fielder Shubman Gill.
You love that, don't you? The big shout, no, and then yes. Bit of a wry smile from Owen Morgan as he turned around there. Realised the no yes or yes no is not ideal for your batting partner.
Happily, there was the yes cry was justified, and that is a big shout of no this time from Johnny Bairstow as it does go up to the mid-off fielder. Virat Kohli picks the ball up, does a spot of polishing, and England, well, could have been even worse for England, of course, because Owen Morgan was dropped first ball, and it could have been a 3rd wicket for Prasidha Krishna. Virat Kohli putting him down at slip. Owen Morgan, his fellow captain, as now Bairstow does play the ball up to mid-on. Not looking to wallop the ball out of the country, just happy to play for the single. And England move on to 160 for 2, Bairstow to 93.
Yeah, I unfortunately remember doing something, going back to that Owen Morgan drop catch, and then he was walking off thinking that Kohli had taken I did that in the World Cup against Bangladesh. Mushfiqur Rahim, leg side stumping. I thought I'd fallen over. I thought I was out my crease, so I started walking off. He pulled the stump up. The replay showed I actually wasn't out until I walked out.
Yes, I can imagine that would
Village.
gall a bit. And
Yes.
that is a terrific shot from Owen Morgan. Nothing wrong with his bottom hand in that cover drive as he threads it through beautifully for 4 more runs. Interestingly, though, during that whole run-out dropped catch thing, Virat Kohli, when someone went to run Owen Morgan out, was shaking his head and going, no. So whether he would have actually appealed if Owen Morgan had been run out, I don't know. As it is, Morgan plays that ball beautifully through the covers for 4 to take England on to 164 for 2. This time he plays it out into the onside. There'll just be a single, and at the end of the 21st over, England are 165 for 2. Owen Morgan is 15 not out from 16 deliveries. Johnny Bairstow 93 not out from 64. You're listening to commentary of the first of 3 one-day internationals against India on TalkSport 2 with the Times and the Sunday Times cricket team, including Lizzie Ammon and Simon Wilde, as well as former England captains Mike Atherton and Sir Alistair Cook. And Darren Gough now takes over after an excellent spell from Matt.
Pretty good, eh? Johnny Bairstow. How good? Been excellent, hasn't it, to watch? I've seen him do this so many times, you know, whether it be for England or whether it be for Yorkshire, his county side. He's so destructive when he gets in this mood.
England need him to be at the moment as Kuldeep Yadav is in, and Owen Morgan takes a big stride forward and plays a forward defensive. And there's just something about Bairstow, you see him do it. Suddenly a switch goes on.
Yeah, and he goes in spells with it.
Yeah.
He really does. He can go 4 or 5 games where he's out of this world.
In again, Kuldeep, and that's short, and he's punched away by Owen Morgan. There should be a couple here as Hardik Pandya trots round on the boundary. There are 2. And England move to 166 for 2.
It's almost with Johnny as well, when he's got something to prove. You know what I mean? We all know him. He's a lovely lad. He likes a little moan here and there. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's what motivates him. You know what I mean? It gives him that bit of fire in his belly. And with the stick he's taken...
In again, and that was full. And at first, I think Owen Morgan's eyes lit up. He thought another full bunger, but it dipped in front of him, and in the end he played a good defensive shot, no run.
And the strange Winter going home, batting 3, then going home, then coming back, then getting a pair.
In again, Yardev again, he gives it a little bit of air. This time Morgan is onto it and plays it up to mid-off for a single.
Then batting at 4 in the T20s. And we found out something today. I've been thinking all along, but he'd opened the batting with Jason Roy in T20s. He hasn't.
No.
Can you believe that?
Still hasn't been given the go.
Wow. He's done it, but he's done it with other guys at the top.
Well, when you see how successful they are as a pair,
exactly,
they do seem to complement each other superbly. In this form, particularly 50 overs, but you'd have thought T20.
We just all assumed, don't we? But he's done it. He did it with Sunrisers Hyderabad.
In again, Kuldeep Yadav, and Bairstow plays a very formal defensive shot, and the ball trots out onto the leg side. They go through for a single, and we're coming to the end of the 22nd over. England 169 for 2.
It was good to see Krishna come back, though. You know, for India, I think he was impressive that second spell. He just got a little bit giddy, didn't he? That first spell, bowled too full to a guy who anything in his arc was going to hit through the line of the ball. Such a good player, Johnny, when he's playing in those areas and he's stable at the crease.
In again, Kuldeep, and Owen Morgan steps across and lets that go through to the keeper. After 22 overs, England are 169 for 2. Owen Morgan 18 not out. Johnny Bairstow 94 not out here on TalkSport 2, with England needing another 149 from 28 overs. A run rate of 5.3-ish.
Guy, I just want to ask Goffey something. You were talking about how Johnny Bairstow likes to motivate himself. Do you remember he gave that speech after he made the 100, I think, in Gaul, in the Test match, where he said everyone was against him.
He got told off for that speech, by the way.
We all looked around and said, who's even been saying anything about him? There's a great story from basketball where Shaquille O'Neal created a fake story about another player who'd snubbed him as an autograph when he was a kid, and that's why he would be so aggressive against this player. And Michael Jordan used to make up stories as well. Do you think Bairstow's just one of those people who likes to feel like it's him against the world?
Yeah.
Oh, and that's gone a long way up in the air. Let's hope it's gone all the way. No, it hasn't.
Oh, dear.
And Johnny Bairstow on 94 not out. Well, he's now 94 and out. And for the second time in this match, a player, an opener, has played superbly and got into the 90s, but hasn't had to go all the way. Johnny Bairstow, sad to see him go. It was a brilliant innings of 94 off just 66 balls, but he's tried to reach his 100 with the 6. It came high up the bat. It's gone out to long on, and Bairstow's gone.
Yeah, he's carried on playing the same way. It's been a wonderful innings. We know that, and there's no reason to try and do anything different. We've seen Thakur, he can bowl really, really well in these situations. He's got good variety, a mixture of deliveries, and Johnny fancied it, he saw it, he went for it, and he didn't quite catch it. 94 though off 66 deliveries. It's given England a great start in this game, chasing 318, 169 for 3 on TalkSport 2. Just 22.1 overs have gone, and it brings the T20 opener to the crease, Jos Buttler, who's in decent form himself.
He is. We saw one wonderful innings in the recent T20 series. Of course, one of the biggest and best names in this particular form. He's played 145 one-day internationals, got a high score of 150, average fraction under 40, strike rate of 120, 900s and 20 50s. So, decent man to have coming in at 5.
You would say so, wouldn't you?
And but England need him to be, because this is the kind of period where things can start to wobble a bit. We saw that in that final T20 with the big run chase. As in again, Thakur, and he beats Morgan outside his off stump because the batsman had crossed. It was Morgan who was facing. 169 for 3 it remains. Good ball.
Excellent delivery from Thakur. But you're right, it's that moment of the game now where we're way ahead. We've been brilliant so far, England. We're batting and Johnny Bairstow and Jason Roy were superb. But you put a couple of wickets on it like you would in a test match, and it's a totally different ball game. I mean, India got rescued, didn't they, by that partnership?
Right at the death.
Right at the end, over 100 partnership.
In again, and that's punch backward a point, 2 backward point, no run.
Yeah, it was an 112 partnership, wasn't it, from Kunal, the debutant, and Rahul.
Yeah,
who played
the
some
final
wonderful,
10 overs.
Some wonderful shots, which enabled them to get to 317. But now England, let's say, way ahead. Absolutely got off to an absolute flyer through Bairstow and Roy. But now a couple of wickets on this, and it makes it a good game.
England 169 for 3. Owen Morgan. Bat raised, prepared for Thakur's delivery, who beats him outside off stump. And play and a miss from Owen Morgan, and this is a very good over at the moment. There's a wicket, 3 dot balls, just what his captain wanted.
It's amazing, isn't it? Wicket goes and it looks like the ball's seaming all over the shop again. It's amazing. One guy comes in, he's hitting 4s and 6s everywhere. 2 newish batters to the crease, and it looks like it's seaming all over the shop again. Cricket. This is why we love it.
Exactly, and it's also when someone's playing as well as Bairstow was at the end, you forget he was scratching around like these guys were at the beginning as well of his innings before he suddenly clicked into mode. And that's another play and a miss outside off stump. Slightly shorter, quicker delivery. Same result though. Owen Morgan goes for the cut shot and misses it, and it goes through to the keeper. No run.
There's been a little bit of bounce and pace in this pitch. I think it's been another excellent wicket. We saw in Ahmedabad T20 series, the way it finished that, the pitch was an absolute belter, wasn't it? Good carry, good for batting, and this one again, it's got a little bit in it for the bowler. If you get the ball in the right areas, but you get bat and ball, and you get value for your shots.
Yeah, no, I think it's a really good wicket, and certainly that would be borne out by the performances we've seen so far, as Owen Morgan does finally middle one. Fine piece of fielding on the boundary by Yadav, and there will be 2 though, and at the end of the 23rd over Owen Morgan has moved on to 20 from 26 deliveries. England 171 for 3, and they require 147 from 27 overs.
Guy, I'm just going to jump in with a quick injury report because we've got quite a few. Sam Billings hurt his shoulder early on. He's got a sprained collarbone joint. Apparently, even though it is the same shoulder, it's apparently not a dislocation from the shoulder that he injured in 2019. Owen Morgan, as we talked about recently, has split the webbing between his right thumb and his index finger, so he's batting out there at the moment with 4 stitches. And now for India's injury report. Shreyas Iyer has subluxated his left shoulder in the 8th over while fielding.
What's that, dislocated?
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Pretty much. And Rohit Sharma was hit on the right elbow while batting, and he won't be taking the field.
Right.
Shock.
Yes. Bhuvneshwar Kumar has taken the field, and Jos Buttler immediately down the wicket, outside off stump, looking to make room for himself against Bhuvneshwar Kumar. In the end, he just gets the single, but a statement of intent from Jos Buttler very early on in his innings. He's not going to stand on ceremony. He's going to look to impose himself on the Indian bowlers, not let India back into this one. And interesting that Virat Kohli has gone to Bhuvneshwar Kumar, the man he knows can usually really put the control on things. Bhuvneshwar Kumar in again, and that's on sort of Midland leg, and it's just played away by Owen Morgan into the leg side for a simple single.
I think what surprised me about this game, in fact any game in India now where the spinners don't have any influence on it whatsoever as yet, is but how easy India played England's spinners, and then how easy now England have played India's spinners. So it's gone both ways, hasn't it? Where it's the seamers that have been the hard ones to get away here, whether it be Stokes.
Exactly so. As in again, Bhuvneshwar Kumar, that's played back to him by Jos Buttler. There will be no run, except suddenly there'll be an explosion on the poor seamer, like we saw on Mark Wood, who has his figures rearranged in his final 2 overs.
Yeah, I didn't think he bowled badly.
No.
He didn't get it right at the end. Similar to preceded, the way he's bowled a little bit full, just got it in the wrong areas, and they cashed in at the back end. But at the start, I thought Mark Wood was excellent. Bowled with aggression, bowled with pace, bowled good lines, troubled the Indian pace batsman.
Bhuvneshwar Kumar in again. Jos Buttler, thickish outside edge, and he got a bit lucky there. No slip in, so he'll get the single, and he moves to 2. Morgan 21, England 174 for 3.
I'm surprised Virat Kohli, hasn't got a slip in place. He's brought his best bowler back, someone who gets those lines, gets those lengths, bowls it so well. Needs a wicket, slip in place. 1 wicket here, and it kind of levels it out, doesn't it? I mean, 3, yes, it's still looking good for England with 2 top players at the crease. Morgan
in again, and that is played down by Morgan backward a point. There is no run.
I mean, these 2 players, Morgan and Buttler, they've experienced. I mean, how many more games Morgan played? He must have played nearly 200.
He's played 242. So
242.
So this is his 243rd
matches, and what is it? Butler's 140 odd games.
This is his 146.
Amazing.
So between them, they've got 388.
Exactly. They've been there before. I think he needs a wicket here, Virat Kohli. Get a slip in place.
In again, Bhuvneshwar, and Owen Morgan uses his feet and can't beat the sweeper out in the deep though, and they can only take a single. The score then goes on to 175 for 3, 4 off that over. Owen Morgan is 22 not out, Jos Buttler 2 not out here on TalkSport 2, and after some words from Darren Gough, it'll be Andrew McKenna.
Yeah, I mean, what I'm saying there is how easy that was. He's got his best bowler back into the attack, Kumar, and actually there was no real risk. Didn't have to take any risk. The fielders are out. There's plenty of fielders out. There's plenty of scoring areas. You can just keep pushing one and taking them for 4 and over, for 5, 6, 7 overs. They're that far ahead of where England were at this stage. I think England were just over 100 at this stage, so they're about 70 runs in front. That's how comfortable it's been for England so far.
Yeah, absolutely. England have already hit more sixes in this innings than India did in the whole of their innings. Morgan is on strike as Shardul Thakur goes in. Swing and a miss! No! Swing and an edge through to the keeper. He's gone on the pull to the short ball. It goes through to KL Rahul, and they celebrate as the England captain walks off. Well, he might have got a first baller earlier on if the Indian captain Virat Kohli had caught the catch at slip as he edged it. But Owen Morgan goes 22 from 30. His eyes got big as he got the short ball, and it's taken the edge through to the wicket-keeper, KL Rahul, and England lose their 4th wicket. It's the skipper as the 4th one goes down. It's 175 for 4.
What a fantastic delivery, Good pace, good bounce. Owen Morgan, they've always said out the teams over the past, you've seen him attacking with the short ball. He can be suspect. Normally when he first comes to the crease, he likes to give himself a little bit of room to tie him up with that short ball. But there it was a little bit of width on it. He tried to pull it, and he got that fine edge, didn't he, through to the wicket-keeper. What a huge, huge wicket for India, and well bowled Thakur. He's bowled really well this spell. And England now 175 for 4, chasing 318, and in comes Sam Billings. Obviously we'd have thought that after he fell and did his shoulder earlier on in the game, fielding in the outfield. But he comes to the crease here now, needing a partnership here, England.
Certainly do. Jos Buttler's faced 3 deliveries. Sam Billings is about to face his first. By the way, Jared brought you the medical update from India. He didn't bring you the line that really amused me on the Indian statement that said about Rohit Sharma was hit on the elbow while batting, and felt some pain later. I think he felt quite a lot of pain at the time, judging by the phase he was pulling.
The good thing about cricket, if you do get hit by a fast bowler and you're not too keen on fielding, it's a great excuse to have.
Absolutely.
We've seen plenty do it.
Absolutely. Of course, he did captain during the T20 when Virat was off the pitch, so he's a senior player. Right, here we go. Sam Billings' first ball. Oh, that's punched hard off the back foot, straight to to Virat Kohli at short extra cover, and there is no run. Wasn't a big edge from Owen Morgan, but there was enough, and they had a slip stationed as well. I think Virat Kohli is now going hunting wickets. Someone needs to put a heart rate monitor on Virat. He looks like he's going to explode any moment now. Shardul is in, turned on the onside by Sam Billings. He will get underway with a single to Krunal Pandya, who is at mid-wicket. So 1 from 2 deliveries, England 176 for 4.
Saying that, this is why he's got a team that have got so much passion. You see, they play for the shirt. Virat Kohli is a leader. He definitely one who plays with huge heart and passion. Sometimes can step over the edge, but he's got a team who follow him, and I think that's so important as a captain. Some are about tactics, some are about they get that respect through that way, but Virat leads from the front without a doubt, and all these players follow.
Shardul is in once again, takes Jos Buttler on the pad, big shout for LBW, given! Jos Buttler has gone 2 from 3 balls. He is going to review it, and I've got to be honest and say my first reaction is that is going to be sliding down leg side, but it's been given out by the umpire.
Yeah, first views when I saw it, I thought slipping down leg, but you never know. The umpire's given it, hasn't he? So we'll see.
Right, it's not a no ball, so
Double check with Albright, please.
Anil Chowdhury is looking, and he's now looking first up for an edge. He's not going to see an edge there. Jos Buttler's missed that by quite a long way.
Is it clipping?
Keep going. Let it hit the pads.
Well, if you look, we can see all of leg stump. We can see a chunk of middle.
All of off stump, Mark.
Sorry,
not leg stump.
Did I say?
It's right.
My apologies. Sorry, it's all of off stump.
If you can see leg stump, he's definitely missing.
We're safe. Yeah. Unless he's gone all the way across, of course. I tell you what.
There you go.
It's grazing them. It is umpire's call, and as it was given out on the pitch, Jos Buttler has gone LBW. And England, they've lost 3 quick wickets. Bairstow, Morgan, and now Buttler, who's made 2 from 4 deliveries. And England are now 176 for 5, when what just seems like a couple of moments ago, they were 169 for 2 here on TalkSport 2.
I mean, before DRS, we would have said, without seeing the replays, that was a shocker, wouldn't we? But it just goes to show that was clipping. It's an excellent spell of bowling from Thakur. He's really upped his game for the captain. He's bowling with good heat. He's bowling good lines. He's mixing it up with slower balls. His length as well. He brings Moeen Ali to the crease, who's not had much time out in the middle. It's been a long winter for Moeen. He's had a couple of good books to read, but he's coming in here now at 176 for 5. And he's going to have to play a special innings. The last innings we saw him play, he finished in style, didn't he, in the test matches? He went out with a flurry of sixes, some fours. We're going to need him just to play a good, solid innings today and see England over the line, chasing 318.
Well, this is the advantage that England have got with that brilliant start. It does allow them a bit of rebuilding time in the middle of the innings. And they wouldn't have wanted to lose those 3 wickets, but they do actually have a little bit of time. Billings and Moeen have got a chance to play themselves in here.
Well, this is what India were. I think they were around 170 for 5. Similar scores. Obviously, a little bit slower than England have got there, but they were 5 down for 170.
Yeah. Shardul Thakur, 2 in the over, goes in. Moeen Ali plays a wafty one outside of off stump, doesn't get anything on it. Through to the keeper, no run. And all of a sudden, Shardul is bowling at 142 kilometres an hour.
What was that shot from Moeen Ali? First ball, just wafting outside off stump. No feet, just threw his hands at the ball. Just get a sighter. You got plenty of time, Moeen Ali. Get used to the pace, get used to the bounce. See him off. He's on a hot streak. He's Thakur.
slip in place as he goes in. That's a short ball, round about chest high. Moeen Ali leans back and allows it through to the keeper, and there is no run. 25 overs have been sent down, so we're at the halfway stage. England have been set 318 for victory. They're 176 for 5, so it's 142 runs from 25 overs. The runs and the overs equation isn't the issue. The wicket column is the issue for England at the moment, as that they reach that halfway stage.
It's interesting what he does though now, isn't it? Virat Kohli, the captain, he's taking wickets. They're on a roll. Does he stick with Kumar, his best bowler? Although he hasn't taken a wicket today. It's gone to the youngsters, Thakur and Prasida. But does he stick with Kumar, or does he get a few overs of the spinner on now? Yeah, it looks like he's going to change. Yeah, bring him back. The spin maker.
Krunal Pandya, the left armour, is going to be back into the attack. This is his 4th over. 3 overs, went for 36. But that was when Bairstow and Roy were going potty. He's going to come left arm around to Sam Billings, just pushing forward his Billings out on the offside, no run. There is a slip in place as well. Might as well attack. Krunal Pandya to bowl, left arm around. Billings gets one around about half volley length, can just pop it down the ground all along the floor to long on. Hardik Pandya will field. Single taken, 177 for 5 England.
Well, we know Moeen's natural game plan against spin. Normally, he likes to hit down the ground and sweep slog.
Now,
just keep pushing for one.
It's interesting. Moeen's first ball from the spinner, but they're taking the slip out. They put the slip in for the right-handed Billings.
They've kept both men back straight, mid-off and mid-on, out on the boundaries.
Hardik is going to go in, left arm over. Moeen Ali just plays it gently out on the onside, and there is no run.
Is this a little bit of a red rag to Moeen Ali? Because the ball's spinning in. Do they want him to try and play the big shot here? Because the more obvious one would have been the left arm wrist spinner against him.
Krunal goes in. Moeen Ali edges, goes straight through where Slip was. Slip's not there. That would have been a waist-high catch. 2 hands, no problem at all. Moeen Ali will get underway with a couple of runs. England go to 179 for 5, and Moeen has 2 from 4.
That's where the captain's got to be brave, hasn't he? But he's seen his left-arm spinner. He's had such a good day with the bat, but got for 36 from his first 3. He's seen his seamers taking wickets, putting England under pressure. But he's trying to get rid of a few overs from his left-arm spinner. He's only bowled 3.
Guess what? Put the slip in now. Moeen Ali back in his crease to this delivery from Krunal, and punches off the back foot down to long on for a single, 180 for 5. Horses and stable doors spring to mind.
Always happens, doesn't it? He put a slip in and now he won't nick another one now. That's cricket for you. Sam Curran will be in next. Finished well in the T20 series. Finished with a bang as well.
Did indeed.
A few lusty blows.
Sam Billings taking leg stump. You might have just heard through the stump mic, taking guard. The slip is out for him. Krunal Pandya is in, slightly short and wide, and it will be hammered to Kuldeep Yadav, the man sweeping on the cover boundary. And that's the over complete. 181 for 5 after 26 overs. It is the first of 3 one-day internationals between India and England on TalkSport 2 with the Times and the Sunday Times cricket team. Of course, their team includes Lizzie Ammon, Simon Wilde, and the former England captains Mike Atherton and Sir Alistair Cook. So England in this game need 137 runs from 24 overs. Darren Goff.
I do love this format of the game, 50 overs. I think it's a proper test of your skills. Just a bit more than T20. T20 it can be about power hitting. Yes, you've still got to have a solid technique, and there's special players within T20, but 50 overs really tests you. Really tests you as a batsman, your patience, your shot selection, and as a bowler, your skills over 10 overs.
Shardul Thakur is going to continue 3 for 33. Starts with a short one that Sam Billings pulls not a million miles away from the mid-wicket fielder. It'll be Kuldeep who fields out on the boundary as they come back for a couple. Billings goes to 5. 183 for 5 are England. And yeah, you just get that sort of that up and down, that variation, that little bit of nuance in the game that maybe T20 at times lacks, Coffey.
Yeah, and people a lot of people say, well, how can he play T20 but he can't play 50 overs? Well, it is a totally different game. You might not think it. Yeah, you see people hitting 4s and 6s, but it's a proper test of your skills. It really is.
Shardul Thakur is in, right arm over. Sam Billings coming forward, punching down the ground. Can't beat mid-on, who is Krunal Pandya, and there is a single to take Billings to 6 and England to 184 for 5.
What I mean by that, bits and pieces cricketers find it harder because they've got to bowl 10 overs, you know what I mean? They can't just keep bowling slower balls, slower balls and over a 10 overs. Yeah, they can play if they can do a bit of batting, a bit of bowling, a bit of fielding. Like Jordan could easily play a one-day international, but he'd very rarely bowl his all 10. I think that's the point. So you're better off picking your 5 bowlers who can bowl 10 overs each.
Shardul in, short ball. Moeen Ali plays it well, drops the hands, leans back from the waist and allows it through to the keeper. No run. 184 for 5 it remains. I have to say, Shardul Thakur is emerging as a real exponent with the white ball in this series. I mentioned earlier today that his record was 15 wickets at 44 in 12 one-day internationals, and in the 3 games that he played at home, 2 wickets at 82. But he's got 3 for 30 odd today. And to be honest, looks like he could add to that. He goes into Moeen Ali. Moeen just rides the bouncer. This drops it into the leg side and sets off for a single. That ball was 140 kilometres an hour.
Did he pick up a 5-for in the in Australia in a Test match?
Jared will have to get onto that one because my brain's gone completely to cheese.
Siraj did, didn't he? I think it was. Was it Siraj? Picked up a 5.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure he's Shardul. I think he played in Australia, didn't he, in the Test series?
4 for 61 was his best.
That's
figures.
It. 4 for 60. Yeah.
He certainly bowled well. I'm trying to remember. That was at the Gabba, I think.
Yeah, he came in and did a job. He was again. So many of them ended up playing in that series because of the injuries.
In he comes, right arm over. It's a full ball. It's floated away, and there's a little bit of shape on it, actually, taking it away from Sam Billings. Billings drives into the covers, but straight to the man at short extra, and there's no run.
Actually, Goffey, you were talking before. I think you said they had 10 options to bring to England when it comes to seam
They
bowls.
got more, have they?
I got 9, but I might have missed one. Bhuvi Kumar, Bumrah, Umesh Yadav, Ishant Sharma, Mohammad Shami, Siraj. Oh, wait, I do have another one. Saini,
Navdeep, yep. He made his debut in Sydney.
Oh, good. So now I am going to get to 10. Natarajan, Prasidh, and Shakur. So that's 10.
You got Umesh.
Yeah, I got him in there.
Yeah, they got 10. So I said 10, didn't I?
That's incredible, isn't it?
Shardul is in. It's a short ball that Sam Billings will duck under, and that will end the 27th over. England 185 for 5. They need 133 runs from 23 overs to win this game here on TalkSport 2.
And Goffey, that's 10 now.
After the IPL.
Yeah, so there's at least one who's going to be found in the IPL, isn't there?
Well, do you know something? I've always watched bits and pieces of the IPL, but I think this up-and-coming one, I think I might watch a bit more because I've been fascinated by some of the young talent that I've seen in this series, whether it be in the Tests, the T20s, in Australia, because I watched a bit of that series, and now the 50-over games. There's some unbelievable talent, and they could easily, in one-day cricket, have 3 teams who could all perform at the elite level.
Yeah, I think this would be a very good tournament. I think a lot of people in the UK watched the last one because it was a lockdown tournament, wasn't it? It was sort of coming at the ends. But the international calendar's just sort of parted. So if you're a cricket fan now, the IPL's kind of the only way you can watch cricket in that period, other than the county games that are streamed.
Krunal Pandya will start a new over. Left arm over the wicket to the left-handed Moeen Ali. Moeen will turn into the onside, and they will take a single. Moeen goes to 5, England 186 for 5. We were talking about the IPL earlier, and that they're basically stationing in bubbles, aren't they? So they're going to play a bunch of games in Chennai, then a bunch of games in Mumbai.
Yeah, rotating bubbles.
Rotating bubbles. What a lovely phrase that is. Sam Billings deep in his crease to this from Krunal Pandya, left arm around. Gets it out on the offside to the sweeper. Are they having a discussion about whether that was pad first? They are, you know. Sam Billings has middled it out to the cover sweeper, but they're having the discussion that did it just brush off the pad first? The discussion breaks up and decided that they aren't going to review it.
As I said, They need a wicket though, don't they? I mean, they get one here and they become favourites for the game. But middle of the bat.
His bat hit the pad, but there's nothing else on that. Moeen Ali is pushing out on the offside, and there's no. The pad wasn't even close to it.
The bowler was convinced. He was convinced he hit his pad first. But Virat Kohli, he got one right for a change. Well done, Virat.
Krunal comes in, and Moeen Ali uses his feet, gets to the pitch of this one, pushes out on the offside, and there's no run. In fairness, if you shoot enough bullets, you've got to hit the target eventually, haven't you? I mean, they got one right. They've had some absolute shockers this winter. Krunal in, Moeen Ali pushing back down the pitch to the bowler, no run. 5 balls of the over gone, 2 singles only. England 187 for 5, trying to make 318. Krunal in to finish the over. He bowls again. I'm sure he's short of the front line as he bowls that. And Moeen Ali turns it into the onside. There is no run, so it's 2 singles. 5 overs have cost 43 for Krunal Pandya. And in the last over, only 2 runs, so it's 187 for 5 for England. After 28, 131 to win from here. 22 overs to get him.
Just quick, Mark, before I go, is the good thing about T20 cricket, when I first started playing it, 50 over cricket, they used to say, if you're chasing 100 off the last 20, you're favourites to win it. I mean, it's hilarious, isn't it? Now it's, if you're chasing 100 off the last 10, you've got a good chance of winning it. The game's gone nuts. It really, really has.
Absolutely. Who'd be a bowler in this sort of form?
Oh, all day long. Why wouldn't you want to be a bowler? Have you seen what they've been going for in the IPL, these bowlers?
It's not all about the money, Goffey.
Tom Noddy bowlers going for £1 million.
Goffey, when he finishes this stint, he's going to go and try and find a time machine to go back and try and get himself into it.
Mate, after watching England Legends last week, I've still got a chance.
Kuldeep Yadav is going to bowl his left arm wrist spin. He's over the wicket and into Sam Billings. Turned through square leg for 1. It will only be 1. And it seems to be 1s at the moment is the staple diet for England. They're 188 for 5, 1 ball into the 29th. Goffey is off and Kate Cross moves back in, and we continue this rebuilding phase, Kate.
Yeah, absolutely. Afternoon, everyone. It ebbs and flows, doesn't it? 50 over cricket, I think that's what I love so much about this format of the game. Goffey was just touching on it then.
Kuldeep in, left arm over to Moeen Ali. Moeen Ali was pushing into that with his hands, and it was just airborne a little bit, but he goes through cover where there is no fielder, and it will be a single. Moeen goes to 6, England 189 for 5.
And we actually spoke about it earlier on in this innings, Macca, but that start that Bairstow and Roy got us off to has just allowed us to have this rebuilding period without a lot of pressure.
No, absolutely. England are still well ahead of the game, even with those 3 wickets. Kuldeep will bowl to Billings. There's a slip in place, and that slides off the face of the bat, but we'll go to backward points, and there's no run. They're so far ahead that we're in the 29th over, and England are 189 for 5. After 30 overs, India were 159 for 1. So if England don't score another run for another 9 balls, they're still ahead of the game, but it's the wickets. Billings takes a big stride down the pitch to Kuldeep, sweeps him around to fine leg, and a single taken, 190 for 5.
Yeah, that's the difference, isn't it? It's that wickets column, and I think it'd be fair to say that no one's really taken wickets today. It's more been the batsmen getting themselves out at certain points.
Yeah, I think that was. I mean, we were chatting earlier. Virat Kohli. We were all thinking, well, he's got 120, 130 written all over this. It was only that he pinged one straight to the fielder on the boundary that he got out. Kuldeep in, short of off stump, and Moeen Ali is able to cut this one away to the point sweeper. Shubman Gill, one of the many substitutes that have been seen today, is sweeping on the cover boundary. It's a single for Moeen that takes him to 7. England 191 for 5. India have used 5 bowlers, with Hardik Pandya still not used, which I think we might be talking about after this delivery. Kuldeep Yadav goes in. Sam Billings hits this one hard. It's a short ball, and Shubman Gill won't get around and save that one. And what was a decent over from Kuldeep ends up going for 8, with the last ball going to the boundary after 29 overs. England 195 for 5 here on TalkSport 2.
Yeah, really good, positive movement from Sam Billings. He's read the length of that ball, gone really far deep in his crease, and just allowed himself room to free his arms to be able to get that to just slightly in front of square, but whether deep mid-wicket that was going for 4 all day.
Right, Hardik Pandya. We were really impressed. He was key to what India did in the T20, yet this is the 30th over, and we've not seen him ball in hand.
The only thing I can think is that they're playing him as an out-and-out batter today, and they wanted to give him a bit of time off his feet, and he has had a few injuries. I think he came back from a side strain after the Australia series, would it have been?
Yep, absolutely. Krunal will start the new over, left arm over. Moeen Ali uses the angle to turn it to short fine leg for a single. England go up by 196 for 5. It's actually a leg by given, but all runs gratefully received.
But yeah, that's the only thing I can think, because otherwise why would you not have bowled him? He was your strike bowler in the last two T20 fixtures.
Yep, was opening the bowling. It's certainly an interesting development. Krunal will go around the wicket to Sam Billings off the back foot. He's playing it out to long off. 197 for 5 as he takes a single. Billings goes to 14 from 15. Of course, if he's not bowling, then it means that all of these 5 have got to bowl their full allocation of 10, which, if you get after them, puts the captain in a position. Rohit Sharma, of course, could do a bit of doubling as well, but he's off the field injured. Moeen Ali turns this to long on, takes a single. He goes to 8, 198 for 5. Virat Kohli has bowled, but
don't.
Let's not go there. Right, everyone settles in for the right-handed Billings. Krunal's going to come around the wicket. Forward defence from Sam Billings on that occasion, so no run. KL Rahul is... Well, he's no Rishabh Pant behind the stumps, but he's certainly chatting away. Krunal goes in. Sam Billings stays deep in his crease and hits to Hardik Pandya at long on and will take a single. England 199 for 5 as there's one ball left of the 30th over.
Sometimes only having 5 bowlers can play into your hands as a captain, though, because you don't really have to think too much about other than getting the overs right in terms of numbers.
Krunal goes in and Moeen Ali will play to short mid-wicket, and there's no run. So that's 30 overs gone. 199 for 5 are England at this stage, and as I mentioned earlier, India 159 for 1 after 30 overs of their innings. So it means that England are still in a good position in terms of the actual game situation. They need 119 runs from 20 overs, so 120 deliveries. So in terms of T20, it's a run a ball from here, and they will absolutely see it through. Some quick thoughts from Kate as I make way for Mark Nicholas to take over the ball by ball.
Yeah, what I mean by that, Mark, is sometimes when you, as a captain, if you've only got 5 bowlers, you just really have to juggle who's bowling where and get yourself to the 50th over with, people bowling at the right ends. But I mean, it's obviously a luxury if you've got the 6th bowler on the pitch, but sometimes I think your options are limited, which then takes one less thing for you to worry about into consideration.
Except juggling them accurately.
That's the problem.
The mathematics of that can be the poser. That's played off the back foot to mid-wicket for no run by Sam Billings. Much better from Kuldeep after a pretty shaky start. He got a bit of pasty from Bairstow, and it really affected his confidence. Now that's a bit short, and Billings goes back to pull, which he does behind square for a single. He jogs it through. I think it's a big job here for Moeen Ali. I think the discipline required to get this done, rather than sometimes he drifts towards a lazy looking shot, and he would be criticised for that, which is always difficult. It preys on your mind. So I think he needs to be as secure as he can, and that's a fine shot, a beautiful sweep, getting down low, quite like the ones played earlier today actually by Shikhar Dhawan, and a 4 for Moeen Ali. Good shot.
Yeah, that looked like it was all wrist from him, just standard sweep shot, but he's just rolled his wrists over it at the end, which has allowed it to go behind square, which was the key there. My heart was in my mouth when it first went, but there's going to be a deep square fielder.
It's funny doing it on TV and not being able to see, isn't it, exactly where he's positioned, and sometimes getting a picture that you can't work with the conversation. You'll having at that moment. Anyway, 204 for 5 now. Kuldeep bowls again, and it beats Moeen Ali. Lovely spin. Not a lot of it, but enough of it. It was the bounce that really hurried Moeen Ali's back foot shot. Taken the second attempt by KL Rahul, who's keeping wicket today. Rishabh Pant was left out of the side.
That's almost a lazy shot you were talking about, wasn't it? They're just not a great deal of foot movement. Kind of just threw his hands through the ball.
And now he sweeps in front of square for 6. Fantastic. More of a slog sweep. Really positive ball striking from Moeen Ali.
Absolutely. Compared to that last shot that we just spoke about, not quite a lot of foot movement, but that was complete opposite. He's played that with a real amount of confidence. Nice, lovely stroke through the ball. Just looked easy, didn't it?
Well, it is an incredible timer of the ball. And that's a good example of it. Back a few rows and a nod of, well, in a way, a nod of acceptance at the quality of the shot from Kuldeep Yadav, but he'll be frustrated. He's just about to finish his 8th over. He's gone for 61, and it's not been a good day for the spinners. There's really been nothing in the pitch for them, and the fact is they've come onto the bat nicely. Often in India, the ball stops in the surface and you can't time them, but that hasn't been the case today. So we wait for Kuldeep as Moeen sets himself again. I can't emphasise enough how valuable it would be if England could win this game. That's a wide outside leg stump. He bowls it flatter and tries to get it into the pitch, and it really cost him. It was a very wide ball. I mean, far wider than you'd ever expect to see at this level. That's the pressure of a couple of boundaries weighing upon the bowler. And now Moeen Ali drives a full ball, push drive, nothing more than that for a single out to the boundary rider on the offside. And it's the end of the 31st over. He gets a single for that, 212 for 5. A call for drinks, which gives us a chance to chat about this more. England needing a total of 318 to beat India today, therefore needing another 106. So it really is gettable. Billings has 16 and Moeen has 19. And I suppose the thing I'd like to talk about, I mean, in the situation of this sort of run chase, Sam Billings pretty adept at it. Moeen Ali certainly has the game for it. But what's important to England and to Eoin Morgan here is that 2 other guys win the game. It's not just the usual suspects, a Bairstow or a Butler or a Morgan. It's these guys, Billings, Moeen, Curran, those guys, you know, who can go out here and see England home from, frankly, quite a tricky position 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's, you know, when you look back on the 2019 World Cup and England's success over that 4-year period, that was exactly the case. It wasn't just your Stokes and your Butlers winning you every fixture. It was everyone kind of chipping in at different times. And I think that's what has made this team so successful. And that's now what the challenge is, to continue doing that and not relying on your top players. I mean, we're pretty lucky that we're batting down to 10. I mean, Mark Wood, we saw in the West Indies in that series, was able to score some runs as well. So you could argue that we're batting down to 11. So like you said, the talent is there. It's kind of just piecing it all together now and ultimately timing the run chase to perfection, because there's still plenty of time in this game. But it's just that wicket column that is slightly concerning if you're an England fan.
Yeah, Bairstow made 94 earlier in the piece, played quite brilliantly, and it was a shame to see him out caught in the deep. Jason Roy 46 without being quite at his best. Eoin Morgan 22. England 212-5. The Indian bowlers, a brilliant comeback from Prasidha Krishna on debut. 6 overs, 2 for 46, having taken a pounding from Bairstow with the new ball. Shardul Thakur 3 for 37 from 6 overs. Reminds me a bit of Andy Bickle, sort of cricketer that just never gives in, keeps coming in, hitting the pitch hard, hustling you, and made life very awkward for England. So they're the 2 wicket takers. The 5 that have fallen: Roy, Bairstow, Stokes, Morgan and Butler, who was LBW to Shardul Thakur for just a couple. And since then, this useful partnership, taking England from 176 for 5 to 212 for 5. So they're not just steadying the ship, but they're also keeping the rate consistent. So there's really no issue as far as the run rate. That's the point. England have that well in hand. It's all about not losing these 5 wickets that remain.
I think the key for me here is that needs to be calm, doesn't it? There's no risk that needs to be taken at this point. We've not seen many magic deliveries that have beaten the bat or really troubled anyone all day, so it's just about keeping the strike rotating, hitting the bad ball, punishing it when it does come, and just gradually ticking off this score.
Who's the best chaser in the women's game? I know Meg Lanning's very good, but I know she's probably the best player, but is she the best chaser?
Probably say Nat Siver.
Oh yeah, very good.
I think very calm under pressure. Heather Knight as well, I'd probably throw into that ring as well.
Yes, Heather's almost cold about it, isn't she? Ruthless, yeah. 212 for 5. And back goes Moeen Ali to Krunal Pandya, who if you don't know Krunal, as there's no run for that, he does the fielding, tumbling away to his left side from a back foot punch. He's shown us today to be an emotional fellow. He played a wonderful innings on debut. All-round cricketer who's made his name for Mumbai Indians, at least his global name. Here he is again. Moeen Ali is back, and this time he waits a little longer and works into the space at mid-wicket for a single. Man out, the boundary rider there comes in and cleans up. There's a bit of a stretching sort of calisthenic exercise process taking place by Krunal's brother, actually, Hardik, isn't there?
I've never heard warming up described as that.
No, you don't like that? What we used to say about Merv Hughes.
No, I like it.
Yeah.
I've just never heard it.
We've approved of each other today. Your Van Gogh line is definitely the line of the day. There's a shot off the back foot, a drive down the ground by Billings for a single. Tad short that from Pandya, but he's determined not to overpitch and give England the chance to hit him down the ground. His problem against Moeen Ali is the slog sweep that Moeen Ali plays so well, which of course can be played off a length ball. And that's why he's back of a length again and allowing Moeen Ali the single into the leg side.
I think you could argue that with both these players as well. They're very strong square of the wicket, very strong sweepers. We know that Sam Billings has got the reverse sweeps as well, so he can challenge you all round the ground, really.
And a single off the back foot this time, down the ground again by Sam Billings. Yes, Kate described Ben Stokes with the way his new hair has fallen as looking a little like Van Gogh in his own self-portrait. I thought that was very good. And a defensive stroke this time from Moeen Ali, from which there is no run. 216 for 5. And so England needing 102 from 18 overs. It's a splendid position to be in. The problem is the wickets column. Two good players out there, some good players to come in Sam Curran and perhaps to a lesser degree you might say Tom Curran, though he's pretty feisty with the bat. So this is very doable. I have a feeling it'll get tense. I don't know why I think that. I just have a feeling.
I think what's striking for me is the current run rate sits at 6.75, which it doesn't feel like that's the current run rate, does it? It feels like probably a little bit lower than that, but the required run rate is only 5 or 5.7. So I think that's something that India will be talking about. They'll be reminding England that run rate, that required run rate, is creeping up. But England have just got to realise that they are on top of it at the moment, and the longer they can keep that going, the less pressure they're putting on themselves towards the end of the innings to be going big.
Yeah, the run rate, of course, began after, 8, 9, 10 overs. It was 9.75 at one stage. So even though it's dropped 3 points, it's well ahead of what's needed. That's how well they played at the beginning. Here's Prasida Krishna again, and that's a bouncer that really just lollops over the head of the batsman and to the keeper's ankles, and the consequence of it is a wide called perfectly reasonably by Ampar Menon, and it's 217 for 5. It's all gone quiet. It's an interesting period of the game, this. It's not drifting by any means. It's just that England don't need to make the next move. India sort of have to, but aren't having much luck with it as yet. And now's a drive in the air, caught at short, extra cover. Sam Billings driving on the up. It was pitched there exactly for that. And in the end, the ball didn't come onto the bat. Billings, a little like Stokes earlier today, standing up on the strokes. And wow, England have a problem. Another one gone. The catch taken by Virat Kohli.
Real proof of exactly what you were talking about there. Just not really a special delivery, just an uppish drive from Sam Billings there, straight to Virat Kohli at short extra cover, easy catch. and it just felt like England just needed to tick it over. They didn't need to do anything daft. They didn't need to attack. And Sam Billings has gone 18 off 22, scores 217 for 6 here on TalkSport 2.
Yeah, you wonder if Sam Billings needed a little more urgency, a little more requirement to him to get after the game a bit. Sometimes it's a strange thing, isn't it? Sometimes in a run chase, you need the situation to dictate to you. When the situation is open to interpretation, you can get caught between two stools. And you're right, England only needed to tick over, but the modern player, the modern player wants more than that. He wants boundaries, really. Modern players are boundary hitters. The tick over thing isn't so much a part of their psyche.
Yeah, I think it's that toss-up between trying to get the game done sooner rather than later, and on the other side of it is taking it as deep as you can. And it looked like England would trying to get to the 35th, 40th over here and then reassess. But I think, like you said, these are Moeen and Sam Billings are two attacking players, and they, to me, look at their best when they're trying to score runs.
Commentary of the first of 3 one-day internationals, India and England, on TalkSport 2 with the Times and the Sunday Times. Try it free for a month at thetimes.co.uk/cricket offer. Subscription automatically renews unless cancelled. Terms and conditions apply. That's our excellent partnership with the Times and Sunday Times. This is Sam Curran with work to do. Just shuffles himself across into line to play that ball very nicely out onto the leg side, so he's off the mark straight away. Sam has a lot of game. Let's hope England see the best of it today after Sam Billings just really pushed the ball into extra cover's hands. Kohli was very close there, threatening the single, and the ball was hit to him quite gently, and Billings is unhappy. I don't know whether that's indicating some pain from his shoulder injury earlier today, but he certainly looked disappointed in himself.
I think that was at the shot.
Okay, right here.
I think another example of not being got out.
Moeen Ali now on the back foot, thick edges down to third man for a single. This is a brilliant performance, by the way, from Prasidh Krishna, who really was almost humiliated by Johnny Bairstow and Jason Roy at the start of the innings, and has come back to bowl with tremendous courage, no little skill, and immense effect. He's taken 3 wickets, and it's he and Shardul Thakur that have rocked England, so much so that it's hard to say England are presently favourites. There's just 99 needed to win the game, but England not favourites, I'd say. 4 wickets, got to hurry, will be out if he hits. Oh my goodness me, didn't hit is the answer to that. Well. Moeen would have been a yard or 2 maybe out of his crease. I can't see the fielder. Is it Shubman Gill? I think it looks like he's come on as a substitute. He has plenty of time, and it bounces straight over the top of the stumps. He drags the throw down, really. Throws it into the turf rather than throwing it flat. But it was a bad call because there was hesitancy in it.
Yeah, I think Shubman Gill actually had a bit more time than he thought there.
Moeen Ali defends on the back foot. It rolls out onto the offside, and there's no run. He knows it. You can sort of see in his face there he's relieved to have got away with that.
Yeah, he's obviously come on as a sub-fielder as well. You want to try and impose yourself on the game as best you can. But yeah, I think it's just that cliche line, if you've got that split second longer.
Yeah. Wasn't the best call by Sam Curran, I don't think.
A nervous call, I think.
Yeah. Anyway, Sam's got 2 from 2, Moeen Ali 22 from 27. And now he plays beautifully off the, well, I suppose half and half. He wasn't really off the back foot, half and half, but right at the top of the ball's bounce, and hits it firmly out to the cover sweeper. So 33 overs have gone now. There was just a single there for Moeen Ali. It's 221 for 6 in Pune, where in the first of 3 one-day internationals, England and India are fighting it out, and it's a hard game to call. But when I was last on, so well was Bairstow playing that there was no doubt about England winning the game. They didn't have a lot to do, the run rate wasn't a problem, and they had 9 wickets in hand. Well, things have changed dramatically since then.
It almost feels like a kind of carbon copy of the T20 series, where England lost those games, that they'd get off to a really good start at the top of the order, and then kind of the middle to lower order kind of fell away, and we lost a lot of wickets in clusters. which is obviously something that might need to be addressed by the England dressing room.
Yeah, what was it? 45 balls. Stokes, Morgan, Butler. 3 fabulous players. 45 balls for 33 runs. I don't know whether there's anything in that or not. It certainly left a lot for Bairstow to do at the other end as Moeen Ali goes back against Krunal Pandya, the left arm spinner, and hits it off his hip into the leg side for a single. A long beard on Moeen now that comes down to the V in his shirt, but a clean shaven face for Sam Curran, rather younger and fresher in the face in general, of course, but Sam does have blonde dye in the top of his hair. He's taken guard, he's ready for Krunal Pandya, and he goes back and then forward. Was done by the flight of the ball on that occasion, but plays it pretty safely out into the extra cover area for no run. 2-2-2 is the score, as Richie Benno might say at an ad break. 2-2-2 for 2. But it's England who are 6 down, not 2 down, and therefore have a lot to do in this match, as Curran drives nicely off the back foot to square cover, sort of half drive, half cut, but doesn't get a run as Bhuvneshwar Kumar does the fielding. He got the ball to swing with the new ball, but even he, who bowled well, didn't bowl as well as Mark Wood and Sam Curran earlier in the day, who made life very awkward for Rohit Sharma and Shikhar Dhawan, though Shikhar did go on to play brilliantly and get 100. Good straight ball, not doing a lot from Krunal, and Curran knocks it to straightish mid-wicket for no run. India feeling that they're closing in on England here. You can sort of sense it in their body language. Curran back, and we see the full face of his bat in defence there. He hits it down the pitch to Krunal Pandya, who does the fielding of his own bowling. 4 dot balls in a row. Make that, no, it isn't a fifth, it's in fact a single out to long on. So just the 2 singles off the over. 34 gone, 223 for 6. Earlier today, India 317 for 5, an innings that ebbed and flowed. England bowled very well at the beginning. Shikhar Dhawan so nearly got that 100. 98 he was out for, Bairstow for 94, so 2 men have got to it today, or got close to it I should say today. Virat Kohli 56, Shreyas Iyer 6, KL Rahul 62. Brilliant partnership with Krunal Pandya, who made 58. Hardik Pandya failed today, made just a single, caught at the wicket off Ben Stokes. So 317 for 5, and England 223 for 6 with 16 overs remaining in response.
I think we might be seeing Hardik Pandya come on, or is he just helping manoeuvre the field? No.
Virat Kohli's left Prasidh Krishna now to bowl his 8th over. 3 for 51 are his figures. Here he comes into Sam Curran, and Sam is on the back foot defending, and it looks to me like Sam has decided he needs to get himself in on this pitch. He's so good at striking the ball as soon as he comes to the wicket. In fact, he's one of the cleanest hitters of a cricket ball in the world game. But he understands the enormity of the situation and realises that he can afford to eat up a few overs and get himself set. Give India wickets here and you probably give them the game, because you give them so much encouragement to go ahead and win the game. If you deny them that oxygen. Now he drives beautifully straight. The fielding is good from Prasidha off his own bowling. He has to get down quickly with one hand, and he stops a firm stroke.
Yeah, and on the back of what you're just saying there, Mark, we've got kind of a second slip in play as well, which I think is really, really positive from Virat Kohli. If he takes another wicket here, then that, you could argue, could pretty much be the game, or it's certainly a big uphill struggle for England at that point.
Yes, I'd never back against Tom Curran. I think he plays some quite impressive run chase innings, but I hear what you say. These are the two of the last really natural stroke making batsmen who have all the options at their disposal as Curran works that off his hip for a single. It's still a very tough ask. It can be done. You might say it should be done, but it's a tough ask. England need 94 in 93 balls, so the rate's got to 6 and over. Of course, that's a nothing as far as the modern player is concerned. It's only a problem if it's 12 and over, and it's not always a problem then in T20 cricket. That ball is a bouncer and flies over Moen's head. He ducks out of it quite late, actually. It doesn't carry through with much venom to the wicketkeeper KL Rahul, but it still keeps the batsman guessing, and that's the trick of one-day bowling nowadays, to have a lot of variety and to try and keep a step ahead of the batsman. Another defensive stroke from Moeen Ali. He certainly wants one. Does he come back for two? Well, in another day, or if they'd needed two off the ball, he might have done. Shikhar Dhawan had a long way to come from deep mid-wicket, and Moeen had taken all the pace off that little knock into the leg side, so there possibly was two, but they decided better of it, given the situation in which they find themselves. As Kate points out, you really aren't sure England can win if they lose another wicket, but if this pair can bat for half an hour or so, steadying the ship, and get to feel the ball on the bat, it really does give England a good chance. And now a little work into the leg side by Sam Curran. So they're playing quite similarly. That's a single down to long leg. Both of them waiting for the ball, playing it nice and late, working in singles. The end of another tidy over from Prasada. It's 35 overs bowled. Now England 226 for 6 in pursuit of 318.
Yeah, we spoke about it earlier, but it's relatively simple cricket, really, isn't it? One a ball at this point, and there are singles on offer. We've seen good balls there being worked down to fine leg or into the deep square for one. So those singles are available. It's just being patient enough to make sure that you're out there in the 45th, 46th over to be able to see England over the line. But credit to India. I think they've bowled really well. They've dragged it back after that phenomenal start from Bairstow and Roy.
Yeah, they have. They've bowled so much better than they bowled at the beginning, although you have to weigh up the quality of the batting that made it difficult to bowl. Matt Pryor is coming to join us on the commentary now. So thank you, Kate. What do you think, Matt? Your heart pumping a bit?
Yeah, it is. It's
yeah, mine too.
Obviously want England to be a couple of wickets less. A couple of soft ones. I mean, it's never easy chasing a score over 300, but you can't help feel that from the position they're in.
From this position they're in now, or the position they were in when Bairstow was going?
Bairstow and Roy were going. You kind of thought,
the start they gave them.
They bat another 5-10 overs. It's almost game over.
Yeah. Bhuvaneshwar Kumar with a dead straight on a length ball. That is so boovy, that, isn't it? Simple and effective, right on the money, and given England don't need to look to score big. If you'd wanted a 6 to win the match off that ball, you might have hit it. It was a nice length for it, but given the fact that India are trying to take wickets, they're prepared to pitch it there, and at the moment England are happy enough to defend it. That's the sort of cat and mouse that makes a one-day run chase. Bhuvaneshwar again. Nice easy action. That's a tad shorter than the ball before, but it's kept out by Sam Curran. And Kohli comes in. Predatory. Curran has 5. Moeen has 25. England are 226 for 6. To win the game. Curran waits for Bhuvaneshwar. He shuffles into line, that little back and across move, and plays the ball very nicely out to mid-off, but there's no run from it. So it's definitely a quiet period in terms of the run rate. I don't mind that. I just hope that this sort of lack of urgency, if you like, in no way affects the batsmen. They don't suddenly feel they have to put the pedal to the metal and then make a mistake because of it. It's all about having the temperament to cope, isn't it? Just can you hang on? If you take it deep, you win. Simple. If you don't, you probably don't. And now he goes back, plays the pull shot, and plays it really well. Short enough and powerful enough in the ball striking from Sam Curran. A 4 when needed.
Yeah, absolutely right. And it's all about taking the gas, taking a game deep. Well, a feature of this pitch and surface so far has been it's almost looked difficult at times, but then there's been the ball that you can score off. Batsmen haven't had to do too much to get a boundary. Margin for error for bowlers is still quite small. And England only need 6.13 runs and over. Just bat, and bat.
bat. Yeah, which he does.
Easy said here from here.
He goes back and defends out onto the offside. No, but it's a fair point, and that's what I mean by temperament. You know, it takes a lot of courage to win a run chase, to take the responsibility and finish the job.
I think that's a great word, courage. Courage to take the game deep and back yourself to score. Even if you need 8, 7, 8, 9 and over at the end, get yourself in a position where you can be the one that wins the game. The easier option actually is to throw caution to the wind and try and hit 4s and 6s now.
Bhuvaneshwar, who bowls so straight, does so again, but Sam Curran is in perfect position to hit the ball with his straight bat down the ground for a single. And so at the end of that 36th over, England are 231 for 6. Curran's moved on to 10, and Moeen still has 25. 87 are needed from 84 balls. Great experience for Sam Curran, and a great chance for Moeen Ali to remind everybody just what he's got. Just that as the conversation that surrounds him suggests that his best England years are behind him, he reminds everybody that he still has the mind for the job, never mind the game.
Sorry, Mark, position like this, you're sort of thinking of batsmen like, I know we're going back a while, but Michael Bevan, the Australian batsman, played at Sussex for a few seasons. Something that he did very, very well was always taking the game deep. Mike Hussey as well did it really well, backed himself to just bat time, and in the last 3-4 overs, so they would back himself to then get the required rate.
England's very own Neil Fairbrother was good at that. Right, I'm handing over to Guy Swindles.
What an interesting position we find ourselves in here. 231 for 6. I was just looking down at the scoreboard. England at the end of the 14th over, 131 without loss, and coasting, you felt, to victory. Not so much now. And it's Krunal Pandya, one of the 2 debutants for India today, who's made such a difference. He blasted a magnificent half-century earlier, 50 coming off just 26 balls. And Matt, interesting that India had 4 players who scored half-centuries. England have only had 1 so far. No one's gone on quite the same way as India did earlier in their innings, as that's played out into the covers, no run.
Yeah, and that's going to be, I think, they're 2 crucial elements. That's one of them. And the finish India had to their innings. Scoring was 112 of the last 10, I think it was. Maybe a few more than that.
No, I think that's exactly right. Going at 11 and over for the final 10. England need, well, the run rate's creeping up now. It currently stands at 6.36. They require 6.37, as that is once again played out into the covers by Moeen, and there is no run. 232 now for 6. Moeen 25 not out, Sam Curran 11 in again, and that's, well, driven handsomely. And driven better than handsomely. It's gone straight for 4. What a good ball, a shot that was. I thought it was just going to go out to deep mid-on, but Moeen Ali had hit it straighter than that. Great shot for 4 and just what his team needed.
Yeah, fantastic shot from Moeen Ali, and it just shows the quality of the surface. Ball skipping on. We said earlier, the only way India win this is if England get bowled out, if they keep losing wickets. And I still maintain that. If England can just bat these overs, these 2 need to bat at least the next 10, you'd suggest. They'll be in a very good position.
So 236 for 6. That's flicked away, and they go for a very quick single and make it. Very well played. And at the end of that over, England are 237 for 6. Moeen Ali is 30 not out. Sam Curran is 11 not out. 81 required off 78 balls.
Yeah, again that over. There was, no risk. Absolute perfect batting. Got the boundary. Just a good crisp shot, hitting the sweepers hard. If you miss them, time it well, miss them by 5-10 yards, you get the boundary. 6, 7, 8 and over. As low risk as possible. Again, very easy sat here saying that, but it's what is required now from these England batsmen.
Guy, I just want to pick up on something that you said earlier, where you were talking about the big half centuries for the Indian players. Every second ODI in the last 3 years, an Indian player has made 100. So on average, it's about 33%. So they're way up on the average team. And today they only got someone to 98. So they missed out a little bit there.
Thanks to Gerard Kimber as the Talk Sport join us. And Bhuvneshwar Kumar has struck. He has removed Moeen Ali, who batted very nicely for his 30 off 36, but he's had him caught behind. And England chasing 318 for victory, are now in real bother. They're 237 for 7, and lost their really last big name batsman, because it will be Tom Curran coming out to join Sam Curran next. England running out of wickets as they try and chase down this 318 for victory. And for those of you just joining us, England, remember, were 130 without loss after 14 overs. Johnny Bairstow with a brilliant 94, but wickets have tumbled regularly since, the latest of which Moeen Ali caught behind for 30. Matt Pryor.
What a bad time for TalkSport listeners to be joining us. There was another little partnership developing there with Sam Curran and Moeen Ali. As you say rightly, Guy, Moeen Ali, the last of the recognised batsmen. You felt that he needed to be there at the end, or certainly at the very near end of this innings. But the Curran brothers now have to pick it up. England 237 for 7 in the 38th over.
Well, Tom Curran, I think, has a top score of something like 47 not out in one-day international. So something along similar lines today, Tom, would be most welcome as far as England are concerned, because they need that kind of innings from their number 9 if they're to reach this victory target. England, the inquest will be quite deep if England don't go on and win this, because several times in this match they've found themselves in really good positions. Let India get away with it in the final 10 overs of their innings, and then England started so well. As in comes Bhuvneshwar Kumar, squares Tom Curran up a bit, but he digs the ball out and it goes out to mid-on. There is no run. And it was a beauty to get rid of Moeen Ali. Had to play at it. It was in the corridor, short of a length, and he feathered it through to the keeper, KL Rahul.
Yeah, there's a fair bit of movement there. A good delivery, just back of a length, but it did nibble across Moeen Ali. He tried to follow it. I think he tried to just run it down to third man for a single, but all he does is clips a glove through to the keeper.
Bhuvneshwar Kumar in again, and that's a thick edge from Tom Curran this time, but it's wide of slip. There is a man who is fielding at third man, and he cuts the ball off, so they can only take a single. Tom Curran, though, is off the mark. He is now 1 not out. His brother Sam 11 not out from 18, and he'll now face.
Spoken a lot about brothers, haven't we, this match? The Pandyas versus the Currans.
Pandyas winning at the moment.
Pandyas winning at the moment, but if these two are here at the end and shaking hands with an England victory, I think they can take it.
Well, there you are, Curran brothers. There's a challenge for you thrown down by Matt Pryor. You're on TalkSport and TalkSport 2. See your team home to victory. Because earlier, Hardik Pandya, well, he only scored 1, I think, from 11 balls, but his brother on debut, Krunal Pandya, blasted 58 from 31 balls, not out 58 at the end to set that victory, well, possible victory target. Bhuvneshwar Kumar in again, and that is played by the left-handed Sam Curran, out into the leg side for an easy single. And England move on to 239 for 7. But wickets have fallen, regular patches. Shardul Thakur particularly impressive in the 25th over of the innings when he moved Morgan for 22 and Joss Butler for just 2, and that was suddenly when the alarm bells went from blaring quietly to pretty loudly as Bhuvneshwar Kumar comes in. It's a nice drive that, but straight to the field, and there will be no run. Score remains 239 for 7. Still, we've seen as well Ben Stokes only make 1. Some big names have struggled out there today after Jason Roy, who made yet another fine 40 but couldn't translate it into a 50 after 3 of them in the recent T20 series. In comes Bhuvneshwar Kumar again, and this gets the full test match defensive push from Tom Curran back past the bowler. That is the end of the over. 239 for 7 England. Sam Curran 12, Tom Curran 1, and England, well, they require 79 runs from 12 overs if they're to win this one.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the England scorecard, batting scorecard, and it's quite an odd looking scorecard, isn't it? You've got Roy 46 of 35, striking at 131, and Bairstow 94 of 66, striking at 142. And then really no one else has managed to get in.
No, Moeen probably the closest after that, 30 off 37. And funnily enough, after a scratchy start, was looking quite good. But that's gone straight up in the air from Sam Curran. This could be another one. And it's a fine catch. The substitute fielder, Shubman Gill, takes it. And it is a wicket for Krunal Pandya. And, well, England's bad day goes from bad to worse, and it's Sam Curran who has gone. He was trying to get a hurry up, trying to hit the spinner back over his head, and he, well, perishes for 12, and England's chase of that 318 is in almost terminal decline. Now they're 239 for 8.
Yeah, difficult to put too much responsibility on Sam Curran, but for me, probably the wrong option here, having spoken about taking the game deep and having the courage to milk the spinners. Needed Sam Curran there at the end. He's tried to play the big shot, he's tried to attack the spinner, tried to hit him over the top for a big 6. He's not got there. Bit of a leading edge, it's gone straight up in the air. England now 239 for 8. It's looking ominous.
Is there an issue perhaps moving from T20 to ODI cricket if you're not the world's most experienced? We've seen obviously Rohit Sharma and the more experienced Indian guys transitioning very, very easily, but some of the England guys have looked to force it when they haven't really had to.
Yeah, well, listen, I don't think that's an excuse, certainly not. I think in county cricket, when you're playing championship one day and then a 2020 the following day, yes, there probably is some, but you know, these guys have enough time to prepare.
Well, it's Adil Rashid who comes out to join Tom Curran. They crossed with the ball in the air, so Tom Curran plays that out on to mid-off, and they trot through for a single. So Tom Curran is off the mark, moves to 2, and Adil Rashid comes out to join him. Adil Rashid does have an ODI 50, high score of 69. I think I'm beginning to get pretty desperate now in the search for stats as he flicks that round the corner and there is no run. But he's not a mug with a bat, is he, Adil Rashid?
No, he certainly isn't. I think just to finish my point that around the sort of England chase, and I think it's more a case of do they stick or do they twist. I think the brand of cricket they've tried to play in this one-day team has always been very positive and attacking.
And that's a very handsome looking drive, but it goes straight back to the bowler, no run.
But actually sometimes you need to sit in a bit longer and believe, have the belief that you can do that. The courage, Mark Nicholas used the word courage earlier.
Left arm round, and that is left by Adil Rashid, and it goes through to the keeper. There is no run. Rashid yet to get off the mark after 3 balls.
Especially after the start that England had. I mean, that's such a fast start with Roy and Bairstow. They kind of earned the right just to milk the ball around. Could have played low-risk cricket.
Yeah, several England players you feel have got themselves out. India have bowled well, no doubt about it. Particularly several guys who took some real humpty from Johnny Bairstow in particular earlier. have not let that get them down, but that over comes to an end. It's another dot ball after 39 overs. England 240 for 8. Adil Rashid yet to get off the mark. Tom Curran 2 not out from 5, and England needs 78 from 11. More importantly, they only have 2 wickets left. Yeah, there are a few slaps to cover that we've seen so far that possibly were unnecessary.
Yeah, it's a soft dismissals. Shots where players haven't really committed to either a defence or attack and sort of just popped it up to cover.
Yes, the one man who has really committed today for England was, of course, Johnny Bairstow, and he was magnificent. It really was. It looked a very easy game when he was batting earlier. As it is once again Bhuvneshwar Kumar, who is kept on. Tom Curran pushes that out into the covers for a single. As, funnily enough, the TV starts showing a few replays of Johnny Bairstow's innings earlier today, and it really was a bit special.
Yeah, it was. It was such a shame because I think it was the wicket, obviously, of Roy, and then Stokes going quickly. Morgan, then Bairstow went through a period of probably about 20 balls where he didn't get on strike, and he was right in the middle of him going so imperiously.
In again. Oh, and that's brilliant from Bhuvneshwar Kumar. Too good for Adil Rashid. He's trying to play down the corridor. He gets the edge. Keeper takes the catch, and England are 241 for 9. Bhuvneshwar Kumar, something of a masterclass at the moment, and better batsman than Adil Rashid would veg that to the keeper.
Yeah, fantastic delivery this, full of a length. He's managed to get movement all day, Bhuvneshwar Kumar, and that's no different. Full of a length, dragging Adil Rashid forward. All he can do is catch the outside edge, and unfortunately he goes for naught off the 5 balls. England now 241 for 9.
Well, the end is coming, you feel, as Mark Wood makes his weary way out to join Tom Curran. Poor old Tom Curran gets left like this periodically in his one-day and T20 career. He is a very good bat coming in at number 9, and the wickets tumble around him, and he's kind of left to try and dig England out of the car crash that's going on around him. But here he is on 3 not out from 6. He's seen his brother go, seen Adil Rashid go in the last 7 deliveries, and now it's Mark Wood who comes out to see what he can do. Highest score of 13, an average of 8 so far in his ODI career, and Mark Wood plays very nicely out into the covers, but there is no run. Bhuvneshwar Kumar now has the figures of 2 for 25, and he's halfway through his 8th over. It's been some wonderful bowling elsewhere as well. On his debut, Prasida Krishna, 8 overs, 3 for 54. And if you take out the 1 over when he was blatted for 22, 7 overs, 3 for 32, which is a pretty good return. In again, though, Bhuvneshwar Kumar, and that is thickish outside edge. It runs up to third man. Mark Wood is off the mark. He has a single. England move to 262 for 9.
Yeah, exactly right, Guy. Brazil have been very, very impressive. And I think even more so impressive because Bairstow did get hold of him. He absolutely took him to the cleaners on that 1 over, and you sort of think, okay, the young man, how's he going to come back on debut? But the answer is he's come back very, very well.
Well, it's Shardul Thakur who is being given a chance to administer the coup de grace as far as England are concerned. Requiring just 1 wicket now, India, for victory. And he looks if he'll come on after Bhuvneshwar's finished this over, if Bhuvi doesn't get him first. But that is played very nicely by Tom Curran. Backward as square for a single. And England take the score on to 243 for 9. As once again the television shows all England's wickets falling. They do like showing that. But as it stands at the moment, England, well, they've just got themselves into a bit of bother, and now are trying to have to dig themselves out of it. Bhuvneshwar Kumar right on the money with his final ball of the over. Mark Wood does dig that one out, but at the end of the 40th over, England are 243 for 9, still requiring the small matter of another 75 runs off 10 overs with 1 wicket in hand. England just haven't been able to build on what's a very good base. And how hard is it when you're at the beginning of a series like this, Matt, and you've had chances to win a game, and it looks as if you're going to go down to a fairly big defeat? Is it hard to bounce back, or because you're just playing so regularly, you just put it behind you and off you go again?
No, it is hard to bounce back, and you know, you look at this thing. Okay, yes, it's different formats and different teams, but you know, a bad loss in the Test series after a very good win in the first Test. Then you go to the 2020 series, very good win in the first game, and then what ended up to be quite a bad loss. India dominating that final game. And then so you come and, you know, dust yourself down and say, right, well, we got the one-dayers now. Let's win that series. And you want to get off to a good start, and unfortunately England haven't.
Well, it won't be Thakur. It's the spin of Kuldeep Yadav, and that is slapped to cover, where Siraj fields very nicely, the substitute fielder, and there'll be no run. Decent shot for nothing. England 86 for 7 in overs 20 to 40. Andrew McKenna has just pointed out to me, and I think that is, that's a slump that is very difficult to cope with, whatever team you are. 243 for 9, yes, after 20 overs, 157 for 2 England, and coasting to victory. But India have fought back well. Good captaincy by Virat Kohli. He's juggled his bowl as well, and that is hit away into the deep, and is a fine shot. Well played, Tom Curran. It goes for 4, couple of bounces into the boundary. It's one of those when you sort of your heart's in your mouth because you think he may have picked out a fielder in the deep, but it was very well placed indeed, and England do get 4 more.
Yeah, I think he took a bit of a divot there as well, didn't he? Took a bit of a ground with it. Didn't quite get all of it. 1 bounce 4. Safe in the end, though.
Yeah, I was looking for a bit of backspin when the ball landed. As it's again outside off stump, and that's clubbed away by Tom Curran, but without any real timing. Goes out into the covers, and there is no run. And there's some pretty glum faces on the England bench as the cameras pan to those, including the batting coach Jonathan Trott, who must be slightly disappointed with what he's seen from his charges today, as that ball is played behind square for a single, and the score goes to 248 for 9.
Guy, you asked, you know, what does a loss do to your team? That picture sort of summed it up. I know people at home can't see it, but as Guy explained, everyone looked pretty glum, pretty down, looking at the floor. Jonathan Trott not looking so happy as batting coach.
Kuldeep Yadav in, and it just beats Mark Wood every which way, except in the most important one about taking the wicket, which it didn't. 5 runs came from that Kuldeep Yadav over, all scored by Tom Curran. He moves on to 9 from 12. Mark Wood survives being beaten all ends up, and is still 1 not out from 3, and England require 70 from the final 9 overs, 54 deliveries. They're 248 for 9 here on TalkSport 2. Well, Tom Curran still believes England can get something out of this.
Well, exactly. I mean, these are Wood and Curran. Over to you guys. You're going to have to find a way to pull a victory out here. Whether they can do it in the end,
it would be one for the ages if they win this one.
It certainly would be.
Virat Kohli marshalling his troops. Tom Curran checking where those troops have been placed around the field. And it's Bhuvneshwar Kumar to continue. No pressure. The pressure being continually applied on England. Now this is very clever running. They thought about 2. In the end, Bhuvneshwar Kumar realised there was no fielder, and he was going to have to do his own fielding off his bowling, and did brilliantly to stop the 2 that looked as if it was there to start with. As it is, it's 1, which means Tom Curran has lost the strike on the very first ball, And Mark Wood, who was the man who sent Curran back, now will be facing for the majority of the over. Unless he can get off the mark pretty quickly, but England moved to 249 for 9. Mark Wood, implacable at the crease, very happy to let that one go outside off stump, through to the keeper, who doesn't take it cleanly, KL Rahul, but it doesn't really matter. There was no run there, there was no edge. 249 for 9 it remains. So once again we look at the glum faces of the England bench. Ben Stokes, Adil Rashid and Moeen Ali have now joined Jos Buttler in the glum mistakes. And someone made a joke at the moment. I don't think it would go down terribly well, as that's punched into the covers. No run. Middled by Mark Wood. But Bhuvneshwar Kumar continuing just to put right on the money. And England, well, delaying the inevitable, but at least showing some fight.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's horrible sat on that bench when you haven't really contributed. You know there's every chance you're going to lose the game.
Yeah, well, it must be weird for the guys who have had really good games as well, and thinking, why couldn't the rest of you help me get there in the end? As it is a team sport, and that flicks off an inside edge. Bhuvneshwar Kumar grimaces as it goes out to fine leg, inside edge past the stumps, but Mark Wood gets off the strike, gets a single, goes to 2, and England bring up their 250. Albeit for 9, needing another 68 or 50.
Yeah, I look at it slightly differently in a weird way. If you have been one of those guys that was lucky enough to get in and contribute, you're almost kicking yourself a little bit that you weren't the guy to take the game away from India and win it for your country. You look at Roy, we mentioned earlier, another 40, looked set.
In again, and there's a huge golf shot from Tom Curran. Teed off but missed on this particular occasion, didn't even take a divot. A bit more of an air shot as the ball goes through to the keeper, no run.
Probably people listening are thinking, what are you talking about? But the reality is, on any given day, if it's not your day, you look down, Ben Stokes 1 off 11 balls, not his day. Jos Buttler 2 off 4, not his day. But when you're on 46 or 94 or 22, 30 off 37 Moeen Ali, those are the guys that you'd look at and say, I should have gone on.
As we saw India do earlier, 4 of their guys making half centuries, going on to post the big scores. Also, India haven't put any catches down. England did put a couple of crucial ones down earlier, dropping Shikhar Dhawan, who eventually made 98, dropped on 16 and 60. As it is at the moment, you are listening to commentary of the first of 3 one-day internationals against India on TalkSport 2 with the Times and the Sunday Times cricket team, including Lizzie Ammon and Simon Wilde and former England captains Mike Atherton and Sir Alistair Cook. And after a word from Matt Pryor, it will be Andrew McKenna to see you through to the end.
Yep, again, the camera that we're watching here in News UK Towers pans to the England dressing room, glum faces. They'll be thinking what could have been, what potentially should have been. India, on the other hand, will be absolutely delighted with their performance so far today. England now 251 for 9, just the 1 wicket needed for India.
And Prasad is coming on for Kuldeep. He's gone this one full straight. Tom Curran swings hard. It's gone high up into the outfield. Man underneath it, catch taken, and England have lost with 8 overs to spare. 251 all out. Tom Curran is the final man out, and Prasad has taken 4 wickets on his international debut, and India win by 66 runs. Off air earlier, I was joking with Darren Goff that this game could be over with 8 overs to spare, and we were actually joking at the time because England had started so well, and we were talking about potentially England winning with 8 overs to spare. As it is, they've been bowled out for 251 in 42 overs and 1 ball. 47 balls of the England innings remaining as they collapse in a heap. The third wicket went down. They were on 169. That was the first ball of the 23rd over. They had been bowled out in the end for 251 to lose by 66 runs. And of course, it's a 3-match series only. So England now have to win the next 2 matches in this one-day international series to be able to come back and win it. It is a chastening defeat. It's a thumping defeat. It's one that's going to take a lot of thinking about and a lot of explaining. But Matt Pryor, fair play to India, because at one stage we weren't sure about their total, but that late order hitting from Rahul and Krunal Pandya as they got up to 317 for 5 was definitely something for England to think about. And although England got off to a flyer, they then hit back with wickets again.
Yeah, we'll talk a lot about the England performance with bat and ball, but absolutely right, Maka. I think India played a fantastic game of cricket. Having lost the toss again, Virat Kohli, the captain, said, well, we've got to win from all positions if we want to consider ourselves the best one-day team in the world. And that's exactly what they've done. Set a very good total, 317 in their 50 overs. It was looking on at one stage it was looking like they might get to 350. England managed to peg them back with 3 wickets from Ben Stokes. But as you say, those innings at the end from KR Rahul, 62 from 43 balls, and Pandya on debut, 58 from 31. He played absolutely beautifully. Got India up to that total 317. And then, you know, England, after a fast start with Bairstow and Roy, it looked, you know, more than likely that they were going to go on to a pretty easy win. But India got right back into it, taking vital wickets. Roy, Stokes, Butler going for very little. And of course they've now gone on to win the game by 66 runs.